Good morning. I'm going to be quiet for a minute because I hadn't closed my doors or gotten my big cup of coffee for refill. Trying to send out an email. Hey, thank you very much, Z. 33, that's the longest I've seen. And good morning. Ooh. Do. Okay, that's done. Good morning, Torque. Good morning, Winfield. Send. Alright, I've now spammed you. Now I'm going to go get a coffee refill, close my doors, and get to work. And before you ask, no, this is not when I got up. This is just when I started streaming. I had some work I had to do before. Some work that's not stream friendly. All right, be right back. All right. Now I'm getting pretty close. Do 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 do. You do do do. Doodly doo. All right. Test, test, test. Just trying to see what volume I need to talk at to get full volume. That's pretty close. All right. So I was supposed to do this on Friday, which made a lot more sense. But the short story, it'll turn into a long story, is I injured my back with a bottle of lipstick. So I've never had a great back. I've occasionally thrown it out, but lately I haven't been doing enough stretching, getting plenty of exercise, but just not stretching, which I actually said is one of my goals that I was going to have for the New Year's, every day that I stretch. But anyways, the wife bought lipstick. Oh no, it was nail polish. Sorry, not lipstick. But she bought nail polish as she tries to imagine going back to work and working in an office. I don't think it's going to happen. But why do they always put nail polish in glass containers is my question. I guess Thursday night, I was moving some stuff off the table, and there's the nail polish in a glass container she'd just ordered and not taken upstairs yet. And it got knocked off the table and shattered nail polish all over our tile floors. I could not believe how much it splattered. So broken glass and nail polish everywhere. So this is what injured my back. I spent a solid 2 hours crawling around on the floor, scrubbing with small pads of with nail polish on it, acetone, which I'm surprised I wasn't like dizzy and high as a kite from that, but apparently acetone just makes you feel not great and doesn't do anything good. But anyways, it does take off nail polish. So I spent 2 solid hours crawling around on the floor, and guess what? Next morning I got up and my back was killing me. Yeah. But anyways, it was something that, like, I couldn't just get a mop because it was fast drying nail polish, which is basically paint. But I did get it all up. It only got on one thing other than the floor, which is the legs of some chairs, which I did a pretty good job of getting it off without messing it up, but the acetone takes off stain as well, as you might expect. So Raven Swiftbow, since I'm just warming up the stream here. That's one of those stories, I'm pretty sure I've never told it on stream, but I know I've told Maxine and I've told other people that I consider my coming of age story. Like, everybody has their different memories and coming of age stories. And for me, this was not really coming of age. I'm not even sure what age you'd call it. Basically, when I realized I was an adult, was I just moved into an apartment, and first apartment, totally alone. And I'd just gone to do the first big grocery shopping thing. And of course, you're, 19 or 21 or something. Forget how old I was at that time. I had lived outside of the house before then. I went to college at an early age. But this is the first time I lived alone. But anyways, went and bought all the groceries. And of course, you're a young kid. What are you going to buy? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. What else would you need? So I got the biggest thing of peanut butter they had and the biggest thing of grape jelly they had. Some white bread, of course. None of that healthy stuff. And was putting away the groceries. And the moment where I realized I'm now an adult and things have changed is I dropped the glass jar of jelly. And those glass shards and jelly all over the kitchen, like the largest one. It was one of those things where it's like, do I move? Can I just move home? Is that the easier option? But that was kind of the moment where I realized, like, nope, I got to do the work, and I got to, you know, sometimes in life things are not fun, and you just have to put on your big boy pants and go do it. But I know it's silly, but it was painful. Yeah, welcome to adulthood. I do have in with me today Mojito, but I'm not going to wake him up after the last time when he pretty much looked like a deer in headlights and looked like he hated me. So my plan for today was basically just do a stream until I don't feel like streaming anymore. We'll see when that is. I think I said on the team chat that I was going to stream until my eyes bleed, or 4 p.m., whichever comes first, and that my eyes bleeding would probably come first. But anyways, I thought I'd show off some new stuff. Hey, thank you very much, John Marcus, and I owe you a song, so it's a good thing you're here. I'll do a song between 7 and 8. I may be singing Beatles songs today. Maxine, Let It Be came on the radio, and Maxine tried to change it to Imagine Dragons. It's like, anyways, I like Imagine Dragons, but I made her stop and listen to Let It Be, so I feel like she needs some exposure. Trying to expose her. But let's see. So, gonna do some streaming, showing off, doing some work. My plan is I'll look at a few things. Currently, I'm leaning towards expanding Despair. That is by Travis's request as well. It looks like I'm singing 2 songs. Thank you very much, John Marcus. Thank you. But I'll be expanding that. I may expand instead. I may go expand Tartarus. Looking at the current, it's one of those things. It's kind of like the same dilemma we have with PvP. Right now, if you look at things, Tartarus gets a lot more action and in more places. If I look at a heat map, there's there's obviously some hot spots, but there's multiple places in Tartarus to go. Despair gets a little action, but are people not going to Despair because there's not enough cool content there? I know Tartarus is higher XP per hour in general than Despair, but Z, Ruined Keep needs an expand or a dungeon to it. I agree with that as well. Ruined Keep, for those who don't know, is a keep. That's the one I think I expanded myself a while back. But I went and that was in my early days of, let me go find a map that is kind of interesting, but has 0 traffic going to it. And that was one of the ones that I hit up and added in the stuff in there. But I agree. So right now, you're probably wondering, what am I looking at? Let me hide this dumb thing on the screen. So this is one of many things. And today I'm going to show off, I'll probably show this off a couple times if you're with me for multiple hours. So forgive me. But I'll be showing off a few things here. So this right here is actually, it's been handed over from Travis to Damon. But this is going to be a new village-sized house. They'll be going in for this release. I think there's actually going to be 2 going in for this release. They may both be village, or it may be a village and a town. I was pushing for a village and a town size. But this is done, and you can see the black thing underneath it there. That is the size of a village lot. So while this is being called a village house, this is really more something that would fit better, look on a town. I think we're just calling it village because basically it's edge to edge on the village. But anyways, Damon has taken over this and he's working out right now. I expect he's probably pretty close to done, but he's going to be going and doing some cleanup. Probably adding some panes of glass to some of the windows, if not all of them. And then the other thing Travis was struggling with was exposing this space here and how to get there. So it may be that there's like a ladder that goes up into it, or some type of steps down from up here. I know I'm jerking all around and all over the place, sorry. But anyways, trying to expose this space to make it a little, a decoable, reachable place. So my guess is he's going to either do a ladder or he's going to put a set of stairs down. That's one of the current things Damon is working on as well. And then the other thing is just improving some of the flow and how stuff goes together. But anyways, but this was, we promised we would be doing our first new houses in, I don't know, 2 years or something. And yeah, that's Winfield. That's what I both thought is cool and also concerning. Is that it's so big that it takes up the whole village lot. That for your neighbors it'll almost feel like a tight packed space. Almost like row lots except at a village size. But anyways, this is using the same basic art set that was used for Castle Atos, which is what we'd promised, is we would get you guys something that was in that same art style. But for village lot, it'll have a ton of interior deco space. As you can see, it's almost like I was saying, it's almost like a row lot in terms of, if you actually put it on a village, it'll feel like a McMansion type thing where the house takes up the whole yard. Hold on. Just click the run button and hopefully in a second here I'll be able to walk through and you can see what it looks like. Come on. You know what? I think it's going to, yes. Hold on, wait for it. I've got two, I'm doing something I haven't done before, which is I have 2 game windows, 2 scene windows. I think that's causing it some spasms. All right. And ignore this map as being ugly. This is one of our deco test maps. So this is our decoration station, as you can see there. It's just where we can come in and try stuff out. But yeah, if you look at it as where it fits on the lot, it's pretty much the whole lot. So again, we'll be selling this, and I think we'll sell it. We won't block it from going on a village, but it will, as you can see, it'll take up the whole village lot. So this is something that would probably fit better on a town. And this will, as soon as, one of the big things I'm working on starting next release is trying to get the free placement of houses working completely. And not super buggy as it is right now if I were to turn it on. I actually have demonstrated that on another stream, and I can go demonstrate it now. Just in general how it will work. But yeah, this would be a great one for a town lot more than a village lot. Or whatever lot, but as soon as there's free placement, in a town lot, you'll even have placement options. Yeah, and the free placement of lots or of houses will, I think that'll help a lot of people, because there's, again, I've shown off some houses that you can use that you can easily fit 2 village houses on a village lot. And the style is inspired just by there's several sets, art sets that were used to create Castle Atos, and then some custom stuff was done to kind of merge it all together. And this is built from pieces of that. Now this is one of those things I'll show off here. This is one of the challenges Travis was having, which is how to actually, that's not going to show scale as well. Let me just do that and I'll get close in. But how to do interior stairs. So if you're talking about a village lot, it's a pretty small square, footprint, and you end up giving up a lot of space. When you're getting bigger houses and you have the staircase, it's not that big of a deal. But when you're on a village, it takes up a decent chunk of space. That's always been a problem. Although this, again, does not feel like a village house inside, but that was one of his challenges that I think he came up with great solutions for, is how to build the house, leave maximum deco space and maximum square footage of the house, because if you look at a small house, like the stairs take up a quarter of the floor space. So but anyways, this is the first version. Again, Damon is going to take his art pass on it and get it through that so I can get out, but I can't get back in. But anyways, Damon's going to be taking his art pass on the windows and a few other things to turn this into a actual house, and just where lights will be added. You can see again, he's tried to do as much interest as possible in here, but still leaves some deco space. And these staircases work well for a tight fit going up and down. So again, this is just, to give some people some options. Hey, thank you very much. Breakfast porn. Well, that's perfect. It's breakfast time, right? But anyways, this will give you an idea of just where it's at right now. Again, this is Damon is working on it right now to go and clean up some of the stuff. Like, hey, look, there's a glitch right there, the floor you can see. Because Travis is really working with parts and taking 1,000 little parts, which I think it literally is 1,000 parts right now, and taking this and cooking it up into a house. But again, you can see it for a village-sized house. This is going to be a ton of working space if you want it. And again, that's the other question we have right now, is how to tie that section in. But Damon says he knows what he's going to do with it, so I trust him. Whee! But anyway, so that's the new village house. Again, it's not there yet, not quite release time, but it will be there for release. Pretty confident that they'll get that one done, and then possibly the next size up. Oh, and thank you very much for the host, Dinharu Live. And thank you, Rufus Dispergio. Thank you for the sub, buddy. And Lusk, thank you for the follow. But anyways, that'll be coming out. That'll be a Christmas present for you guys. Okay, we're not really going to give it away, but that'll be a Christmas option for you guys. As we get these done, hopefully we're going to get a small version of these done. Again, this is one of those things, we have many things in the game that are essential to the game, but either the person who was the expert on it is not with the team anymore, because again, we haven't put out a new house in almost 2 years, except for the Lord of the Isle house. But we are lacking expertise, and we're trying to go through and find both that expertise and also document things, improve things for the future so that we can get stuff done faster. I may put together a creature on stream today, just trying to fill out again just fun pets that you guys have. So I actually have a corgi model that's been cleaned up. I may be hooking up a corgi today on stream so you guys can see that process. That's one of those things that we hadn't done for a long time, and now we've been hooking them up like crazy, or trying to. I'm not sure what that is going to be called. I think if it's a town with a lot of tightly packed village lots, and these start going up, then it's going to be replace the Obsidian Tower as the eyesore lot, the eyesore house. I mean, not that it looks bad. It kind of looks like an old, an ancient church or something like that. Ooh, Daniel JMCL, that's an interesting idea, is having it with the heraldry. I don't think we've ever tried putting heraldry on a house. And we try to, when we develop stuff, we try to do it as component friendly as possible so we can start combining components later on, which is why we have heraldry on a lot of stuff. I'm not sure the house stuff has to go through a lot of things. Now, if once the house is deco or house is free placement stuff is in there, that'll actually make that easier, because essentially at that point, the house, rather than it being a house where it's like something special, it becomes a special type of deco where it's really just a really large deco system or deco item. And then you can, place it as a deco. Now, once that happens, then just like any other deco, it'll be a lot easier to make that happen. But yeah, that's a great idea. The heraldry stained glass windows. I'm not sure how that, if it's not one intended for it, that may look a little wonky. But anyways, I think the plan is either he's going to raise up the bottoms here, or he's going to stain glass over the whole thing. We will see what Damon does. I was trying to come up with a name for the stream, and one of those things, if you guys remember Sarah, still a friend of the project and over at the Star Citizen guys, helping them out with things. But she would always have, her thing was always what Sarah do. Because you get to say do. But really you're saying what you do. See? It's almost proper English. Not quite. But I almost made this a Atos, showing off what Atos do string. But anyways, again, that'll be the store version. There may be a smaller version of this that is a craftable version or questable version. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, and then there's going to be a size up from this. So this is effectively, I think this is like 3 chunks wide, using the art set that he's using. So it's 3 chunks wide. So probably the town version of this will be the same, but it'll probably be 4 chunks wide. Sorry, I'm going to snack on nuts every now and then. Again, thank you, Luce, for the follow. Oh, and I should remind people, now that I got a few viewers in here, one of the reasons I was doing this stream was, again, to show off stuff, and I just hadn't done a long stream in a while. There will be no drinking today, unless somehow I'm still on here at night. But this is, normally this would be star pushing for me to do, or for us to do this type of stream whenever we have a big closeout of a big sale. So let me pimp the sales. So my plan is the rapid fire sales, every 2-hour sales, end at noon today. And we can't, it's hard to change that because we have to do, there's like calculations you have to do. It's kind of stupid. We've got like a little sheet for how to do it now, but it gets weird if we reset it again immediately. So we've got to give it at least a day or 2 off before we turn it back on. And of course, you guys know there's going to be more sales for Christmas. I don't know what they're going to be, or if they'll be this big. I think we're going to plan, we keep trying to do different stuff for the sales, but we'll see how that goes. But anyways, the plan for the sales ending today is the rapid fire sales end at noon. I will turn off the Kodo sales and extra Kodo drops in game, and the episode 2 sales, and the extra character slot sales, and the pot sales at noonish, or no, when I end my stream today. Whenever I end my stream, I may go past noon. There's a chance, we'll see how I'm feeling, but I may end them at, or I may pause my stream at noon and go raid Jack and Laz, as much as it hurts me. But hey, thank you very much for the follow there, Breakfast Porn. Oh, and let me get the giveaway stuff going so you guys can get in that. But I may raid them from noon, and then so I can grab some lunch, catch up on a few things around the house. and then come back on at 1 o'clock after their stream so they can hand me back the players. Who knows, maybe I'll even give them a few extra things to give away on their stream. So you guys feel like staying around. But anyways, so whenever this stream ends is when I'll turn off the crown sales. But our Christmas plans, I'm not sure what we're going to do for the sales for Christmas. Again, we're trying to do something a little different. I was actually trying to brainstorm up a 12 days of Christmas thing. Could be a lot of work. We'll see, but trying to look at some different things. We have, for those who don't know the game, again, this is a developer stream. I guess for those who don't know me out there, my name is Chris Spears. I am the lead developer on Shroud of the Avatar, and also the guy that kind of runs the whole show for things. But before taking over that role, I was the CTO on the project, the head tech guy. So we have some things in our tech that are, let's call them pragmatic. While making the project, again, we have because we're a crowd-funded project, and we're always a crowd-sourced, crowd-funded project, and don't have a giant, person fitting the payroll or whatever. We just we did things as pragmatically as possible to roll it out to you guys in a way that was functioning, and then hopefully over time we could go back in and improve things. So we've been improving things for a long time now, but there's a lot of stuff that is a little clunky. Some things we can turn off purely on server side, and then some things we have to do a client and server publish. The deed upgrade sales, just because again that was one that was an afterthought and we haven't gone back to clean it up. The deed upgrade sales are something that I have to publish a new client to turn them off. I can actually turn them off on the server, but if I just turn them off on the server, then anyone who tries to upgrade will still show it as the cheap price on their local client, and then when they try to upgrade, it'll give you an error, which people have seen a half dozen times as I've forgotten to do one or the other, trying to turn those things off. But there's a lot of those things that are like that. Just in case you're wondering, like, why does he have to publish a client? Shouldn't that be all server side? Well, it is server side, but it's always a server agreement thing, which is one of those early decisions that was made, probably questionable, but it's hard to say. We got here and we've never had any of the problems many other games have with like gold dupes or item dupes or any of that type stuff. So it's hard to question too many of the decisions too much, but it is something that I wish were a little easier and I didn't have to do publishes on things. But anyways, there's a lot of stuff that requires server client agreement. And a lot of that stuff is like, loot is all generated, all the items, for those who don't know, everything's on the server, but the client needs to be in agreement on things. So we get into weird states if we do something that is server related and don't have a client publish for it unless it was designed that way from scratch or from the start. Let's see. So my plan today was to give away deeds, either house deeds or lot deeds on the hour, and then give away some prizes in between, like every half hour or so. And yeah, that's breakfast porn. That is one of those things I try to remind people. Again, as we have some other massive budget games out there with literally 10 to 100 times our budget and team size, that we've been around for a while and we keep getting better. But one of those things that people should never underestimate is doing the important stuff right. Obviously we did a lot of things wrong, but we made sure to do the important stuff right. And one of those is making sure there's never gold dupes, there's never item dupes, and also taking player data seriously to show the respect that it deserves. But yeah, that's obviously I don't need to name any names on one that's had massive problems with that, and I think there's now currently no trading in that game for like 3 weeks on most of the servers. You're not allowed to give other players items or gold or anything. But anyways, yeah, we've never lost player data. We've had a total of one rollback of like 5 minutes in the entire lifespan of the project. No dupes, and never lost player data. Now we have had the occasional, of course, one we always get, that we've had to develop more and more tools because we underestimated just how much it would happen, is like lost items on lots. 95% of the time it's you guys losing items, but occasionally there'll be some deco item that you can get to glitch somewhere, which again, I've got tons of logs in there and I still don't see how some of that stuff happens. And then some of it is glitching we don't want to fix, but that is the very rare case, and that's, we've had to build some stuff up to help you guys find items that are, you know, missing under your floor or whatever. But yeah, for those who don't know, we are, you know, obviously we're server based. There is a lot of stuff that happens on the client that we've done for performance reasons, both for our servers to keep costs down, but also just for performance for you guys as well, but to help reduce lag and other issues. And then, but everything passes through the server, so we see everything that happens. But a lot of stuff the server is just checking, but we do have ways to you know, track that stuff. And the server does regulate a lot of that stuff to make sure that nothing wonky is going on. Let's see. All right, so I showed off the house real quick here. I guess I can go show off just while I'm in here. Hey. Oh, and for those wondering, yeah, the solution for my back, if you missed the story earlier, was my back was injured on Friday. It was not injured, just insanely tight muscles, which feels like an injury. If you haven't had back problems, lucky you. But it's one of those things you realize it's bad because, like, you can't even like lean forward enough to get over the sink for brushing your teeth. Like, the muscles were that tight. So Friday I just sat on a heating pad, going back and forth between that and a massaging pad. Heated massaging pad. You just can't handle a massaging pad for more than, you know, an hour or two before your back just turns into tenderized meat. But 95% there today. I can feel it just a tiny bit, but it went from being insanely painful on Friday to a little painful on Saturday to just feeling tight yesterday. And that's kind of how it feels this morning, but I haven't had any like ibuprofen or anything like that. Steady stream of ibuprofen. And we're past due for our 7 a.m. slot here. Let me get my spreadsheet out. Keep track of all that stuff. Hold on. Let's see. How's the new house working out for you, Elwin? Speaking of giveaways, we're just gonna start this one out small. We'll do like a row lot or something. Oh, and this thing you're seeing up here on screen right now is the editor, not the game in the client. Elwin Moon, waiting for PRTs to take pot deeds. That should be a week from Thursday. For those who don't know, due to the holidays, we are bumping up our release schedule so we don't try and push everything right up into Christmas. For one, that'll make it bad. Let's see, that would be, our normal release day would be on, actually our normal release day would be the 30th. But doing that over the holidays, like that's the time when like at least half the country takes off or wants to go on vacations, or if you're going to be meeting with families. You shouldn't this year due to the pandemic, you should be meeting virtually. But if you do go on trips or whatever, that's when everybody's going to be gone. No one wants to work the week between Christmas and New Year's. So 30th would be that one. The next choice up would be December 23rd, so Christmas Eve. We don't want to have that, because then we put out a release, there's something broke in it, and now you guys are dealing with that as I try to patch up all day Christmas Eve and Christmas, which is not a great Christmas for me either. Let's see. So anyway, so the 23rd, Christmas Eve was not a good option, just for what I just said. We don't want to work on Christmas, and we don't want to have to patch on Christmas when you guys should be spending time with your family, at least virtually, but due to the pandemic, hopefully you'll be in game. So that leaves the 16th. So our release date is actually on the 16th, which is 2 full weeks earlier than it should be. So this is another short release between the Thanksgiving, pre-Thanksgiving release to this one. It's a 4-week release, but of course everybody took off. I think most people on the team took off 3 days-ish. It's going to be my guess. And there's always a lot of disruptions in there too. But anyway, so this will be a short release, but we're going to be getting some great stuff in there that I'll show you over the stream. But anyways, the 23rd, so a week from Thursday. I'm going to eat one more chocolate nut. Or chocolate covered almonds from Costco. They're amazing. And I can pretend to tell myself they're healthy. Okay, so yeah, so now I think we're getting ready here. So let's see. Oh, I was going to show off. I was going to do the drawing. How about for this first one, we'll just do a small. We'll just do like some type of row lot. This guy right here doesn't get enough love. This kind of feels like what that's the art style of the one we're on. So the stone prison one. I think that's the closest thing. So we're going to give away one of those guys. And I will not reset the giveaways. I will reset the giveaways starting at 8 o'clock, and I'll do it on the hour after the hourly drawing. And that's just because when I'm doing an all-day stream, if I don't clean out the winners occasionally, then they're going to like pile up with all these dead bodies of people who are in the giveaway, but not actually here on the stream. So we'll do this one. This is for the stone 3-story prison row. Let me get that, type that in before I forget it. Stone 3-story prison row. And again, I'm sure today I'll probably give away lots of stuff, but expect later on that we'll be giving away some like town and possibly even city type stuff. All right, you guys ready for the drawing on that one? Yeah, already up to 50-ish people. All right, and a reminder, I will not clear the raffle, your name in the raffle, until after I do the 8 o'clock drawing. So here we go. Here's the first winner of the day. First is always the best. Hey, you know what? I think that was the first person on stream. For late to the party, late to the comment party, their breakfast porn. Ian, I know your name, and I always forget if it's Lane or Ian. Or Lane? No, it's gotta be Lane. Ian. I'm gonna find you if you're not in there. Do you guys, anybody know his name in game? Just, okay, got it. Could be a lowercase l. Okay. Let me turn that back on to allow entries. Again, I will not wipe until 8 o'clock, so you do not need to raffle up again unless you're bored. Sorry if you're bored. Let me get back to stuff over here, though. So that was one thing, just to show off in case you don't know. So game time 10. Do I have a deed in my... call that Viking. No, that was green. Rusted iron greenhouse, is that it? There we go. Again, so if you hadn't seen me demonstrate this before, this is the early tests I was doing for the house. I've actually got some bigger houses that are hooked up now to test it out. But this is for free placement of houses. And essentially it uses the deco system, because houses, where you can place decos is defined not by whether or not it's a house or not, it's defined by surfaces that have to be defined, set on other things. Now for many stuff, it's a surface. But for like houses, there's special deco surfaces on these walls that you guys can't see. Oh, I could show you probably, because I know you care. Let's see. Sorry, hold on. Okay, that's the wrong way to do it. But let's see, deco. So these collision surfaces you see here are what actually get put down, and those actually hold the definitions for what deco surface, what type of surface it is. So like that's the floor, and that contains information for doing some nav mesh stuff, and then also for plot for deco surface type stuff. So of course you can't see it there, but that one is actually set to, hold on, I'll see if I can grab that and throw that over there. You know, that determines the type floor. So there's an example of what those things look like. So it's actually the collision that we add to things that can override that. Now we don't add collision to everything. So we don't set deco surfaces on every single object out there. We just do it when it makes sense. For houses, they've all been defined as deco, and whether they're first floor, second floor, whether they're walls, whether they're ceilings. If there needs to be, there's some things that need a snap point for things, and we can define that. But anyways, so that means that really all that has to be done to get houses to be decos is there's a handful of problems need to be solved. One is making sure the performance is adequate, which surprisingly it is not a problem. It's totally fine. I mean, you saw me moving this one, didn't hurt frame rate at all, and that's even in the editor. But even for the bigger houses I've tried, the performance on it is fine. So that's one thing. That was one of the concerns and reasons we hadn't done it. And that's just talking about moving it around. Cool. Here's one of the fun things will be when you're trying to place a giant house on a small lot. Yeah, get ready for it. The house squashing you problem. But anyways, so the performance is one concern. Another concern is culling distances. When you go into a town, we do some special stuff because the houses are defined in a different data point. And basically, we get a big bucket of data from all the players, all the stuff in town saying, you know, here's the deed for the pot. Here's the bucket for the pot of all the things that are going to be in there. And we load all that stuff, all the deco stuff, and then we have, here's all the deeds, the lots out there, and the house assigned to them. And so we preload all that stuff before we load any of the decos onto things. That's why when you go into a town, it's like all the houses are there. So that's one thing that has to be done, is because we have to get deco respect for early loading in there. That's already used in a few other things, just not as extensively as I need to use it for this. So that'll be a little bit of work left to do on that. Again, none of these are things that will stop it from working. It would work right now if I moved it over. But then the other one is getting the nav mesh to respect the house and getting it stitched. That we actually build nav meshes for all houses in advance, and then when you drop it on a lot, it actually just gets, you know, basically stitched. Actually, right now it gets baked on each lot. So if you have this house on a row lot, well, you can't have it on a row lot. On a village lot, it has a nav mesh of the whole lot plus the house. If you have it on a townhouse, it has the nav mesh of the whole lot. Same thing, city, keep, whatever, if you want to place it. And we just have an automated process that goes and generates those. So I have to move it to be a bake on the fly, basically bake when it loads. Now our nav mesh stuff is actually, we're using a long time ago branch of the A-Star project. Again, dev talk, so for those curious out there and into game dev, we're using a long time, very old branch of that we have not updated because we've made so many, well, one, because it works, and then two, because we've made so many changes to it. But it is actually very good about threading and background stuff. It is one of those things, I've done the test on my computer and it seems to work pretty darn well for most anything, but I'm also running on a AMD 5900X, like a 12 core machine, and that stuff all works in threads, so it all works in the background. So if you have a, you know, the 12 core machine, sure, it works great. I need to do some tests where I force it to do it on a 3-core machine or a 2-core machine. I know, not 3. There were actually some 3-core machines, but a 2-core machine or a 4-core machine. 4 is pretty much the most common number of cores. My guess is it's going to work well. For those who don't know, Unity is not great on threading its own stuff. Good news, it's not. It's horrible at threading its own stuff, so that is part of what hurts frame rate and some other problems. But the good news for that is it leaves a couple other cores to do things like build nav meshes in the background. So the other good news on that is we probably don't have to build nav meshes for everything when you walk into a scene. This is another one of those, how pragmatic do we want to be? And by pragmatic, I of course mean efficient but imperfect, possibly imperfect. The Viking ones might fit on a rollout. Yeah, I could test some of those out. But anyways, the nav mesh is, again, that's the one that is the scariest one to me. Again, not on my computer, it seems to work fine, but on other people's machines, or it's going to be performance. But you don't have to generate nav mesh for things unless you actually get to the lot and are going onto the lot. All that's going to do is it will make pets not work inside the house if we don't do a complete bake on the nav mesh. Right now this is being dropped onto the lot and it creates a nav mesh cut. Let's see if I can see that. This is where it'll probably get slow and clunky. That was dumb. Just dumb. I was meaning to close the other thing. That's game. I need a scene. Okay, there we go. Oh, while I'm down here, I can show you, we can say hi to Richard. It's got to be, I think he's right down here somewhere. Where is Richard? Ah, yes, so there he is. So this is, if you look, we're way under the world. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is one of those things. I've shown this on streams a few times. But there were some problems with our rendering, how we do some rendering stuff. And I'm not going to be able to get in here to see things. Hold on, let me try just killing that. Bam, there it is. and how to handle that in our old situation and keep it in scene, because there were, at least at the time, there was some major performance issues with rendering your character, your character sheet, in a different window. Now this gets cold in the actual rendering of the game, but just know that about 1,000 units below every map, there is what we refer to as Richard in a box. This is actually your character that's rendered for the character sheet, and it stays down there. And this is because we have to have it, like, we can't just use a single character. We had to have a copy of your character down here. But it's we did Richard in a box because that was years ago, and that was kind of when Dick in a box was a thing. For those who remember that viral hit that came off of Saturday Night Live. You get a box. You cut a hole in the box. But anyway, so this is our joke, was we put a Richard, get it? Richard in the box, to render your character sheet for the other. And this prevents, like, there was lag to the other version. It actually was worse performance. So anyway, so that's Richard in a box is what we called this. And that is actually, if I had black backgrounds, you can see that there's actually white boxes there. And that's where we render you and your pet. Again, we just keep them created in the scene rather than having a whole new scene. Again, the reasons for it, probably we don't need to do it anymore, but it doesn't hurt performance at all. And when we did it originally, it did hurt performance a lot. So, and this is actually the second box that I think Devil Cult added to handle the pet in a box. So that's where your pet would be rendering. But that's not what I was trying to show you when I came over here. Again, it's an all-day stream. I'll be here all day. Got tons of time to show you stuff. What I was trying to show you before I did something silly was what the nav mesh looks like. Now this absolutely destroys frame rate, so just prepare yourself. So you can see there's actually a nav mesh for the lot. And this is using a heavily modified version of the A-Star project for those who are techies out there. But when you put down a deco or you put down anything big, the way it works is it basically cuts the nav mesh. It doesn't rebake it, but it cuts out a chunk of the nav mesh. Wait a minute, is that hanging off the edge of my lot? I think the edge of the lot actually has a little buffer, so the nav mesh comes inside the edge of the lot just a little bit. But anyways, you can see that right now, at least, there's not a nav mesh inside here. There is one out here, but anyways, the house, that's one of the big challenges again, is just baking the house nav mesh. The lot nav mesh is baked, but getting the house baked in a different way so that it can then just be stitched together. It's one of those things we know it can work pretty well, pretty fast, but not super fast. If you go into a large player dungeon and you're in adventure mode, it takes a long time to load. Now that is not because it is doing the adding creatures or anything to the map. Those work just like any other scene where they don't really take that much time because they spawn in over time. The thing that takes a lot of time is if you have a huge dungeon and you're in adventure mode, it bakes a nav mesh for the entire dungeon. So anyways, just that's kind of the performance you're looking at, but it won't take that long to load. It'll be, again, it will only happen when you get near a lot, and then it'll bake it in the background. It may actually bake it once you get onto the lot. But the only thing that's going to break is like your pets won't work on there. There's some other small stuff like crafting tables. You may teleport to the crafting table. We actually use the nav mesh to get you to walk you up to the crafting table, which is fun. There's always a lot of bugs that come up where you can have a crafting table, but it's like up on a small platform on the other side around a corner, past this wall down the street, then come back or whatever, and you used to be able to double click on it, and it would walk you that whole distance. It would walk you like for a minute. Basically, there's places in Owl's Head, that crafting pavilion in Owl's Head. If you went behind it on the other side, you could double click on a crafting station. You would slowly saunter to the crafting station over about a 2-minute period. But anyways, I'm hydrating. And this is, again, I still never found out who made this mug for me. Made it for the team. But obviously this is a mug for Richard. But I am drinking coffee for those who are concerned about me reaching the 42 limit cup coffee of limit for coffee drinkers. Supposedly that's if you drink 42 cups of coffee, that has enough caffeine in it to kill you. So 41's the limit. But this is, I do pots of coffee right now, but that is 1/4 calf. So I put in like 3 tablespoons of decaf and then 1 tablespoon of caffeinated. So I can drink the whole thing and I basically get 1 cup of coffee. The King's dinner mug I made and gave to people. Winfield, you're amazing. John Marcus, I did not know that. I see occasionally, because usually the only way I have exposure to that is we can go and do sorts by location, but also that's never really reliable because you can VPN to wherever. But yeah, 44 active members, that's good. But I do occasionally see purchases coming in with in Japanese, because it actually just puts it in there, and that's about my only exposure to how many people we have in different areas. And yeah, that's cool. For those who don't know, we use Zenata for localization, which is basically a crowdsourced localization. And yes, Dottendrock, that was actually my thought too, was 42, the secret to life, the universe, and everything. That was just some meme that went around with somebody posting there's enough caffeine in 42 cups of coffee to kill you. And then, of course, the obvious reply is, I guess the limit's 41. But this is, even though it's a gigantic mug, which Winfield apparently made, it's only 1 cup of coffee. And I'm not saying that as a joke. I mean, that's 1/4 coffee. So it's really like 4 cups of coffee, but it's really 1 cup because it's 3/4 decaf. All right, let's see. I've shown off that. And again, sorry if you guys end up seeing some content twice today, but I will be doing this stuff all day long, and I'll probably show off some of this stuff later to catch the later crowd with people. At some point I'll have to feed the fish here. Man, I really need to fix that filter. It keeps getting knocked loose. There's a filter. Let's see if I can find it to point at it. Right there. And right there. There's filters in there, but there's a giant pleco in there, and the pleco will pull those type sponge filters off the wall, and so they don't work right now anyway, so I just need to take them out. And then there's also a couple of dojo loaches in there, and then there's a biker beacher. Nobody knows how to say it, but Bichir. There's a small one in there. It's full grown, but it's the smallest variety, and it will frequently go behind the filters and wiggle and get them off the wall. And also, in case you're new to the stream and you haven't seen, the scale on the tank may not be clear. These are all pretty big fish. Grab ya. Well, the fish have committed suicide. I think it was about 2 months ago now. I lost possibly the fish that would have been the biggest fish in there that was a, I forget what type of beacher he was, but he was a good foot long and getting up there in size, but he managed to, apparently he jumped out of the tank during one of my water changes when I wasn't paying attention. Doot. Oh yeah, and you can see the like the nav mesh. That's pretty much what it looks like. In case you guys haven't seen, oh, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Map wide, this is pretty much what it looks like. And the red color, that's horrible they use red. But what the different colors on this map signify or signal are not necessarily that it is not valid there, but usually that means different colors mean different disconnected grids. So if there's like a place where this grid doesn't connect to that one, they'll change up the colors. Actually, I kind of think this one might mean the red. I think that is invalid movement. Maybe not. All right, let's see. What else was I going to show? It's going to show off some lions and tigers and bears, I think. I am not sure the current state of the lion and tigers and bears. I know the state of the bears, but Damon has finished his, last I saw, Damon had finished his art hookup for them. Let's see if I can plop some down here. So lions, this is something we've talked about for a long time, but having lions in the game has been a scary thing for at least on the art side of things, just because it's really hard to do good hair with deferred rendering with the Unity art pipeline render type stuff. Oh, and yeah, we're using deferred rendering. But anyways, it's really hard to do good hair. It's kind of one of those things you can just look and tell, like a game is made in Unity. That's the experts out there. You can pretty much spot things like that. There's just no good hair systems out there. And then if you do have a good hair system, it usually means, well, one, you're probably not using deferred. And you're also probably spending entirely too much of your rendering and CPU time on it. So let me see if I can find a lion. Now these lions, let's see. Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to see, I don't think he's actually dropped in the early version, so give me 1 minute here. Still looking. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. I'm trying to make sure I get the right version there. Okay, so let's see which one this is. So this is the one that is animated and cleaned up, but he has not checked in his final prefab form. And then let's see. It looks like the baby lion's not hooked up. There's actually a baby lion in there as well. But these guys should be live this release. All right, yeah, it looks like I got either some stuff's broken or he hasn't checked in his final version there. So not that, so I guess you only get to see lions today until he gets that stuff checked in. But anyways, these are going to be big cats. These will be in for this release. We don't see them as being a boss mob, but we do see them as being something that, you know, up to tier 8, tier 10, possibly. Obviously, this is going to be something that we've been wanting them in there for a while because it's something that a lot of people want for different reasons for everyone. So one is obviously just more variation stuff to fight. Big cats are something that, you know, is something that's a well-known thing and makes sense and looks cool. These guys, for fighting them, they will be in the tier, they may start as low as tier 5 and go up to tier 10 or possibly even tier 15. That those will probably just be some color variations and size variations between them. They have 3 special attacks, which we have defined, but I have not set them up yet, so I'll be setting those up. So they'll have their normal attack will just be like a wimpy claw attack, like and then they will have a special claw attack that will probably be a claw that will do add a rend effect. So basically we'll give you a bleed effect on that. They'll have a bite attack that will be armor piercing. And then they will have, and actually there's a 4th one I think I'm probably going to add as well for the higher level ones at least. They will have a pounce attack that is basically a close the distance that's about that far. I've seen the animation and I'll be building the effect to match that. And then the last one is the male lion at the higher levels will probably have a roar animation. Oh, that's right, I need to sing what's your face, the roar song. That's what I was going to do last time. But anyways, they'll probably have a roar that will do a kind of either like a mesmerize or a AE stun type thing. But anyways, these guys will also have, in addition to be things you can fight and adding, you know, that type of variety of the world that we need, they will be things that you can tame. The taming should also happen this time around. I can confirm that the tamed versions will have a lion dance. There's also a baby lion that will have his lion dance. I know Damon's already done those animations because he was showing them off a little bit. So yes, you can have dancing lions. But they will be tameable. They'll probably be more in the alligator type category. Although I'm still trying to figure out how to make them special. So first off, I can say that alligators in the game as tamed pets, they're going to be a little weaker next release. Actually, they're going to hit for the same amount. They're going to have the same health. They're just going to hit less often. That appears to be the reason why those guys are significantly higher DPS than any other pet. And the T12s are higher DPS than any other creature out there, which is why you see a lot of crocodiles out there. It's not croc nerfing, it's croc bug fixing. They will still be, I'm planning on leaving the crocodiles the highest DPS and just making them a little bit weaker than the other guys, because crocs are going to get a T15. And this is all stuff that came up because crocs and spiders are going to be getting a T15 version of them for this release as well. But lions will fall in that category. They'll probably be the highest DPS, but be the weakest in terms of how many hits they can take. The other thing I was thinking of doing for changing them to make them, because anytime I add a new tame thing, and this is not something that was done from the start. I think from the start it was just new tamed creature, you know, dupe the creature, set some stats that make sense, throw them out there. It doesn't matter if they're all nearly identical with different visuals. So that's something I've been trying to make sure we do, is give a reason for each pet. The other possibility that I might do on the lion is make it so the rather than it being the highest DPS or it being the the toughest, again, leave the highest DPS with the crocodiles and then make the lions so their special thing is one, they can add a small healing debuff with their claw attacks that add the rend effect. And then the other part is making it, other option is to make it so if it roars, the roar is something that it'll do that gives nearby players some type of attack boost. So the roar becomes a battle cry for the players rather than it being, something that scares the other guys. But anyways, they will be unique. I'm waiting for the final versions from Damon. We still have 12 days to get them in, so they'll get a little time on QA. Hopefully I'll have these guys in. We'll have all of these in and done by the end of the week. Oh, another thing I should mention, QA. So for those who don't know, and again, this is a reminder, this is a dev stream. So I talk a lot about the development stuff on here. Focus regen. But now I forgot. Oh, squirrel. I'll remember soon. It'll come to me. Oh, I know what it is. If you get on QA, you can now patch up QA and try out the moving health bars, which I'll show in just a second. But the thing that broke that was we've been working on getting our web servers moved over to a much newer version and also cleaning them up to, I think the original versions that were set up is anybody's had to set up like a Linux and a web server thing. We do use Apache and WordPress, but kind of the general thing is I don't know what I need when I set it up the first time, so I'm going to add everything under the sun to it, and you end up with some pretty heavily bloated web servers that both, use more resources than they should, but also have, more vulnerabilities than they should. So we pretty much weren't worried about vulnerabilities, but we were worried about performance. We're in the process of moving away from AWS. We've just had enough of both the cost, which is entirely too high for what you get compared to hosting your own. And then also, the whole idea of hosting on AWS is it's going to be reliable and you've always got a quick fallback, but it's just stuff was breaking constantly. And as we've seen, many of our systems are set up for clustering and forwarding and fallback stuff, but not 100% of the things. And some things it just doesn't make sense for them to be us to have fallbacks. And then the other thing is like anytime we've had web server outages, the response from actual web developers and from Amazon is, well, you should be running 2 or 3 instances of everything so you have a fallover. And it's like, it's not like you guys give us 2-for-1 deals or anything like that. We spend more on our AWS hosting than we spend on a full rack at a data center that has never had any problems at all. So, if we doubled up our servers and a lot of that stuff, it's like we're doubling up, that's $1,000 plus a month of wasted stuff that could be going to other development. Hostway. Yeah, there's lots of data centers around Austin. We were in CH3 for a while, and then they were bought by somebody, and we didn't have a good way to stay without having to move the data center. And so when that happened, this was about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, we actually moved to VXchange. And that actually went super seamlessly for us. It just was crazy because at the exact same time we were doing that move, I think it was Dungeons and Dragons Online was also moving their data center. And they actually went offline for several days, and it was like a nightmare. So we're sitting here preparing for our change while that was happening, and we're like, ooh, let's make sure and do this the right way. But anyways, we are on VXchange is what they were, but they actually were purchased by Critical Element or Element Critical. But anyways, they're in northeast Austin, and they've had no problems at all. So even during the Great Texas blackout, that we had last year that killed, I think they're saying now 175 people, and everybody lost power. Never had any problems at all, never lost connection. You guys never knew, even though that was in Austin. So they're on a special power grid, and then they also have their own, I think they've got, I forget how many, like 4 megawatts or 5 megawatts of local power and generators and massive refrigerator-sized UPSs. So Hurricane Electric in Fremont is one that I've seen before. As real the wonder, if we were in California, I've actually considered driving to California just because their rates seem to be so good, and they actually get pretty good reviews. But their rates for their data center stuff is like stupidly low, like half what we pay here in Austin. But no, it would suck to have to do the remote hands whenever we have an outage. But anyways, but the QA publish, how I got down that rabbit hole was the QA publish would not go out yesterday when I tweeted about it, and it was because we'd changed over our servers. We changed to the newer version, the web servers, moved a few IPs around, and there were a few, shame on us, a few things that were on either hard-coded IPs, not using the proper setup. And I think this one was actually we quit supporting some types of scripting and needed to rewrite that script. So anyways, that's now working now. And you can get on QA and you can actually see the next thing here, which, hey, look. So I have not done a ton of playing around with this. This is something Devil Cult's been cooking up for a while. This was actually when I hired him about a year ago, close to a year ago. This is the thing I told him, first thing, number one top priority is get this done. Fix our name tags so they can be dragged around. And I think he, of course, jumped in a little naive. Amazing programmer, but it's even amazing programmers when you jump onto a massive project like this and see just how much stuff there is. It is a huge learning experience. But now, a year later, he actually knows the stuff well enough that he has this done now. So this will be live next release as well. I think if you're actually in the client, this doesn't do it in the editor, but in the client, this actually snaps. This will snap properly to an edge part. So you guys will probably see the correct version. This is also, there'll be some other stuff in there. Of course, we've had the movable bar down here for a while, so you can move that around. Now this will give you you can organize your screen. I think the next thing I want to do is continue expanding some of the Lua stuff, so you guys people can make setups that, like, we don't want to expose things to Lua that are usable skills, because obviously we introduce, without a lot of control over things, we introduce the ability to easily basically write a Lua script bot. But having stuff with Lua script where it can move UI stuff around for you or do different stuff to UI, and giving you guys super flexibility with that stuff, that's no problem at all. So there'll probably be some Lua hooks to control some things, like where are my locations of my bars and that type of stuff. UI scale. Good call. Yeah, we do kind of suck at that, and having that, having that not scale is not fun. Now that should be pretty easy to do, says the guy who doesn't have to do it. Trying to find the UI manager. Hey, thank you, lovely Vivet. And thank you, Amber Rain. Nice seeing you around. UI manager. Let's see, where are you? No, not that. I want to see my health bar. Let's see, where is that? That's down there. Okay, so if I go... There it is. There's that, but really what that need is, I can grab that. What happens if I just do that to 222? So again, that's the type of thing that if we don't expose it to you, we could easily expose that as a variable to you through Lua. And you can just have a Lua config that runs some of that stuff. Obviously, we want to get that in a clean way. But that's something, and maybe that's something we could expose this release, is just having a nameplate scale value that you guys can set. And then, yeah, then we can have that so you can move it wherever you want to. Also be nice for streamers too, just being able to control that stuff. But anyways, something like that. Oh, I don't want to hear about thick glasses. I've been going over the old man stuff as I deal with a back problem on Friday of my back tightening up after, for those who weren't on for the early part of it, that was caused by wife is possibly going back to an office next year sometime. We'll see about that. But she's trying to, get out of pandemic mode, and she'd ordered some like fingernail polish, some bright red fingernail polish, and for whatever reason, all fingernail polish comes in glass containers. I'm sure it has something to do with the reaction between glass and fingernail polish. But anyways, that got knocked off the table in our living room and splattered over about 30 square feet. Broken glass, and fast drying fingernail polish. So then Thursday I spent roughly 2 hours on my hands and knees, reaching and scrubbing and crawling and moving around on my hands and knees, working on cleaning up fingernail polish. And I knew I overdid it at the time, but I didn't even think about the next day when I woke up and I was like, oh, my back is killing me. I didn't put the two together until I think my wife pointed it out at some point, but that was the result of me crawling around my hands and knees. But anyways, this is in relation to old. And then I saw a video on, you can tell if you're old if you cannot put your shoes and socks on while standing upright without using anything to balance. Not even bend over and do it, but just while you're standing up, put your shoes and socks on without falling over. Then you're an old man. I failed that old man test. And then here's the final one, is the wife got reading glasses because she was having trouble reading labels. I, of course, have always had trouble reading labels. And reading a book to Maxine, I realized I was reading slower when I was reading her nightly book. We're on Harry Potter book 4, I think, right now. She reads like 1,000 pages a day. This is just a ritual. We've always had those reading. But anyways, I ended up buying some reading glasses because I started using them to read to Maxine. I stole the wife's and I had like the horn rim frame, like whatever reading glasses she had. But now I'm officially old. Back problems. Can't pass the old man put on the shoes test, and eyeglasses. After 35. Well, I have, and Wednesday is my birthday. You guys would all find out anyways, so it's not a big deal. But maybe that's something I could do. We aren't doing any special things for my birthday. Maybe we could leave something up or do something for my birthday on Wednesday. But anyways, Richard gets a birthday. Lord Bridge gets a birthday. Why don't I get a birthday? Yeah, I'm officially moving into the mid-50 range as of Wednesday. Yeah, I'm young until I don't feel young because I do crawl around on my hands and knees for hours and have to stretch and sit on a heating pad for days afterwards. I know, right? Right, Amber? I deserve a birthday. But anyway, so these guys you can expect to see in game. There's actually a baby lion. I think the current plan is the baby lion will be the monthly reward for January. Don't hold me to that. I think that's just the last time I talked. That may change. I actually saw it and was like, that's too cute. You can't give that out as a stream route or as a reward for something. That's like, players would love that. So we've got a tiger and a lion. I think there's a tiger baby too. But anyways, those will be showing up. There's actually a fox that'll be in this release. I think I've got one tweak to do on his animations. This guy's in there. There's this animation thing. Oh, this is actually aggressive fox. But yeah, he's got some animation issues I've got to deal with. Get away, fox. But this is another guy you can expect. I'm not sure what we're going to do with him. He may be turn into another one of these guys that is a tameable. And then you guys keep him around as like a pet. But yes, that is an angry fox. Damon, I think he has a dance animation for these guys too. Hey, thank you very much for the follow there, Helimoto. And again, I'm going to be streaming all morning. And I already missed my 8 o'clock time for prizes. That reminds me, since I got to follow. If you are a follower, you don't have to be a subscriber, just a follower. We appreciate all the follow stuff too. We have little preference, by the way, if you're one of those people who just loves the project and wants to help support it, we have little preference whether you do it through Twitch or in-game. On Twitch, you generally, it's more of a just giving because you want to help the people out who are on the stream, because we do prizes, but we don't give them to people who give us bits. But occasionally we will do prizes just based on people on the stream giving us bits. But then it goes to a random person. I do believe in karma, by the way. But if you're a follower, you can do the raffle thing. Don't have to be a sub, but do have to be a follower. And we will be doing raffle things right now. Let's see. We gave out a thing. I'll start increasing the number, how often I do raffle stuff here. I need to have something. Let me look and see. Trying to think. Let me make sure I don't have anything exposed here that I shouldn't have exposed. I click around on stuff. It's always my fear because I do capture multiple different monitors on this. But that's always my fear, is the showing something I shouldn't be showing. Okay, it looks like that's fine. And you'll notice my face going different colors, different brightness levels, different everything, because my monitors are basically all that illuminates me here. I should turn on the light a little bit, get a little more light. And then the camera will adjust. There we go. Now we're professionals. But I should be doing something for people if you buy Kodo package. That's what we used to do. Oh, and happy bump day. That means nothing to you guys. That only means something to people on the team. But happy bump day is on the 6th of every month. That's when a large number of subs, like 200 something subs, fall on that particular day versus any other. And that's all left over from people who, when we first announced the rewards program stuff, it was on the 6th of a month. So that's when we got the most subscriptions, and a lot of those people years later are still on that day. So, but anyway, so this is Happy Bump Day. But I should be having something where if somebody buys a Kodo bundle, we do a giveaway. We do an extra giveaway. All right, Fox. And right now, this Fox again he's a tier 1 trivial Fox, and I think he does have Damon was saying he had an animation issue. I'll have to look at it. I think he kind of bounces around neat like. I think his concern was that he looked funny. Oh, that's no good. His concern was he does like a little bouncy thing. That he ran fast and funny. But anyways, I might hook up a koala bear later. We'll see. A koala bear and a goat were two of the ones I was thinking about hooking up. I might hook that up later on stream, because my goal is to actually do some work here on stream in a bit. Let's see. All right, let's see. I showed off some lines. I showed off some flexible placement stuff. I showed off, for those who were, I'll show this off again real quick. I won't spend as much time on it. But since I now see I'm up to 75 viewers or so, and I think I only had like 10 or 20. This is, we'd promised, we haven't done a new house, like a widespread house. We did the Lord of the Isle house a year or so ago. We haven't done a new house in 2 years probably, like a real set of new houses. And we'd promised when we got the we got the Castle Atos set up, that we would use that same architecture and do a village house or two, townhouse and a city house. So this is the Early Rough by Travis. This should be live for this release, by the way. But this is the Early Rough by Travis that has now been handed off to Damon for that set. So this is actually a village-sized house. Again, it does not have to go on a village-sized lot. We were just discussing that this is going to be it'll almost feel like a row lot, turning a village house into a row lot, into a row house style where it's all just like roof to roof, side to side, with just a small gap between them. But this was his first mock-up. Damon is now taking a pass on it for windows, clean up some of the geometry, and build in some deco surfaces. But this is going to be officially a village-sized house. But it will go fine on a town-sized lot, and on a village-sized lot, it basically takes up the whole darn thing. And again, there's still a few more quirks to work out in this guy, but it's already getting pretty close. And this is one of those challenges I was talking about earlier, that just trying to come up with ways to get people from one floor to another in smallish houses. This is not by any means a small house, but you can waste a lot of floor space on big stairs. Trying to come up with systems, stuff that looks good and works is always a challenge. But anyways, this is the Early Rough for it. I agree, this looks like dwarf stuff. We need dwarves. Let's see. Why does the top look rotated? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. This is one of the things that still needs to be worked out, is there's actually a big deck down there. And this is one of the things they're going to have to work out once this gets a little closer, is coming up with some way to get people to this deck. I think there's probably going to be a ladder hole cut in here, so a ladder will bring you up here. This is like prime party spot. You can imagine if you're in a town where this let out, things are high enough up, you can probably see out over many other people's houses. Lots of good deco space out here. But anyways, this one should be live for this next release. Let's see, I'm reading up on your stuff there. How do I find my town? It was placed at the start of episode 2. I know it was. What is the name of your town, Amber? I can go look. I don't think I have a way to search by governor. If you know what the town name is, I can tell you what its status is. On the count page, it shows blank. That's probably one. This is a work day for the rest of the team, so probably within the next hour or so, Sanyo will be up and he can give me the update on that. He's basically the owner of pot stuff. Let's see, I'm just going to take some random guesses here on names. There's a Virat Chaos, Organized Chaos Sanctum, and Virat Chaos Decimus. Chaos Caverns, those are the only pots with chaos in there. Radio City. Let's see, Radio City is something in Elven about Darkstar. Ooh. Anyways, I'll find that for you once Sanyo gets up. He can look that up for you. I can probably go and find it, but that's not going to be very good stream content because I'll have to like go and read the docs on it and find, I forget where the governors get defined and all that jazz. So we'll take care of you this morning. We'll find that for you. We'll go do a quick tour for you. And if it's not on there, we'll figure out why and get it on there for the next patch or the next update. We're probably at the point now where pot changes, possibly, they might be able to go in for a patch now. But I think we can actually get a pot. I'm trying to think. We haven't added the new scenes, that stuff. There's always integration problems. The further we get into a release, the more challenges we have with adding content that might have tendrils that sneak out into other stuff. Pots are actually fairly self-contained, but adding a completely new pot can be a little difficult. We should be able to get that in now. I don't think we've had any scene information changes. So if it's not in there, we'll get it in, probably get it in for a patch. The sales today, that reminds me, I should have a list up in front of me. I remind you guys to go buy stuff at the sales or at the sale before the sale ends today. I will say also that Christmas is coming. I think it's always so weird. This is like the time of year where I think one year we just did like a non-stop sale from like Black Friday through the end of the year. But there'll be some type of sale at Christmas. I can't guarantee it'll have all the exact same stuff. So, but there'll definitely be some kind of sale at Christmas. But the sale is ending. The plan right now is at noon, the rapid fire sales end. Those are the every 2 hours instead of once a day, the sale list changes. That may actually become the thing, is that we speed up the sales rather than being every day, that they're like every 6 hours or something. For those who didn't know, the actual logic behind that was set because we had a limited number of store items and we couldn't do more rapid fire stuff without causing like some problems internally with just how the logic worked. But now we have enough items in the store, thanks to Elgarion adding a ton of things, that we should be able to turn that sales stuff down, either do 2 pages all the time, 2 pages of sales, or turning it to be like every 6 hours it changes. I don't know. I don't think we can do 2 hours endlessly. But anyways, the sale will end today at noon in terms of the rapid fire sales. The crown sale, the episode 2 sale, the pot sale, the character slot sale, that will end at whenever I end the stream. The deed upgrade sale requires a patch publish for the client and the server. And so I have not started that patch yet. So that will happen probably tomorrow morning-ish. So if you're looking at deed stuff, that'll probably be until tomorrow morning until that goes away. But yeah, rapid fire sales would be great. Often miss out 2 hour flash sales. Yeah, that's one of the things we've talked about also, is that maybe something we look at doing for Christmas is just doing like it would be short if we did it, but like maybe a 72 hour everything's on sale all at once sale. But currently we don't have a way to support that. Now I do know a way I can support that data wise. It's just pretty tedious. So have 2 hour longer. Yeah, and again, I'm planning on doing for the Christmas sale. We'll see what we're doing. I mean, that's one of the things I've talked about is doing a 12 days of Christmas sale where every day we add something new or do something. But I haven't worked out the details. We're going to have a meeting tomorrow to talk through that type of stuff. That and also get caught up on tigers and cats so we can make sure those guys are on track. And also the house. Getting at least that guy done. Let's see. Other stuff to talk about here. Of course, I got a ton of things. I think I sent out an email this morning. Hey, there's somebody buying something right now. I wonder if they're in the stream. But let's see. I could do a... What's a Christmas thing that's... let me look real quick, see if I can find a Christmas... why am I trying to... clicking, I do this all the time. You have like the stream capture where it's showing what's actually being shown to the players, and I always try to play the game through it, so I'm clicking on the Streamlabs desktop OBS thing rather than actually playing the game. Let's see, is there a holiday thing that I could give away here anytime somebody buys something? What could I give away? Snowman mask. I'm looking for something that everybody wants. I could do a Yule gift Christmas box 3-pack. This is going to be tedious to give away. Oh, it's so tedious. How about this? We'll give away a... You know what? I think I'm going to hold off because it's going to be a lot of work to give that stuff out and confusing behind the scenes. That's, again, as I'm looking at 12 Days of Christmas, and we're also looking at 12 Days of Christmas sales, looking at all the stuff that we could do to improve our sales process, like having multiple pages. Vendor management love. Yeah, that's one of those things that I know it doesn't affect a ton of people, but for a lot of you guys who are out there setting up, I know it's nightmarish. That's one that I've said what I want to do, and I can talk with Devil Colt if he gets done with his stuff. Maybe he can add it, but if not, I can add it. I actually started all the Lewis stuff and wrote all the initial Lewis stuff, even though I've tried to turn that over to Devil Colt now and let him be the Lua man. But making some Lewis stuff, so basically you can manage, spreadsheet manage stuff. And much easier editing for that. Basically a button to export to a spreadsheet and then a button to import from a spreadsheet is what I would love. But just even some of the basic simple stuff would be so much better. Alexander Soda about vendors. Can we have a subscribe button on vendors so we get notified by PM in mail when that vendor gets updated? We do actually have some email stuff that we do on the project. Like we have an email server that gets sent out. It is fairly fragile. I can tell you it was broken for a couple days and didn't send stuff out just recently, again, because of the server upgrade things. We try not to send too many emails on it because we always risk it's actually coming from our I think it comes from our URL. Like it's basically, I'm trying to remember what they call that record, but basically it's on our email record, and if we get too spammy with things, then we start getting flagged as a spam. I'm sure we already are in by a lot of different people, but if we get flagged as spam, it can cause the other emails to be less likely to go through. And we get added to spam records. So we try not to send too many emails. But in-game mails could work. I think that might get sort of spammy too. I wish we just had an interface for it, for that type stuff. Again, that's one of those things. What I'd really love is because everybody wants something a little bit different, but what would be awesome is if we could expose just enough data so some of you guys out there could create tools and pages. Oh, don't switch. Because I know there's guys out there like Felden, Grimshaw, and some others who are doing some amazing stuff with the Lua stuff, especially with the updates we've been adding to it. But yeah, it'd be great if you could have something. The challenge is doing constant, like doing a lot of updates on stuff. If you're looking for something where you get an email when someone adds stuff, like we got to then go through and figure out the rules for like, do we do this? It would have to be like once a day. If we did it every time it was somebody added something, you know how you guys do on vendor management. Sometimes you'll put up 100 items. Can't imagine getting 100 emails. Yeah, there's going to have to be, it's not as simple as that sounds. I think that, again, the better option is finding some way to turn it over to you guys via web page or Lua plugin or something. And yeah, like a daily digest would be good. But yeah, I mean, it'd be great if you could just have an in-game interface, but then that would be everybody and you'd be subscribing to hundreds, and it's scary. It'd need a lot of thought, I think, is kind of the summary on that, is having an automated notification system. I do agree it would be great, and probably be great for you guys in terms of sales too. But anyways, I haven't done the 8 o'clock giveaway, so let me do that. It's 8:30 now, so I'm going to do 2 drawings. If you're not already in there, I'm going to do 2 drawings, and then I'm going to wipe the list, and you'll have to do a re-raffle. Let me get what I'm doing for this drawing. I think I'm going to do it's that time of year, at least for some people. So let's do give away a big Christmas tree, like maybe a large Yule tree. Large Yule tree 2016. And then the second thing, we will give away a village house of some sort. Because everybody should have a village deed, right? I know you all did the quest, right? Right? Since a lot of you probably already have something, we'll give away this ring of stones, just because that's kind of something that has its multi-purpose, in that it can be used, just to add flavor to a town, because everybody has a few spare lots and it can be used as a cool deco thing. So we will be giving away the Ring of Stones village home. Okay, so first one up is going to be the large Yule tree, and then we'll do the Ring of Stones. Doot 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 doot. And while I'm waiting for you guys to do the raffle, let me remind you, sales end when my stream ends, or noon, whichever comes first. I said I'd stream until my eyes bled, or until 4 o'clock, expecting my eyes to bleed first. All right, let's see. Here we go. It is open. We got 77. You guys ready? Here we go. If you are new on the stream, all you have to do is follow to be able to raffle and get in on this. If you're not a player of the game, that's fine. You can let me know who you are. Go make a character, download the game, install it while I stream, and I'll send you the stuff when you get in. Here we go. First winner. This is for the large Yule tree. Goes to Ziziva. Ziziva. If you can tell me who you are in game, if it is Ziziva, congratulations, but you have a large Christmas tree to put wherever you want to. I think that's one that probably can be used as a lot deco and a pot deco, so enjoy. And then the next one, the Ring of Stones home. You guys ready for that one? And Ziziva, or use Ziziva in game. If you are, I'll just send it to Ziziva. And here we go. I'm going to do the next one. You guys ready? perfect. Yeah, I will usually go and find people. Gel Gymos. All right, Ring of Stones is going to Dell. I will find you. All right, this is the Ring of Stones is going to. Hey, Denharu Live. I know you can use that as a decoration. I am resetting the list now, so you will need to resubscribe if you want to get in on the 9 o'clock. I'm so far behind always. The 9 o'clock prizes. And Denharu is the winner of the Ring of Stones. Again, makes a great lot deco, pot deco, or home. Actually, that one can't use it as your lot deco because it takes the place of a house. But that'll be one that will be turned into, or can be turned into a deco house, the free placement deco eventually. All right. I have not opened the giveaway yet. You guys are wasting your time. Sorry. Now you can. Oh, and I'll do the old thing I used to do, which is Horatius Marcellus, Gloin 666, Winfield Pax Lair, Treasure Pile, and Tanleal are the first 5 in. Again, if you were in that early section before the giveaway for something cool has started, you probably should raffle up again. That drawing will be around 8 o'clock, except I am late, always. So probably a little later than that. It's 8:35. I can't believe my 7-year-old's not up yet. She's been doing a thing. She reads until 11 at night. Every night, which my wife and I go to bed. We're asleep by 10 o'clock usually. Maxine stays up and reads. But she is reading like crazy, like 5 books a day. Not big books, but you know, like Diary of a Wimpy Kid type books. She's reading that stuff like mad. We are exhausting our local library. That is, I used to go once a week because we can reserve 21 books and they'll pull 21 books for us. And then I just basically walk in, dump in last week's books, grab the new ones. But now we're up to twice a week. I have to go pick up 21 books for her twice a week. So 42 books a week. Some educational, a lot of fantasy reading though, so. Let's see, what was the other stuff I was going to do here? Let me look at my email because I'm pretty sure I spammed myself. Hey, Avatars Radio, thank you very much for the purchase, and we will find your home. Let's see. If you are new, this would be a great day to become a rewards member. Again, I think we're going to be giving away a little tiny kitty cat. A baby lion for the next rewards, probably. But if you get in today is officially bump day, and you can be part of the bump. And then it looks like you've been a subscriber forever because you're on the original day when we had the thing. So let me find things. Let's see. I said I was going to show movable health bars. Check. Also showed scalable health bars. Check, check. That's not actually in yet, but it will be. In some form. New house option, I showed that. Check, check. Player dungeon. I think I've got to log in if I'm going to show off a player dungeon. This is something, there's going to be a few more improvements to this. They may not make this release just because, again, it's a short release with a lot of stuff already going on. I'm not sure which server I'm connecting to right now, but I guess it should be on QA. I should just go to show it on QA rather than showing the editor. But anyways, the dungeon interface was, again, one of those pragmatic designs is the friendly way I would say it. In that it was functional, but it was never intended to handle the number of versions of things that are eventually came in there. So trying to place dungeon pieces became a nightmare in terms of that little interface of you click the link to add a piece, and then you have to like right arrow, left arrow through. So for this next release, it will be, you can just click a piece in your inventory and it'll select it for the piece. So you can basically just keep your inventory up, filter it to whatever you want to, and then when you select it, it'll select it for your dungeon. Let me see. I think I may have a dungeon on QA, but let me get my QA version up. And again, this is if you patch up QA, this will be the version you would see too. So I actually got that live. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. You guys are getting to see the PvP chatter talk. Wonder what I had on there. Let's see. Us discussing whether or not to kill off the ability to spawn instances of any scene except for pots and make it so it's only some scenes can be spawned as instances. I think what was on that one. You guys don't need to see that. Let me do this. Actually, let me do this first. It's probably on this one. Na 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 na. Oh, and I said I was going to do some singing here in a bit, so let me get this music off. I have to do a song. I owe John Marcus 2, so you can thank him for 2 songs. One from the last stream. I was going to sing on my way out. I got too distracted talking about stuff, and the next person, I think I was saying all sorts of great things about Coswald and what a great streamer he was and how bad I was. And then I got cut off before I actually got to sing the song. Reminder that our QA, if you ever get on QA and you see some things take longer but some things are faster, our QA setup is different from our live setup, and that our QA lives all on one server, but it's a very weak server, which we intentionally have it as a low performance server for testing reasons. But something we discovered actually with the vendor list is that it does some things faster than our live server. Which has had us questioning whether or not we need to restructure some things on live. But basically the things it does different is it has the database, QA has the database. Be quiet, music. QA has the databases running local all on that same machine. So it has the database on the same machine as the server, as the same things to log in, and that I believe is what made some things faster. Like the pulling up the vendor list on QA is actually faster than it is on live, and I think that's just that microseconds of extra delay between having it as the same box and having it as multiple different hardware boxes talking to each other over a network connection. So that's something we can look at changing in the future to make the live more like QA, since we actually see a performance thing. But right now our hardware doesn't really fit it. Again, QA is a pretty wimpy machine, but it does pretty well. So, but anyways, that's one thing we're looking at, because it will dramatically improve the performance of the vendor list. And again, that's one of those things, that's a very visible performance thing, the vendor list, because it pulls up and it tries to open up, in some cities, 10,000, 20,000 items that have to get pulled from the database and streamed over to your client. But there's probably a lot of other stuff that is, we'd save those same milliseconds, microseconds per thing we have to talk about to the database if we moved it to the local ones. There may be other things that aren't as obvious, but they may speed up as well. So definitely considering it. And this was not the right guy to log in with. For those who don't know, our QA builds, as I'm looking here at that head, that is a magenta head. Don't call it pink. It's not pink. It's magenta. That is the sign of a bad shader, bad material reference. And that's caused there's a bug in Unity build process that if we don't do full clean builds, if we try to do incremental builds, after the second or third build, we'll start getting these bad material references. Supposedly that's something that is fixed in later versions of Unity, but right now we have to do full builds for live whenever we want to make sure it's clean, because after 3 or 4 incremental builds, which are faster, which is what I always do for QA, we start to get this type of stuff, where we'll start having some magenta materials because we're getting some bad material references. Since this is a dev stream, funny story, one of the early games I did, and I think it may actually still be the best selling game I ever did, which brings me much sadness, is a game called Barbie Riding Club. I know. But anyways, that was one of those things, this magenta color, in case you're wondering why it's magenta and why I know it's magenta. Magenta is used in just all over the games industry. It could be anything, but everybody uses magenta because it's not a color that happens anywhere. But it's 255-0255. That's the RGB value for it. So that's 100% blue intensity and 100% red intensity, no green. If you have that, then that's what you get, is that magenta color. I know you can't really, it doesn't feel like you can see the blue in there. So it doesn't feel like 255 blue, like full blue, but that is what full blue, full red looks like. So really it's more the absence of green is what it is. But anyways, that's usually used as a chroma key because where in nature are you going to see that color? It's like you don't get a 255-0255 thing. But one of the early games I did was Barbie Riding Club. Guess what color most of Barbie's stuff was? Right there, magenta. So anyway, so Barbie was a problem because of your daughter played that. That was one of my earlier. I think that was the 3rd computer game company I was at. But that was actually one of my favorite computer game companies. Was a company called Human Code that got acquired by a .com. It was a VC funded company, and I don't know if you guys know how VC works, but VCs do not want to have companies that just exist and make a little money here and there. So the VCs actually pushed Human Code to either go public, get acquired, or go broke. And so along the way, they got acquired by Sapient because those are the .com crash time. And Sapient was a big web developer at the time. But anyways, and they ended up killing the game. Damn you, Sapient. But anyways, it's a really cool company. That was one of the games I did there. There's a bunch of different stuff there. The pirate ship game. I'm sure you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to pull it up. This is another one. Here's Pirate Quest. I'll make you guys watch it. Or I'll make you guys watch this while I go to get a refill on coffee. This is another one I did at that company, which is, it was an interactive pirate. This is, by the way, this is 1999. So you're talking, it worked on Windows 95, was the target platform. Trying to remember what the memory footprint was for it, but it was tiny. Everything was 2D, and I had to hand render stuff in 2D for kids. There's like a little ocean stuff, but basically you use the physical toy. Oh, that's an annoying sound. You use the physical toy to play with the characters, and wherever you moved them on the pirate ship, it hooked up through a USB port, or not a USB port, a serial port, pardon me. It hooked up through a serial port. You can actually see the serial port thing there. But wherever you put the kids on the pirate ship, that's where they'd be in the game. I could detect where they were in the game. It had a grid. Again, it's a dev stream. Show off some of that stuff and talk dev stuff. Yeah, that actually had a grid of wires on the deck. The little characters had a little coil of wire that we had in the bottom that had a tiny capacitor in it. A little resistor and capacitor and different coil lengths, so we could tell which puck was which puck. And the deck of the ship had a grid of wires in it that would pulse little charges to it, and the little coil of wire in the base of the pucks would pick that up and echo it back, and we could tell where it was based on the strengths in the wire. Sweet, right? But anyways, that won a bunch of awards. It's a really cool toy, and I think it sold about 50 copies. I've told that sad story before, but it was the problem with it was not the toy. It was actually a great game. Like I said, I won a bunch of awards for just creativity and all sorts of stuff, but it didn't sell any copies because at the time, all the toy stores said we don't want to sell it because it's a toy or it's a piece of software, and if we sell software, we have to support software, so we don't sell software. And then the software stores said we don't want to sell a toy that takes up way too much shelf space. So they never could, the company who I made that for could never find anyone to actually sell it. And they ended up selling it exclusively online, which in 1998 or 99 was not a very big audience. Hey, AJ Bluffer, first time viewer, already getting in for the prizes. Elwin Moon, so like the puck system, yeah, that was pretty similar to that. Again, this had to be something you think about, like a toy like that was going to sell for $49 with the software and the toy. You had to make it super duper cheap, find ways to keep everything cheap. So let's see, we're already getting close to the next time there. Oh, I was going to show off dungeon stuff, but I can't seem to find a dungeon I have placed. So let me log off with this guy. Thought I had one placed there. Is that not me? Oh no, you know what? It's only going to be on live that I have that. But anyways, the dungeon interface has been updated so you can select pieces by clicking the piece in your inventory rather than having to go through that list. And if you just select it in your inventory, then it will auto-select it for the place. I built a little dungeon out and it went like 10 times as fast as it did with the other version, especially if you have like hundreds of different piece types. It's a nightmare. Yeah, Elwin Moon, the boat thing, in addition to like having that part, it also had the telescope could be turned, and that was actually built in. That was mechanical. There's a hidden puck that went like underneath the board down through the telescope pole, so when you turn the telescope, we could tell where that was going. Same thing with the cannon. You could tell where the cannon was pointed, and then there was a button, but all those things worked on, like the button worked with, it had its own puck, and when you pressed it, we could detect that it got closer to the board. So fun times on all that stuff. And then there was a steering wheel that worked the same way, that you turned it and had a little gear that went underneath, and this is all in plastic, and somehow those things didn't break. Skylanders. Yeah, again though, this was, I forget what the minimum spec was, but it was like Windows 95 was the target platform. I want to say it was 512 megs of RAM was your minimum memory size. It may have been less than that. That actually sounds really high. Oh look, there's computer history stuff on it. Windows 95, let's see, 32 megs of RAM. Not gigs of RAM, not 32 gigs, 32 megs of RAM is what we had to work with. And that had to handle, and you had to have a 1 meg video card. Oh yeah, looks like they have it in a museum somewhere. Neat. Anyways, let me go get my coffee. Go get a coffee refill, and actually I kind of need some breakfast here. I'm going to throw something in the toaster oven too. And when I come back, we will continue on this. I think I'm going to dive into dungeon building now. Let me get to despair. I've got a couple different ideas. Hirumorna. Let me find that. Make sure that's in there. Hirumorna. So I do not see that name in the live list of maps, which probably means it's not out there for some reason. I have no idea why it wouldn't be out there, but we'll find out once Sanyo gets up. My guess is like it's all set to go, but there's still some part you didn't finish up, and as soon as you do, then it'll get turned on, it'll get added in. So Yeah, I don't see the town in there, and it's not in our scene info. This is how we define everything. It's our scene info file, but yeah, so it probably didn't get completely finished up. So yeah, I don't see it in there, but yeah, we'll get that taken care of and figure out what's going on. Let's see. And yeah, it's great seeing you back, Amber Rain. I know you were dealing with some life challenges in terms of some health stuff. Glad to see all that's hopefully in a better spot. And yeah, this has been great seeing a lot of old players come back over the past 2 months-ish. I think word finally got out. It's finally getting out that things are actually getting pretty cool. And some people are finding their way back to the game. We've seen it in our numbers as well. Our numbers have been rising in terms of DAU and MAU. But also it's rising in terms of new players, but it's also rising in terms of players who are returning who have more than 2,000 hours, I think is one of the spots I have on my graph. So it shows bars for who's played, how many players are on that are 2,000 plus hours. There's a lot of 2,000 plus hour players out there who've been coming back. So I am going to be fixing some stuff in the Bard stuff, killing Ogress. That is on my short list for this release. Again, this is a short release. January release is when a lot of stuff will get done. But there's going to be a few things that'll probably change for the Bard stuff. Yes, there will be probably some nerfs. But a few things will probably change for the Bard stuff here shortly. But let me get... Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to pull up Despair so you guys can see Despair. Because that is probably where I'm going to be spending a few hours this morning, is trying to add on to Despair. Steam says you have 10.2. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a lot of players out there who are 10. And I'm sure, that, of course, now some of those early day hours should be counted like double or triple, because now players can stay AFK and usually stay online for 2 or 3 days at a time. So that'll probably be exploding in terms of the number of hours, people with hours. They'll become less meaningful. But let's see. So this, oh, you guys are not seeing what I'm seeing. Sorry, hold on. Got to get used to which one I'm using. Hey, thank you very much, EJ Bluffer. Since you have followed, now you can do the raffle. If you're not following, you can't do the raffle. So raffle up. And I'll be doing a giveaway here when I get out. Let me turn off the light. So this is what Despair looks like, in case you guys are wondering what some of these maps look like from the outside. This is what Despair looks like from the outside. Again, when you're in here, you're used to seeing stuff more like this. Running through despair, but this is what it looks like on the outside. This was one of Travis's maps. Not his oldest, not his newest, but he does a good job. He's like, you can see in this one, we frequently will blend in some of these big cave scenes. We'll blend terrain in with geometry. Sorry for all those crazy colors and things out there. Yeah, but stuff like this, just as, you know, using geometry would be crazy trying to do ground like that and get the quality. So we use terrain, and then we mix in some stuff with similar textures, the same textures. So it all feels together and organic. You know, so we'll even use the same textures on the terrain and try to get the same, roughly the same scale as some of the edge pieces there, so we can blend them in. But my plan was, I think Travis wanted me to come over here and expand some stuff off of Despair. build an expansion. So that's one option. I might do that. I might also go do an expansion of Tartarus. I'll let you guys discuss. Oh wait. Yeah, Nerd versus Jim. I'm here listening for you if you ever have any feedback on stuff. Again, everybody wants everything now, and we really are making 3 or 4 games. Obviously we're making one game, but we're making it for 3 or 4 audiences, so it gets tough. It's challenging to set priorities on things. Because, if you look at all the different audiences, there's like, kind of the role-playing audience, there's deco audience, there's people who use this as, almost purely as a community place to get together and both chat and talk. Again, that kind of goes into the role playing, but a lot of those people are really here for community. We have some people who do in-game mental health stuff. We have the standard PvE exploration type players. We have the PvP audience. We have the quest audience. I think the people, unfortunately, who will probably be least satisfied, I mean, I could go through and rank them, but it's the people who will be least satisfied are the people who are heavily focused on stuff that has a high cost per unit to create. And that, unfortunately, is quest people. And when I talk about cost per unit, that is when we're looking at things, we have to weigh stuff as to how many hours of work does it take to make an hour of content for players. And all those different numbers, all those different things have very, very different numbers to them in terms of the conversion. Making a scene like this may take in the neighborhood of 200 hours to create it, but you can see that 200 hours, it could easily get 2,000 or 20,000 hours of playtime, and it has playtime over and over, and its replayability and looking at that stuff. PvP, until recently we've spent very, very little time on PvP. But in terms of its replayability, I mean, it's obviously infinite replayable. So PvP time's high. Quest time is where things get tough. The amount of time it takes to make an hour of content of quest is massive. And then it's also, you have kind of 2 different audiences. The amount of time it takes to make an hour of quest, if you're playing it old school style, where you don't go on the internet and just find a guide telling you how to do stuff, that's not too terribly horrible in terms of how much time. But if you're one of those players who, I want a quest line and then I'm just going to get on the internet, find a guide and burn through that thing as fast as possible, well, that's like the most expensive content we could ever make. So, but anyways, totally understand. We are doing new quest stuff. We are doing basically everything, but I think quest, even though quest time it's more than its fair share of developer time spent on it, it's still the thing that probably feels like there's the least amount of new stuff going into it. Some of that is also because, we work on building stuff up and saving stuff up for releases, and we can't. Like when we were doing the initial storyline, we only showed tiny parts of it until it was really all ready, and then we, had that stuff living on QA. So, yeah, in episode 2, again, a lot of this stuff, including episode 2, selling episode 2 and how that stuff works, kind of predates when I was the guy that said, here's what we're doing. Now I'm the guy that says, here's what we're doing, but I'm trying to live up to all old promises, including I just sent off a couple more boxes to people. I know one's going to arrive today for the old pledge boxes. Now, that's one of those things that unfortunately is just about to an end because I'm just about out of boxes. But I have tried to take care of those people, especially people who are still playing the game all these years later, but just never got their box. I don't want those people to have that thorn in their side of like the game, but I'm still pissed because I didn't get my box. Totally get it. But anyways, this is one option, is expand on this stuff. And then the other one, I may avoid expanding on this just because I'm not as familiar with the art style and the art pieces. Travis has done a lot of custom stuff in here, so I may not expand on that. I may just go expand Tartarus because I'm very familiar with that. John Marcus, why do we keep adding names to the Domesday book? I think that's people who, again, I just had someone yesterday, for example, who I got up and I was in the morning doing some support and I saw someone ask a question on global chat. And I replied to him, like gave him a whisper as to, you know, I think they were looking for the rewards and they couldn't find the rewards and people helped him out and I answered another question for him. And then it turned out after talking to him, it was someone who bought the game like during Kickstarter and never played. So I don't think there's not a way to get your name in the Domesday book now, but there's still some old people who should have had their name in it all along who are just now discovering the game. A lot of people got either the state of the game in the early days was something that turned them off, or they fell for a lot of the false toxicity around the game and never really gave it a try. Whatever the reason, there's still some people who bought the original thing, just never got their name in the Domesday book. So if you see new names going in, that's why. Like Kyle 980, never submitted anything for his Kickstarter. So that's, again, there's people out there like that. We're not selling Domesday. I don't think you get a Domesday for buying anything. It's just there's some old people who never got their name in it. So if you're one of those people and you want to get your day in the Domesday book, need to get your name in the graveyard or whatever, you can do it. Ooh, Carrie, yeah, that's for those who don't know, if you're on a platter drive, God bless you if you're playing our game. We do as much as we can in terms of asset loading speed and background loading and stuff like that, but there's still you have this challenge of a way a lot of games are made is you have a scene and we're just going to bake that whole scene together, and that lets you like optimize everything's static, everything that's going to be in that scene, and it loads it fast because you can actually load it like, here it is, let me zoom it straight over into memory. That's not us because we have 400 scenes, and so we actually, let me pick this up when I get back. I'm going to go get some more coffee and then we need to do a drawing, but I'll pick up that thread on how we do some of that stuff as a developer thing, and then I'm going to go over and look at Tartarus and figure out what we're going to work on. But I will be back in 5. Oh, that probably didn't sound good to you guys. I just bumped the microphone with my mug. So let me get a coffee break. You guys can take a coffee break too. Let me do the update the text here. Quick coffee break. Coffee and snack break. Back by 9:15 a.m. to do prizes. And bam and bam. Trying to find something to leave on screen that's somewhat interesting, so in case new people come along while I'm gone. It always scares me. My daughter prints stuff out for her schoolwork. She homeschools, and we have online and offline stuff. She does several programs for online, and then she has stuff that's offline. When she hits those, she has to print them out. But when the printer heats up, it's a laser printer. And I must draw like, 20 amps or something because every light around here flickers. But it also makes the UPS on my computer go bling. Scares the crap out of me. But anyways, I'm going to go grab some quick food, maybe get the waffle or something. I'm not sure what I'm going to eat this morning. And I'll be back in less than 10 minutes. To do prizes, of course. I'll turn this off so you don't have to listen to the printer printing. 1 second. No waffle, it is a little nut bar. It took a couple minutes longer than I expected. We're still, for those who saw the last stream, Maxine came in crying because her favorite fish, my wife's favorite fish, totally, it's not a big fish. It's but we call them pretties just because they're so pretty. But it is still with us, but it is still struggling. It has, for those who know fishy stuff, it has a swim bladder problem. And yeah, I've tried peas, I've tried Epsom salts, I've tried multiple different medicines, Furan and other stuff. It's always had bloat problems. So it's been living with a bloat problem for probably a year, but it got worse. I think it really just wore down the fish, but it is we call them pretties because this is what it looks like. That pretty blue fish there. But they're super duper social. Get fairly large. That is a blue Galaris killifish. But they're not just pretty. They're also like one of the most social fish. Like if you go up to the glass, this fish would come up and talk to you, just smile at you. Sit there and they do. It's funny. They look like they're smiling. They have their little blue lips. Let's see. Oh, dog needs to be covered up. Do. Da-na-na-na-da-da-na-da. All right. What was that thing I was going to talk about? Oh, yeah. So the way we have to build our data packages for loading is we can't just have 400 unique maps. We've actually tried that before, and the install for the game cranks up to about 32 gigs, 34, and that was a while back, so it'd be even bigger than that now. That would improve our loading speeds, but basically, the loading speed issues generally all deal with platter drives and seek times when you talk about breaking up all the assets. So we actually build things into multiple different bundles. So our real focus has rather been on trying to make platter drives work well. Is been on making sure we minimize patch sizes. And that is done through, we have different categories of things. Is this like a VFX for spells? Is this like a bundle for characters, for the player characters, a bundle for NPCs? Is it different sets of bundles for decos? We have all those type of things that we can minimize the patch size. And then we also have another process that goes through, finds the common things, stuff that are common throughout maps, because we have a lot of stuff that gets used in, 20 maps. Some can get used in 40 maps or 100 maps. But finding those common things and then adding a list of stuff to add to that's things we want to preload. And those things all get thrown in different bundles. If they have enough references throughout the entire game, then they get thrown into a bundle that we preload. That's a pretty small set of things, but we preload those things like when you start the game. That's when you go to the start screen and you're waiting like, what is going on here? What's happening here? That's us preloading all those bundles. But anyways, the short version is if you're a platter drive user, I'm sorry. You can play the game, but your performance will be horrible. Even just a bad SSD drive will give you 10 times the performance for our game because we do not serialize all the levels as they are loaded. It has to skip around. I have been informed that Amber, all you need to do is go lock the form, and you will have a pot there, is what I believe. That is coming from somebody who I will not name because I don't know if they want people to know, but apparently that's known. It's just you didn't lock the form. I think things were in a weird state with you at that time, so not that it hasn't been in a weird state for everybody in the world for the last almost 2 years now. Hey, we got a new automatic profile. That's good. You guys, you can feel like you're part of the bump. Super old timer. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Is anybody who doesn't use sub? Oh, we got 2 of them. There we go. Let's see. Let's go look at Tartarus again. Despair needs some loving more than Tartarus needs some loving in terms of getting some players in there. I worry about adding content to that because it's a level I'm not that familiar with. For those who don't know, Tartarus, this is a map that I built almost completely on stream. It is, and that's kind of what I was doing today. We've had a few things that get added onto it over time. And Keith Sanyo has been adding to it as well. 2 times experience is off. I don't think it's supposed to be off. Let me see if I can get this, figure out what's up with that, if sanity check you. No, I don't think that 2x. Ooh, you just got a server patch. Why'd you get a server patch? Let me go check the team chat. Yep. He did. I'm fixing it. Thank you for the heads up. There we go. All right, you guys should be back to double experience and 100K login. Yeah, new patch was pushed out. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see. So anyways, Tartarus here, for those who haven't been in here. It's got a number of spaces. And again, I really just created this over a period of like 3 or 4 mornings. I know some of you actually were there because I see John Marcus there. And actually, I was trying to remember, John Marcus was talking to me about something. And I think he dropped like 10,000 bits or something. So actually, if you go look in here, I think I helped him with something, but there's a mob in there that's named Captain Marcus. Now you know where that came from. That's John Marcus. Again, I was streaming in the morning. I needed a name for something, and he had just given me a bunch of bits for helping him with something. Always munching. Hey, that was my... I got up at 4 o'clock. Oh, here's one I want to complain about on air. Well, I'm looking to fill time for the next who knows how many hours. There's a new iPhone patch yesterday, iOS patch. And one of the things added in there is like you can add some health stuff in there. And then so it's like, you should set up your health stuff. And I'm like, sure, I'll set up my health stuff. Like not knowing what I was doing. And it had me set a when do you sleep? And I was like 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock, 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. to 4 p.m. That's when I want my quiet times to be. And I was thinking this would just be for don't let my phone ring during that time. Don't wake me up with like junk in the middle of the night. Because I have always set that manually by myself. each night I just put it into sleep mode whenever I'm going to sleep, my phone, which makes it so people can still get a hold of me, but you have to call me or text me twice, I think is what it generally does. But anyways, I thought this was just going to do the same thing automatically. But at 4 o'clock this morning, I was actually awake in bed, looking up at the ceiling, just about ready to get up. And my phone alarm goes off because it wants to wake me up at 4 a.m. because that's when I said I got up. Like, this is for my health? Let me sleep in. Why would you do that? Why would you have something on there? I wasn't trying to set a wake-up alarm, so anyways, woke up the our wife. But whoever made that decision, horrible decision. And again, forgive the performance here. This is in editor. And it's also, I've got like 2 clients open in 3 game windows and 2 scene windows and everything else. But this is a place I'm sure a lot of you know. Which is the Tartarus Maze. And again, this is when I look for stuff. I'm not a world builder. I mean, I've built a lot of the maps in the game. I won't say a lot. I will say a few of the maps in the game I've built. So I look for stuff I can do as a non-world builder that I can make look decent and focus on gameplay. This is one of the ones I built. Again, forgive the frame rate. This is just because I'm playing it in editor. And look for odd game mechanics that work well. So this was the Tartarus Maze. Well, let's see. So I'm not going to expand there. Let me pause that. Come back over here. I think the Tartarus Maze is totally fine. And again, I know that's a high activity spot in terms of just heat maps. There's a key to do screenshots in game. You guys remember what it is? Like F11 or something like that? Yeah, F11 is the default. I think you can reassign that, but you can do, I think, like F10 or F9 will turn off UI and stuff. Oop of the Veil is on it. Oh my goodness, Steam discussions. I try to avoid Steam discussions. Winfield. I think our Steam reviews, anytime I say this, our Steam reviews will plummet, but our Steam reviews have actually gotten to be closer to what it should be for the game. Again, for those who don't know, the game can be played, you can download it via Steam or through our patcher. And right now, it depends on what day of the week it is and what time of day it is, but about 1/3 of the people play the game on Steam. The other 2/3 use our patcher. But Steam in general as a platform is not great for, actually I shouldn't say it's not great, it's absolutely abysmal for attracting users to our style of game. We're a game that it's hard to get into, but has massive amounts of depth once you actually get into it. It's also not the smoothest polished game out there. These are things that Steam users are wanting to, like, here's a new game I just stumbled upon, let me install it. Oh, I didn't like that, uninstall it like in the first 10 minutes or whatever. So again, our game does not work well for a Steam platform. We're really more someone who knows they want to play the game, knows what they're getting into, not just a quick try it and dump it. But yeah, so our Steam reviews have actually gotten better over time, and they're probably getting up closer to where they should be. For a long time, they were basically dominated by people who were angry about the Kickstarter or angry about some other thing from years gone by, never played the game, just wanted to make sure they could get in and rate the game. Me. And yeah, there's lots of stuff in Tartarus. And again, this is a map I made on stream. I'm looking at right now because I want to expand it. We've got a couple different art style sets in here. So the Tartarus stuff, I made the art for it, but it's really just blocks and you know, some prefab type stuff. In terms of the art sets for the others, this is what we call our normal dungeon set. This right here. Oh, that's right, I paused. I was like, why are there dudes here? Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm dumb. Sorry, I got multiple windows open, I keep forgetting. But anyways, this down here is a custom set that I just made the pieces by using a UV-free material, meaning it applies the material UV coordinates in world space, so it all smooths and connects together well. This set down here is our caves set. These are all different chunks. Let me stop playing so I can actually select things. Then we have a sewer set and we have a dungeon set. We used to give these things out. If you were a Kickstarter, if you were a Dev Plus person, I would give you an instance of these, or a copy of these things, this art set, so you could build your own stuff if you wanted to play around in Unity or Unreal or whatever, and pull these guys in. But let me see what's the easiest way to show that off. Oh, that's why it's not showing. But you can see these are little 8 meter by 8 meter by 5 meters high sections, chunks that you can build out stuff with. Thank you very much. EJ Bluffer, again, prankster fan, host, thank you for the host, and Elvin Lore 7. Thank you for the follow. Again, this is in case you're new to the stream. I guess I'm up to 100 people now. So getting up to a good number of people, but I am Chris Spears. I'm the guy who runs Shroud of the Avatar, along with the rest of the team. But I'm also the kind of the director on the project and the kick people in the butt guy on the project, in addition to being the tech director on the project. But today I'm just doing a stream where it's the last day of our Black Friday sale, so I was just trying to raise some attention to that. And also I'm overdue for getting a stream in here, and I've been seeing when I stream, we actually get a lot more people, new players in the game, so hopefully some of you guys. Today's stream is I'm not showing off, I'm going to be all over the place. A potpourri of developer discussions, but it'll be a lot of developer stuff. Right now I'm showing off a map, which I'm probably going to add on to at least a couple rooms. It can be time consuming, so I'm not going to add too much to it. I'm just trying to identify some quick stuff I can add in there, like maybe adding a new section. I was thinking of adding a new section in here, maybe off the other side of the maze, or as an entrance from the maze that could be, because that kind of feels like a pyramid. We have those new ancient undead guys, maybe making like a mausoleum type feeling thing using the dungeon set that is filled with the new ancient undead guys. But anyways, just doing some developer stuff here and showing some behind the scenes how things work. You can actually see what the pieces look like there. So like that is a piece. And again, if you were an old player of the game, if you're someone who's like in Kickstarter, like that old, or an early developer, we had a category called Dev Plus, where I would give you free copies if you wanted a copy of all these pieces. You could have all these pieces and you could build your own. So maybe that's something I will add back in, giving you guys access to download this stuff. For those who don't know, we're not specifically a open source project, but we've always been a strong community project, and I try to share whatever we can. So I can put those guys out there, and again with this, like looking around at this is all built with the set. And you'll see once I get into it in a few minutes that you can build stuff out pretty quick. It's kind of hard to see without what this really looks like without the lighting going on, but anyways. So that's one set. That's the cave set, and you can build any size room with that if you want to. This is the dungeon set. That you can snap these guys together, build these guys off. Ooh, there's... looks like that's begging for an expansion right there. What do you think? Is it? Maybe? The Tartarus layout, the design was to make it the first level is mostly elves, and it's an elf stronghold. Again, I don't do a ton of fiction. I try to make sure my fiction doesn't break anything in existing fiction. But I wasn't trying to be super fictionalized with the story. I think that's one of those things, while there's times when it matters and it can help, having a lack of fiction leaves you a lot more freedom. Having a really strong fiction of here's exactly how everything must work can be paralyzing in terms of getting stuff done. That's kind of the upsides and downsides of having, like, you know, whatever game you're doing franchise. Like if you're doing like a movie game, then you're really bound by like what's in the movie a lot of times. That can be problematic. Which is why it's rare there's a movie franchise turned into a game where the game doesn't suck. Vin Diesel, what is it? Butcher Blood Bay or whatever, the dark game. I forget what it's called. Old brain, you know that one. Guy with the funny eyes, that one. But anyways, those are one of the few exceptions to that. But a lot of that comes from you're tied to a fiction that it was made for a game, and a lot of that game stuff just doesn't hold up when you try to force it into or force a movie into a game. So Butcher Bay, yeah, Riddick, Chronicles of Riddick, that's it. You guys know. But the same is kind of true of other type fictions where, you know, sometimes you just want an adventure scene to be something that Winfield can stumble into and wander around for 3 hours and wander out. He doesn't necessarily have to have like a really strong, doesn't have to. Snugs, it is all pets all the time. All we're talking about is taming and lions. No, I'm all over the place today, Snugs. I'm going to be doing some map building here in just a few minutes. I showed off lines earlier and talked about them, but it's all over the place. But anyways, short version is sometimes having strong fiction, you don't want that to handcuff you to block you from making interesting content. Sometimes you need to make stuff that fits the game mechanics rather than making it fit some exact game fiction. So that's kind of where how Tartarus got started. This was trying to fit game mechanics and game and stuff we had into building a map. And again, I think these all the streams of me making this crazy thing, I think it's all on our YouTube channel if you want to go look. Z of Silverdale, I'll answer that one. I'm trying not to take too many questions and get off track, but I'm always off track and it's a long string. Question, why do the mobs run back? On leash versus walking back would look so much better if they slowly walk back and attack people and things on the way. So things only leash, basically if the AI gets to a point where they say somebody's attacking me, I'm far from home, and I have no way of dealing with them. This will usually be like somebody jumped up on a giant rock, somebody did something, they pulled a creature and now they're sitting in a tree. So having them leash back home, well, one, the idea would be, and this is pretty common in all games, is, you build a space for the creature and you kind of know where it's going to be fighting, because there's a lot of times where, yes, in an immersive world, having that rock there, you might be able to sit there and shoot the lion or wolf or whatever and it couldn't get to you and not put any danger out there. But we want to try to craft the world such that there's always a way the creature can be a danger. And if it's not going to be a risk, we don't want it fighting. We don't want you dealing with it. But of course, there's always places you can drag stuff, pull stuff, kite stuff, whatever. We can get to a spot where the creature feels like it can no longer interact with you. That's when it's going to leash. We have it when it leashes. It heals really fast, and it runs back to its spot. Now, the reason it runs is if it walks slowly back, then it makes it too easy to get into situations where okay, well, it starts leashing. Well, let me jump off my rock for a second and shoot it a few times. I'll jump back up on my rock and shoot it for a few times, and get it into a slow walking back and forth in the same spot for the leashing type stuff. Again, I know that there's places out there where there's lots of exploits. So I know you guys out there in Midmer Way, up on your barrels with your crocodiles. But yeah, so they run at Mach 1 to get back to their spot so that there's less temptation to do that, bouncing back and forth. Now, again, there's enough other issues out there where it's kind of buggy enough in some places where you don't even need to do that. And you can still fight things, but again, that's the initial idea behind it. It's what a number of games do. Is it great? No. But I think it's better that it runs back just so that there's less of that time of you trying to stab it in the back or ping-ponging the creature back and forth. Yes, and that's the other thing. What Owsley said is when they're going back, you can't attack them. They become invulnerable and start healing really fast. So you wouldn't want them in that slow walk mode for too long anyways, because it feels even more buggy than the alternative. Okay, so if we have the elves here, down here, and that's as I was going through the level, it's supposed to be the elves were the top level. This is supposed to be their stronghold that then got opened up into sewers. And then in the sewers down here, this is all undeads. Different types of undeads in the undead sewers. So don't go in the sewers. It's a scary place. And then at the end of the sewers is a teleporter that takes you down to the cave section. And then in the cave section down here, there's some mining opportunities, some good mining opportunities. And then there is just some chaos stuff going on over here with different dudes in the maze. So, all right, EJ Bluffer, we'll hold you to that. Come back later. So why are those mobs leash slow walking? I have no idea. I can go look at specific ones. Again, I've got enough on my plate for this release for sure. I'm just trying to get the stuff we've promised, and the big stuff, getting tameable lions in for Snugsy 1. Also tameable tigers, tameable boy lions, tameable girl lions. The baby lions, baby fox. Hey, thank you very much, Gravity, for the resub. All that jazz. And I've already gone past the 9 a.m. thing, so I'm coming up on 10. So I'm going to try to remember at 10, and I will draw and give out 2 deeds and a few other things. But anyways, just I don't have time to look at that stuff right now. That is something I know I've heard about before, but it seemed pretty low on the list. Mr. Chadwick, the pot spawns, we actually have pot spawn technology. It gets used in a lot of places. Some people have populated their pots with deer and other things. But obviously, if we can populate your pot with a deer, we could populate it with other stuff. We have some experimental spawners out there that'll spawn liches. I don't know that we've given that out to anybody more than just testing, but it's something that I think every release it comes up is like, we should really add some more of those things so players can really customize their dungeon stuff. Those come with some, because they're not really tied to a specific scene where they're going to be encountered, they're even more vulnerable to exploits and other stuff. So right now those don't have loot, and I don't think they give experience. So that is on the list of things to do, is come up with some more spawner types for players for dungeons that they can use to build their quest, even though it may not fit a scene, and even though they may not have experience, or they may not have rewards to them. As for dragon spawns, absolutely on the list of things to do. And again, not that tough. The spiders got set up. For those who don't know, the spiders got set up. There's still a few bugs left in the spider stuff, including I saw that there's a duplicate ID that's what's blocking the spider blueprints from dropping. Ravelox was on a trip. He's the guy he's Mr. Dungeon Man now. And but he was on a trip and just got back. But he was on a trip seeing you guys. I forget who all he met up with along the way, but I know he met up with at least a half dozen different people out there, traveling up the East Coast and meeting up with people at some player events. J-Dread GG. Yes, that's usually how it works, is if you have... We try to not... we minimize the pay to win in the game. Again, anytime you have anything that you sell in a game, someone's going to scream pay to win, and we'll come up with some rationalization why. If you can spend money on a game, then it's pay to win, even though we just do purely cosmetic stuff. One of the places where we do convenience stuff is, I think that's how we currently have the spawned rooms. You can craft a spawned room, you can craft an unspawned version of a room for a dungeon, a player dungeon. But if you already have it as one, you can actually convert it to the other. And I think you can spend some quotas to do that. So that may actually work. Yes, pay to deco. But again, so that's one where we rationalize that as you can get a encounter room version of it. You can craft one, but if you crafted the other, if you encountered the deco only version of it, the non-spawned one, you can pay the 500 crowns or whatever to turn it into the spawn one. And again, we don't really see that much as pay to win. It's really more pay convenience, because that's the other thing we have is pay to, oops, I made a mistake and I need to clean it up. That's kind of the same thing with the Obsidian Unlearning books. Another one of the things that we monetize on that some people may have questions is, how is that not pay to win? Well, it's not pay to win because this is basically you screwing something up and paying to unscrew something up as you want to do something. Now, obviously, it's not necessarily you screwed something up, but it's the convenience of trying out other builds. Very different builds. For those who don't know, there's books in the game, Obsidian Books of Unlearning, that you can buy, that if you use them, it basically returns experience you've already earned and applied to a certain skill tree, or all skill trees. You can actually do a clean wipe with them if you want to, and like reset your character to everything. Not everything. You get all the experience back, but then you get to go re-spend it again. But again, we let you pay to reset your character to get that experience you already have, you already earned, get that back into your pool so you can do it on other stuff. You can unlearn it as well without spending anything, but then you only get like 75% of it back as you unlearn it. And it's a slower process. Let's see. No longer uses kodos, it uses essences. Good. Yeah, buying a game is pay to win. Yeah, again, I quit trying to rationalize it just so people know my belief is pay to win is I am in a fight, I see another player, and I know you don't all PvP, but I see another player and I want to fight them. I want to make sure that if that guy spent $1,000 and I've spent $0, that we are on level ground in terms of who has a chance to win. That's what I see as pay to win. The other stuff, maybe it saves you some time or convenience. Again, that's houses can be, they're largely prestige, but they can give you some advantages because you can like have your crafting table set up perfectly right here and then you got your box right by it, so it saves you time. But again, we see that as like a convenience thing because you can still do the same thing. I mean, you see it all the time as people, the slow walk, moving 1 mile an hour, 1 foot a minute of insanely overloaded person going to a crafting table in a town. But yeah, so you pay for storage, you pay for being a pack rat is another thing. All right, so let's see. I think one of the things I'd planned on doing, yeah, see I've got a teleporter up here that takes you to, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to work on here. I'm going to try to keep it small because I don't want to make it an all-day thing. There's a teleporter up here on the top of this. that takes you to level 1. I could add something to that. Put another thing up there, maybe. Maybe I can just put it down here, because again, I'm looking for something I can do as that has kind of an ancient themed feel to it. And if you've seen the undead guys, they kind of have I'm not quite sure whether it's Egyptian, Mayan, what, but they kind of have like almost an Aztec-y Mayan mixed with medieval type feel to them. It's tough. I think I'm going to go and where to have it come off. So it's going to be a high level spot. So the maze is obviously high level. The first level is supposed to be semi. Oh, no, and we didn't do the raffle. Thank you very much. I need to do that. I was going to do that at 10 o'clock and do 3 raffles at 10. Probably 1 lot deed, 1 house deed, and then 1 other Christmassy thing. And we've got the kind of the boss room down here. That'd be a good place for it to come off of. For those who don't know, these are also these paintings I used in here for deco. These are all players of the game, or past players of the game. This is Minerva's painting. There's even a Shooter Jennings poster up there. Don't ask. That's in the game somewhere. You can barely see it where it's at. And then, of course, I made sure to, and I'm sorry about the totally jerky movement. I made sure, unless it's been somebody removed it. Oh no, there it is. I was gonna say I made sure to put one of Arca Imp Strike in here in the bathroom. I'm not showing you the right screen. I'm so bad at this. So I might just have to use the bottom screen and redirect which one I'm actually working on. But anyways, I was just showing off these pictures. That's the wrong way. There it is. Showing off pictures of players, past and present, but that was Minerva right there. And then there's the Shooter Jennings thing I just mentioned. Learn to stream. I know, total stream noob. I told you, if you want a good stream, go watch Coswald or somebody like that. I'm a dev who's just doing a stream today out of feeling obligated to remind you guys, the other thing I suck at doing on streaming, that today is the last day of most of the sales. When I end my stream today, I'm not sure when that'll be, but when I end the stream today is when I will turn off the Crown sale, the Pot sale, the Episode 2 sale, the Character Slots sale. I'll turn those guys off at a minimum. The deed sale will continue until I get a new patch out, which I haven't started that patch yet. But anyways, there's, if you want to see Arca's portrait, you have to go to the bathroom in there. And this is something, if you guys saw me when I made this map, I made it and, you know, it was acceptable and was played that way for a while. Sanyo, when he gets bored, will go back and do a pass on visuals for the maps. And this is one where I had this just in here with a bunch of partitions dividing up the space, and he came back and did like a cleanup, made it into a bigger room, added some more stuff in here, added some more decos. You know, it doesn't change the big thing I care about, and that's what I've told people on the team. Sanyo knows this, and Travis and others, is if I make a space, you know, try not to change the core play mechanics of it. But in terms of nerd versus gym, so a lot of that is at least I think Outskirts. I'm trying to remember who the original Highvale Outskirts person was. The Outskirts maps in general had a ton of time spent on them as the main reason those look so those feel so big and full. There were three of them. This was the initial design for the game. Again, going back to history of the project that a lot of people may not know, is the original plan. And again, we've always had starting scene problems and how to get started in the game problems, which is still horrible and still our weakest point, which is unfortunate because it turns away a lot of players who miss out on a really good game. But the plan for those was there was going to be when you start the game, you pick truth, love, and courage. And this is how it was probably up until our maybe 60, 70-ish. And so when you start off the game, you pick truth, love, and courage. And it would send you, depending on which one you started on, it would send you to the either Highvale Outskirts, oh man, I forget what it's called, Black River Outskirts. Is that the other one? Then I forget what the last one is. You guys would know the Outskirts better than me. But anyways, and it sends you to one of those 3 Outskirts maps. So there's 3 Outskirts maps that a ton of time, like rather than it being like a 2-month map, those were like 6-month maps. Travis did at least one of them. I believe, I'm trying to remember who did the others. I think a good friend of Winfield and mine's, Esteban, might have done one. And I forget who did the other one. But those maps are special because, or probably look better and more interesting because they were supposed to be the starter maps. They were what we thought would be the new player experience for people. But over time, as we realized a lot of this was just lost on new players and was just adding to the early confusion and early frustrations, and it meant we had 3 maps that we had to try to fix bugs on and polish. And it meant that the storyline had to be less linear, which resulted in a lot of bugs. So over time, it was condensed down to 1 map. Seawolf is another. Yeah, that's Chris Wolf is another one. Another great guy. And he was Seawolf because he was a Chris, and there can be only one Chris. That's not true. There are already a couple of Chris's on the team. I think there were 5 Chris's on Tabula Rasa. I was the last one in. So on Tabula Rasa and at some past companies, I was usually known as Spears rather than known as Chris. You don't get your name unless you're the first one. But yeah, so those maps probably have a lot more polish because they were the initial outskirt scenes. Even though only one of them is now the new map that players go to, as we tried to get something less confusing and more appealing to a larger market of players. But yeah, that's probably why those felt like they might have had more polish and more time spent on them, as those were meant to be these starting maps. The guys who worked on them were great, but again, there's still people who worked on at least one of them on the project. The difference is not necessarily the person, but just the amount of time invested in the map. And they were supposed to be a map that had the content for all new players. Now, the problem with those is they still get used in storylines, so we can't really sexy them, like take them and turn them into tier 15 scenes or something like that, even though they're pretty cool. But they don't get that much play except for storyline people, because by the time you get through the initial scene, you've kind of out-leveled those scenes already, and we need to take a pass. And yes, the truth, love, and courage, as Owsley pointed out, it was tied to one was magic, one was archery, and one was melee. Was that how it was broken down? I forget. And again, it's not because I don't remember. The challenge I have is I remember like 20 different versions of what we were planning on doing. You guys only get to remember one, or only have to remember one. But anytime we talk about these things, and I'm like, I can't remember which one it is, it's because I remember a bunch of different versions of them, because we talked about 100 different ways to do it. So I am accurate. Yes, awesome. But yeah, that was the truth, love, and courage. I remember having many hour-long meetings arguing, wasting time on, is truth magic? Is love archery? Is courage warrior? The courage warrior feels fine, but now you're saying the other guys are not courageous? How does love? Does that love work with magic? Does love work with archery? So that type of meeting. So yeah, Salisbury Outskirts. That's the other one. SBO. I know we always called them by the initials for them. So it was SBO and BRO. So it was bro. You working on bro? I'm working on bro today. Blood River Outskirts. Okay, well, I think it's time. I've talked enough about this stuff. It's time I do a giveaway, 3 giveaways, and then start working on adding on an expansion to this. Again, because it's going to get confusing, I'll probably turn off a few of these levels. What happens if I do that? There we go. That's a little better. Yes, yes, yes. Raffle up. Prizes are coming. Again, if you are new to the stream, new to the game, I'm Chris Spears. If you want to get in on the prizing I'm about to do, it will be for stuff in game. So if you do not play the game, now would be a good time to go start. Go give it a try. Again, you're watching a dev stream here. I'm not actually playing the game. Everybody streams the game playing, and they do a much better job. I'm doing a dev stream here where I'm showing off some of the stuff and how we've developed things along the way, and also giving a little backstory history. That's stuff that, you know, many of you may remember as well, but some of it's stuff only I know because we've never shared it with players before. But if you want to get on the prizing, all you got to do is give me a follow. Don't have to sub. Give me a follow, and then I will be doing a pick the winners here. I'll be picking 3 winners. The first one is going to be for let's do another Christmas tree. Pardon me, a large Yule tree. And this is just because I don't want to go look again. We will do how about a village lot deed? And then we will do a house. What type of house should we do here? We'll do give away a cooler house. How about maybe, I'm going to give away Stone Keep. Those who watch my stream, you know that I love the Stone Keep. Stone Keep. Okay, I think I've given you guys enough time, more than enough time. This is actually the 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. drawing. After I do these drawings, I will reset it, so you guys have to re-enter the raffle. Again, just trying to push all the stale cruft out of old players. Old people are on the stream. But here we go. This is for the Yule tree. You guys ready? Ugliest house in the game. You guys, there's so much hate. So much hate for the Stone Keep. Fine, we're gonna do, let's see, how about, I've pushed for it to have a town version of the new house that we're gonna be having. Let's do the Elven Tree Townhouse then. Is that one acceptable? I know it's not super decoable. Opinions differ. Or I could give away the Rustic Antique Shop. Last time I tried to give this away and people said, don't give that junk away, that thing's broken. Which worked great because then I went and fixed it, and I patched that in this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Musto, for the follow. Let's see, I probably should put out something in-game to let people know I'm streaming in case people want to get in on the stream here. Kodo value, please. Let's see. We will do the Elven Tree instead of the Stone Keep. I'll let whoever wins that one pick. Or Elven Tree Town. Okay, so here we go. Large Yule first. Bam. Tan Leal. Oh, and by the way, we haven't had any yet, but the as people say, the Streamlabs guys apparently copied our random number generator logic, or random number generator code, because we occasionally, despite having 100 people or whatever entered into the these contests, I'll do 3 drawings and 2 of them will be the same person. If we have any of those today, I'm just going to give them, you get 2 things. So that is the large Yule tree. I'm going to say that Tan Leal, I'm taking a guess that you are Tan Leal in game. Maybe? There we go. Okay, the second one is the Stone Keep. Oh no, it's the Village Deed. You guys ready? Bam. Azurion de Ferigny. Maybe you're the same. And then the last one before I open things up. And I'll search for Azurion. If that's not the correct name, I'll find it. If he doesn't chime in here, because he had to go to work or whatever. Last one. This is for the Stonekeep or Elven Treehouse. You ready? Bam. Peek-a-boo. So from Peek-a-boo, whoever you are, I need both your in-game name and also whether you would, hey, there, you're actually there active, and whether you would like a Stonekeep or an Elven Treehouse. Big decision, I know. I await your answer. In case you're wondering, that's the Elven Treehouse one. It's got a nice space underneath to deco. It's kind of cool. It's kind of semi-open, semi. Yes, Stonekeep, you're my hero. Heck yeah. Peek-a-boo. All right. Now I will be resetting. And reopening the giveaway. So now you guys should all be raffling. It's actually open. I'll do another giveaway at 11. Hopefully I won't forget too long and go till 12. My plan, for those who don't know, is I'm planning on streaming until noon. And then assuming Jack and Laz are doing their stream, I will give them a raid. And then I will get my stream back up and going again and continue it after lunch. Again, since we're now at 102 people, so we know we've got a lot of new people in there. The sales will continue until I end my stream. And then the Kodo sale and other stuff will be turning off. So, get them while they're hot, as they say. You know, one of the fun things about having a kid, it's always the little things you never think of. I mean, all the little pulling on your heartstrings type stuff, everybody gets, and you expect that type stuff. But the going through all the sayings, and Maxine, we've taught her since day one. She actually tested, she's 7 years old, but she tested 11th grade vocabulary on one test that we gave her, and then college freshman on another one. But some of that is, a lot of it's due to her reading, but also anytime we say a word and she doesn't understand it, we've like pushed her, like, ask what that, if you don't know what something means, ask what it means and let's stop and talk about it. Get that into your vocabulary. But hearing all those sayings that you've just said your whole life with, you know, the colloquialisms or whatever that you've heard your whole life and you don't even think about them, having those things come up in front of a 7-year-old who will now ask you, please explain, has been just one of those things that's just fun as you sit there yourself going through in your brain all the, like, yeah, this is a dumb saying and it needs explanation. Why is this saying a part of our culture? The get them while they're hot. You know, I think the other one is a lot of times I just say things that like were part of like 1980s commercials or 1970s commercials that just were, ingrained into the brains of people who are my age or Winfield's age, or I'm sure a lot of you guys out there. But, a 7-year-old, she doesn't know that. Like, we were watching, she was probably 6 years old, and I had the TV on. We were watching something, and she was like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "It's a commercial." And like, that's how different things are now. She had never seen a commercial before. She'd watched tons of stuff, but it's like, it's all Netflix or it's all recorded, movies or whatever. But anyways, I'll just throw that out as my story for my dad's story. 3-year-old copies all the bad words. That's funny. We've started watching, we've been going through pandemic shows. Our life around here is pretty much, my wife and I both get up and work from early morning until around 4 p.m. When we all go as a family walk, take mojito. Seeing if he moved when I said that word. But we all go, we've got a hike that starts basically at the corner of our lot. That's a 3-mile hike, and we all do, every day we try to do a 3-mile hike from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. But we've added shows to our list too, and then we start watching when we get back from 5 to 6 as everybody does whatever they want to do. Maxine and I usually play Minecraft or something in that time. And then 6 o'clock is when I make dinner, and then 6:30 is when we start watching our show for whatever the evening is, and we watch a show until 8 o'clock, and then everybody relaxes before bed. But anyways, that's our crazy schedule. I know you care. Totally too much information. But we're watching Ted Lasso, is the show we're catching up on. And it was the show where one of the American soccer, everywhere else in the world, football players has basically been cussing in front of his kid, his niece, entirely too much, and she got kicked out of school for cussing, for talking like a footballer talks. It's a great show, by the way. If you haven't seen it, not at all what I expected. Absolutely freaking amazing. Ted Lasso. It makes no sense as to why it's so good. It's one of those shows where it's just the actors are so good, the storylines, the ideas, and the plots they come up with are so good. And yes, we are on that schedule every day, and we get a walk in, get our exercise, get our Minecraft time or whatever we do. Breaking Bad, yeah. This is one of those things I actually tried. I've watched Breaking Bad, and I tried to get the wife to watch Breaking Bad. But we're looking for things during the pandemic and staying home and homeschooling Maxine and all the other crazy things that add to our chaotic world right now. But we were kind of looking for things that do not add to our stress. So Breaking Bad was one. I think we watched like the first episode, and if you haven't seen it, it's like basically, they end up with dead bodies sliding around the back of a van that makes meth, driving through the desert, all crazy. Like, I think we watched that first episode, and the wife said, nope, not gonna do it. And of course I know it gets better, but Yellowstone's another one on the possibly watch list. We've got a ton on the possible watch list. We only get to watch like 1 or 2 episodes a night, so it takes us a while to get through shows, but we've done a few. Let's see, you guys are back raffling. 10:17. I think it's time I go ahead and make my decision on what I'm going to do here, and I think I'm going to make it. Yeah, too much good TV, too little time. Agreed. Kind of want to have this feel like it's something that's guarded, so maybe I do a new room that just has somewhere off down here. Kind of feels like it should be closer to the headquarters room. Again, when I see these little nooks and alcoves and things like that, I just think like, okay, well, that's screaming for somebody to put a thing there. Yeah, maybe the answer is I take this and put it as something down here and build out this way. It's actually kind of important to build over stuff and not extend too far outside the borders. I know it sounds weird, but there are some things in our game where, on the server side of things and on the client side of things, we have to make some choices. And how we aggregate stuff and group stuff is one of those things that can be important. So there's a lot of stuff that basically builds a large two-dimensional grid and puts stuff into buckets based on that two-dimensional grid. So some of that stuff, if you expand that grid, we don't expand the size or the number of cells, we expand the sizes of cells. So when you start, like if I were to take something and like jam it way out here in the middle of nowhere and said this is part of the play space, it would expand that grid and give us less resolution, which actually negatively impacts performance. Again, we're talking dev stuff here today. We could do a sparse grid. For those who know what that means, that basically means rather you either have like a pre-allocated grid or pre-allocated data set, or you have a sparse. When people say sparse in terms of development stuff, that usually means that they're going to have like a massive whatever it is allocation, like whatever grid thing, but it's going to be sparse, meaning that they don't allocate it until they actually need it. But just due to performance reasons and the performance difference between the things, and just because of how often it gets used, and also due to some other stuff like that's not as obvious, like thread safety and other things, having a pre-allocated version versus a sparse thing was what we went with. But anyways, too much information there, but the short version is building something out in the middle of nowhere is not really something I want to do. Building something over another piece is something I do want to do. So maybe that is where I'm going, but maybe, I kind of want to make this something hard and challenging to get to. I don't want, a Winfield to just stumble into it. No offense, Winfield. I want you to stumble into it. I just don't want you to get slaughtered. So maybe what I do is instead take this. Which way can I expand that without adding too much to it? It looks like if I went over here. So if I take the pyramid and expand it over there, put the door on that side. I think that's where I'm going. Hidden doors in Tartarus? I don't know. I mean, I put a couple of them in when I was making them. Again, it was one of those things I probably joked about it on stream at the time. It's like, I want to put secret doors in because I like secret doors. I'm doing it on a live stream where you guys are watching me build it. It's hard to keep too many... I'm doing it again. Yes, I know, defected Zephyr. Thank you. I'm just going to have to switch over and show my other one because I have too many troubles keeping this one. I wish there were a way I could make this one sync up with what I'm doing down here. Show me where my camera is. So the thing I'm going to be doing is, I think I've decided on, is I'm going to take that exit, and I'm going to put another one over here. So again, that is the large pyramid area. It's already got some space out there, and I will loop it around so it'll go down. It'll come out this way and then loop down around. Another thing when you're building stuff like this I try to keep in mind is that sometimes you wonder, like, why are there such long hallways here? Why does anybody care about this stupid long hallway? Like, why wasn't this one space long? And some of that is just for design, so it feels like there's a real separation for things. Some of it's so, you don't kite stuff into whole other sections and get, some mobs fighting other mobs. But the reason I do it just out of instinct is for performance stuff, splitting things up so that things can more properly cull can help performance. If you have it all like tightly packed, that is basically, if you want an example of something where we went and super tightly packed something, go to Arterus. After hundreds of hours of optimizations, it's still challenging performance-wise. But anyway, so if you see long hallways, you see me making some long hallways. That's why. I'm going to take a 2-minute break here and go get another power bar, nut bar. You hate linear passageways? Yeah, in the old days, they would use elevators and stuff as, or sliding doors. Dev tip, or dev historical thing, sliding doors where sliding doors largely due to the quirks in building BSPs. If you remember Doom and those type games where they had doors that slid up, those were largely due to the quirks in how BSPs being binary space partitions. So sliding doors, that's why. But a lot of other games will use like doors that slide as like a way to like, airlock you in while they load out the next stuff. So we don't do that. For cull, what that means is that is culling for cameras. So this is let me find the camera that's in this scene. Hold on. I'm going to close this window over here so I'm not tempted to use it. That's the solution. That's the ticket. Camera. Nope. Stop that. There we go. So now you can actually see the camera. So you see that big triangle pyramid thing in front of the camera? That right there, and you can see I'm tilting it, that is what they call the view frustrum. So for the camera, that is the space which it's going to be rendered. Anything beyond that gets culled, and that's the fastest type of culling you can do. As you can see, the maze, this one here actually, it gets adjusted at runtime for the camera culling. So it'll get set to something smaller than this. It better. But a normal culling distance is about that. Actually, I think 120. So you can see when you're rendering, what you want to do is you want to make sure dungeons or whatever space you're working on is split up well enough so stuff beyond that doesn't get rendered. Now we do also have LODs, and things will get culled as well, just based on distance, where we disable the object. We use a couple different things. If you're a Unity person, you can use the built-in LOD system. There's also a system you can use using the layers, where you define layers and then you can render different layers through the camera system, and then you can have those layers be what's used as the culling. That's actually the most efficient way, but it's not as flexible as using LODs. LODs have a lot of advantages and stuff, but again, as we're talking about developer stuff here that I think most people probably don't hear that often. If you look at the camera, if I can get it to show what I'm trying to get you to look at, you can see that the back end of the camera, the back end of this giant pyramid thing is actually flat. It's really hard to see. I can make it easier to see by doing this. So that's called the near plane. So this is the near plane clipping, and that's the far plane clipping. If you're wondering, like if you've ever been close to something and you see like things cutting like that, see the left side of the screen up there? That's because it's colliding, it's getting clipped by the near plane clipping of your camera. So now you're probably saying, well, why would you ever set your near plane to be anything other? Why not just set it to 0? And the answer to that is just the way that the graphics work, things working with Z buffers. That is, when you render stuff, everything knows its Z depth, like the distance into the screen. And the precision of that Z buffer, that's not like a 32-bit floating point or 64-bit floating point. That's not like a really highly accurate number, because if you have that, you've got to have a really massive buffer set aside for that. So usually that'll be like a 16-bit value of depths. So that Z depth that's used for sorting, and that determines what renders on top of what. If you were to pull the near plane in, basically you lose precision in that, because the precision in your Z depth, Z buffer, is the far plane over the near plane. Far plane divided by the near plane. I know this is way too much tech details, but I know that there's some developers out there. So if you're wondering why that ever happens, why people don't just have their clipping plane set to 0 so nothing ever gets sliced by the camera like that, where it gets cut off by the near plane, that's why, is because your precision in sorting. And then the other thing, the place where you'll see this as a result, and we still have that in some places, is when you have two things that are coplanar or very nearly coplanar, that's where that comes into effect. And coplanar meaning that it's basically two polygons that are in the same spot or nearly in the same spot. Those things will start having z-fighting issues, where like one frame one will be in front, one next frame the other one will be in front. And you see that kind of like, you can tell that there's two things in the same space. You guys have probably seen that too much, so. But that's what culling is all about. But anyways, the fastest rendered thing is the thing you don't have to render. So that's why having things sorted out, having long passages can be beneficial, is because you can push more stuff out of the culling distance, the culling plane. And render less stuff. So, because that is always going to be the fastest thing, is having things get culled by the camera. Or disabled on over time type thing. And by that I don't mean disabled over time. I mean disabled as in sometimes you disable things based on distance because spread them out over frames to stagger the performance impact. And that's what we do with some of our lights and other things in the game. Let's see. So I got the plan now. I'm going to take that, basically that hook up right there and tie that into the dungeon piece somehow, because I think I want to use the dungeon wall set for this new section. The sewer's not bad. The cave is just a little rough. Well, maybe I can do some sewers. I mean, I know there's some 2-height rooms in there. I think I may do the sewer. I can use the sewer and do some stuff like this, I think. So yeah, so that's I think that's my plan right now. Again, I'm going to try to keep this short, so I'll probably just add like 4 or 5 rooms and give a taste of what you guys will see. And so you can see how some of this map building stuff happens in case you guys hadn't ever seen that before. Right now, though, I'm going to go get another nut bar, top off my decaf coffee. I'm not working towards my 42 cups of coffee to kill myself. Sewers are yuck. Hater. I mean, the other thing I can always do is use this tile set. This isn't a real tile set, but again, keep with this theme. I could actually just do this, not use that tile set at all. It gets challenging to do some interesting stuff. You can see, in case you were wondering, the floors in here, when I made it, I actually just made all these floors, and I think the floor is just one giant piece. Or it was one giant piece. Just one big polygon, literally like these walls here. These are one big polygon. But I think when Keith went back and did a pass at some point, he actually took that and turned it into a terrain and turned that terrain. And that's how we got like this stuff in there. You know, the dirt and that type stuff. So I could just do this. Again, the idea behind putting it behind the pyramid is they do feel kind of Aztecian. Not a word. All right, let me think on while I get my coffee. I will be back. I'm going to do prizes again at 11 o'clock. If you haven't gotten in, make sure and enter raffle. If Jack and Laz ever show up here, we can let them know that I'll be rating their stream at noon and then start streaming again after their stream. And hopefully they'll give me back my users, my viewers. But I'm going to go get my coffee refill, another bar. Be back in like under 5 minutes. Hold on, let me put my thing up. Set my time. My new time is going to be I'll be back by 10:45, so less than 10, like right at 10 minutes. I'll be back before that. Eric McGregor, you are absolutely correct. They're just going to play marbles and not talk a whole lot about soda. But you get to play marbles. Now they do a stream. They do a stream every day, so they do have a lot of, they have a lot of fill time. They can't show off development stuff here like I'm doing. So, well, let me get something more interesting as my view. That's a little more interesting. In case somebody comes on. Bam. Okay, and when I get back, and then of course at 11 o'clock, I'll do another drawing to give away another cool thing, new awesome cool thing for prizes. But I'm going to feed the fish now. You can watch the fish eat. More entertainment. I know you care. Fish cam. So I'll feed the fish, grab some coffee, and be right back. That was not 5 minutes, I know. There's still coffee left, so didn't have to do much. Let's see, but you did get to watch the fish eat. Okay, I'm ready to begin. I think I will work 10 times as fast if I do it on this screen. Let me make sure I don't have anything secret on this screen. Hold on, let me pause my display captures where I make sure I know where things are. That's the right spot. That's a good spot. Got anything down there that's... All right, so I think if I change that one. Let's see. Mandarin tree in your backyard, jealous. Yeah, Texas is hot, but inconsistent enough weather that we can't have outdoor stuff, outdoor fruit trees like that. And that's the challenge I have right there. Hold on, let me close my mail. Okay, I think I'm probably close enough to ready there. Let me change which display I'm capturing. Down to that. Okay, yeah, I've got it cropped already. So that'll crop off the important stuff, or the not important stuff that you guys don't need to see. And leave the main thing you do need to see, which is me working on this stuff. Yeah, so these walls, if I wanted to use that type stuff, I could use that and I can basically just build it out of blocks. It holds up fairly well in terms of how it looks. If you actually look at what it looks like in game, of course that's without a light. It holds up fairly well visually. But I think having a whole section of just that stuff will get repetitive and not really hold up a long time. Now I can just build freeform with blocks basically if I do that. That's the advantage. And I think these mandarins, these little whatever they are, yeah, mandarins are a little past their prime. We're starting to get a little shrivelly on the outside. But I will try to eat some of these along the way. So, I mean, I guess another option is I could just do another, basically, this is the one pyramid, and then add an entire second pyramid to the scene. And build their space inside that pyramid. Guess that's another one. Yeah, Ellen, I think some citrus can survive. Just I don't think mandarins can. I didn't think mandarins could survive in Texas weather. We used to keep key limes and a few other things, and we would have to keep them in pots and bring them in for the coldest times of year, which was a pain. Don't do it anymore, so we just let them die. Even had an avocado tree for a little while. So again, I could do something like that. Oh, I have a visitor. Come in, visitor.
Hi, Dad. Pretty girl fell off her moss.
Okay.
What should we do?
If you want to, you can try and lift her back up and put her on top of the moss. You can let her sit down there. She's probably going to fall off a few times. She's to the point where she's got tummy problems enough and buoyant enough that she's going to just... She can't keep herself upright and it's exhausting for her. So again, we're just trying to... I don't think she's going to recover. We're just trying to make her comfortable. And if you want to, you can put her up top, but she doesn't need to go up to breathe. She only needs food, but she's kind of past the point of eating, I think, so. Yeah, I know, not much fun. Losing a friend. There, that was Maxine asking me, pretty girl fell off her moss. She's a fish, that's the fish I was talking about that's sick. She has buoyancy problems. She has swim bladder problems, and that comes in two categories. One is they can't keep themselves down and they float to the top. And the other is they can't get themselves up and they sink to the bottom. Lots of different causes, and I did try treating it with all the standard stuff, but I've never been able to get her to lose her buoyancy problem. She's been overly buoyant for a year, but she finally got to the point where she can't keep herself upright, and that's kind of when they go downhill fast. So just trying to make Fishy comfortable. So maybe I can take this. How about this? I'm going to take this hallway, make a hallway that connects into another large set of rooms like this, and make it so it uses like this texture. This texture being kind of a wall texture that you guys can't quite see probably on my stream. But using that texture for the walls. Kind of feel like it should be, again, I'm trying to figure out the whole, do we go with something that feels a little Mayan themed? All right, well, anyways, enough talk. I'm going to get busy on it. That's one of those things, if you haven't heard that developer term before, there's something called analysis paralysis. That's why I always refer to it as, it's the enemy of experienced developers. Enemy of everyone, but sometimes experienced developers get it worst. Which is, you sit there and you analyze stuff forever, trying to do the right thing and not make the wrong mistake. And really just, sometimes you just got to like force yourself, just do it. Just get out there and get doing it. So I'm going to get out there and get doing it. Let's see, so that wall section, these are done with just single large polygons. And then if you want to have a break in the middle of them, you just scale them down a little bit. Let me see what I need to build for this. I'm going to go ahead and grab that chunk. And I'm putting this piece over here right now just so I can make sure that I'm on grid. Apparently I do not have my grid thing set up right now. Oh, you know what? I didn't make the entire maze on grid. That's what's going on. Well, that's going to be a pain. I think I can work around that just by doing let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to expand the window so you can see a little more of what I'm doing here. Again, this is something that will probably only be super interesting to people who are interested in game development stuff. Is that not the right one? Hold on. Oh, that's what's wrong. I need to do a stretch to screen. There we go. Now I can do a crop if I want to. Doot. Add a transform, and then I can pull off the bottom. And then re-stretch the screen. There we go. Okay. So now you guys can see a little bit more. So what I'm doing here is because I did not build the maze on grid, and when I say grid, all these dungeon sets are set up so they're set up in 8 meter by 8 meter by 5 meter chunks, which means you can snap them easily. And they will fit together seamlessly, like that, where you don't even notice it there. They're all set up to tile. So what this lets us do is you can easily do stuff like, I'm going to move all that stuff that way for all those people who hate running. And then I'm going to add in an extra section there. And bam, I just made you, whoever hated running, bam, you got to run 16 more meters. But the way to do that is if you look at the transforms need to be up here. These guys here need to be multiples of 8, and then that needs to be a multiple of 5. When I built this maze, I did not build it on multiples of 8 or 5. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new offset, which I've got that piece there. Where are you at, piece? That piece there, I'm going to attach that to the ancient spawn stuff. I'm going to make this guy 0. Zero, zero, zero. And then I'm going to take this guy, put it over there, put the parent object in there. And then I can, and then I can move that. Once I get things set up right, I can just move that and snug it up against the wall wherever I want it. And then all the children objects, even though they are not on grid, oops, I just screwed that up, didn't I? Even though the children objects are not properly on the grid that everything else in the entire dungeon is, this one will be on the grid because it's starting at 0, 0, 0, the child, because that has a parent object there. And then really all I have to do is keep all the objects that are going to be part of this new section on the same grid with this guy. So they're all offset by 8, 5, or 8. But step number 1 is I got to get this wall going. We're going to do... Oh, and this is one of those quirks if you're wondering how that's working where the wall is not moving, but the wall is moving. That's what you get when you have a UV-free shader. It's mapping the texture to the object in world space. So you get these weird looking things because you're moving the object that it's mapped to, but the material, the shader, is actually mapping it in world space so that it doesn't move. And this lets us do some really cool stuff where we can do some seamless connections between things. So that guy's almost ready. Let me come over here and get this. Whoops. Oh, Unity. And if you haven't seen Unity use, this is the Unity editor. Oh, I'm gonna have to get that wall snugged upright. Just sliding that thing up so I can have a entrance here. But the thing I'm grabbing up there on my screen, that thing, that's showing you how you're moving it, and it's showing it you can either move in one axis by grabbing the red, green, or blue, or you can move it in two axis by moving that. You can actually move it in three axis. If you want to hold down Control Shift, it'll put it into a box mode like that where it'll snap. That's a snap mode, but really all I want to do is move in this one axis. So it still is far enough down that it meets with the walls, like that, but it's also high enough that I can now have this dungeon thing underneath it. And again, I will get this in place in just a minute. Right now, I'm trying to get, I think it is that. Ah, there we go. And we'll do raffle in about 5 minutes. I knew that would happen. All right, so I'm gonna get that there. And this will be the slowest part. This, when you're doing like this custom fitting, always doing the joints for where things meet together is gonna be the toughest part. Actually, you know what? I scaled that one, so I think I'm gonna just delete that guy. Delete that guy. Take this guy down. This is really just because I'm trying to get it to fit in with the new pieces. Now I can do that guy. A little bigger. Okay, now I can do dupe. And then dupe. Looks like there's a 1.5. I'm going to undo that. Bam. So again, what I'm going for here is trying to find, we don't have a smooth connector piece. It's like custom geometry for this. So I'm trying to find a piece to like get this in so it meets pretty smoothly. And you can actually see it's got a little gap right there. That is easy. So I have the same thing. All right, so now that's fairly clean. So now I got to finish off this wall. Here's one piece. Yep, gotta be a little bit longer. That's good distance down there. And sorry, I know this is probably like crazy jerky for you guys. Okay, so now we got that and that. And I think this, if I just extend this a little bit further, I can now make it feel more like a T on either side. So it's like the block on top. In terms of protruding out, maybe make it like just a little more pronounced. So I'm pulling this guy out just a little bit. Well, mounts, I just saw, again, I'm paying attention to my screen over here. But mounts will be in for the cats in January is the current schedule for those. For this release, they will be fightable, tameable. They will have their pet dances, mandatory that all pets know how to dance. We know that. That's a fact. Watching it on your Oculus, well, you are definitely qualified for your name there, Nerd versus Jim. But the cats will not be mounts until next release. Right now, the plan is next release. Damon is going to get all of the animations set up, which is all that's really missing for him right now. For the big cats, for wolves, boars, and possibly bears. We'll see how many of those actually make it. But yeah, rideable wolves or rideable big cats. It'll happen. Okay, so that's actually feeling okay-ish. Now I need to get that. There's a gap over the top there that's obviously open. Again, doop. Doop. That's me saying dupe in case you're not clear on what's going on there. Dupe. Dupe. That is me hitting Control D to duplicate these guys. Let's see, is that the same width or is that thicker? That's the same width. Okay. And all I'm trying to do is get this guy about in the middle. And then I'll scale him out to fit. And again, because it is on the same UV world system and that UV shader, all I have to do is get it matching up and it should appear seamless. Bam. Magic. The chest mimic doesn't have a dance? crazy. I had no idea. Hold on, catching up on team chat. And apparently you guys are still sinking on doing some things that I still have not figured out what the magic sauce to make it happen is. I've tried the actual thing, but haven't quite got there. Okay, I'm caught up on all my chat. Now I can get back to the stream. So we now have this. One thing I'd like to do is I kind of want to have this have a different material. I think these blocks don't stand out enough because they are still, again, in the same, even though they're pulled forward a little bit. And they're visible that way. Maybe, let's look. Nah, maybe that's enough. You can kind of see, though, that they have the same blocky. I almost feel like those need to be on a different UV mapping than the others. Maybe. 11:05, let's do a drawing. I'm going to leave this one. I'm not going to reset the drawing thing. Oh, you guys get to see what I'm seeing. But I will not reset the thing. I'm going to have to hide this. All right, maybe it's fine. Looks like there's 108 of you out there right now. You guys all raffled up. Looks like Hollyhock was the last one who hadn't done it there. The last one's in. Looks like Coswald's out there. All the people who sleep in. But let's see. This time around, we are going to give out a... How about we do another home? We'll do another... This time we'll do the elven tree, since I gave away the stone one last time. So this time it's going to be for an elven tree house. Hold on, I gotta hide my screen again. I forget where my something is. Ah, I knew it. Just my list of winners. It also has got a bunch of junk in it, including my week off projects if I take a week off. Clean up junk room. Get server rack installed in exercise room. You know, to make it nice and warm. Remove raccoons. These are things on my to-do list. You guys don't need to see that stuff. But we're going to do the Elven Tree Townhome. And we'll also give out, we got to keep giving out Christmas trees, right? So we'll do another large Yule tree 2016. All right, so the first one will be the Yule tree, and the second one will be the Elven. Sleep? What? Server raccoons? That's hilarious. We had raccoons in our attic. We had to pay someone to get them out. It's expensive. They have to go and clean out all that junk. But I built a house out there for our fox that we used to have, and the raccoons eventually ran him off. Said this is our house. So we have on our back upstairs patio, we have a back deck. We have a house that is filled with the raccoons. They're not the cleanest animals. They're actually pretty clean, but they keep their filth organized together. So they all poop in the same place. They build what they call a raccoon latrine, and everybody goes poop there. But anyways, I know, way too much information. Let's pick our winner. The first one here, this is for the Yule tree. You guys ready? You can see what I click here. Bam. Mimsy Barrowgrove. That is a name I do not know, and I need to know who you are, Mimsy. You need raccoons in game? I may have a raccoon model. might be able to do raccoons. Speaking of raccoons, there's a small dog. You want to say hi this morning? You want to get up in my lap? You want to come to Dad? Nope, he ran. Who are you, Mimsy? All right, well, if Mimsy doesn't speak up here shortly, Mimsy, you are getting a Yule tree. I will search for your name. And we will see. Calm down, fish. If I can find a Mimsy Barrow Grove, I'll try that first. If that name exists, you'll be getting it. If not, I'll look up Mimsy. If that name exists, you'll still be getting it. If that name doesn't exist, be throwing another Christmas tree on the recycle pile. Let's see. And for those who don't know, I see Jay Nord knows. I used to I'd do morning streams, and I would keep one camera pointed on Mojito's bed at all times. It was the Mojito cam. Let's see. Next up, we have the Elven Tree Home. You guys ready for that one? Picking a winner. Here we go. Bam. A roller, yes. LH, you are the winner. That is for an Elven Tree Townhome. Aurelius. LH, what is your in-game name there? Aurelius. I'm trying to figure out what the LH stands for. Large head. I'm going with large head. Aurelius Large Head. Ah, Silver Moon. Silver Sun, sorry. Silverson, got it. Ah, not large head then. Do you have a large head? All right, and I will now allow entries again. Okay, so now we've got this thing set up. This, I could just build and expand from that if I wanted to. Let's see if I can scoot that up a little bit. Oh, you know what? I already screwed that up. Let me, bam. When I was scooting this guy around trying to get him in the right spot, I should have been moving the parent object, not the actual object. Let me see if I got that now. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's see. So if I do that style, that gives me the option to have another cool thing that I can do. I'm not going to merge it up with anything else. I could go for, instead of making it this, I could make this wall bigger. Oh. And I can actually have, because I'm using a base object here, I could make it like sewers, but I could make it 2 times as big sewers. So sewers, but half again as big or something. Or I could do the dungeon set, but make the dungeons half again as big. Or I can make it the stone and make the stone half again as big. Or twice as big. Z fighting at the floor scene. Let's see. I do the cave set. It'll basically look like that everywhere. If I do the dungeon set, I can look like this, and I can have the twice as big. Or And again, I've got the dungeon sets. You saw Shimmer might be your monitor? Yeah. I don't think there's any major thing. Again, I can do the sewers and have these sewers. So kind of like this. I think just to give it like a little different flavor, I think I'm going to do sewers, but make it a 50% scaled up sewers. These guys hold up really well. They're pretty high resolution. So let me grab a couple pieces of sewer. And how I'm going to get it down there is, again, this is, I mentioned earlier, again, only stuff devs will care about. I've got this base object that's kind of the world offset for whatever I'm going to be throwing in there. And now all I got to do is grab the pieces I want. Okay, where was I? Grab the pieces I want. That I'm going to use in this thing, and I can just take these guys. Anything I might use on that set. I think I already have an X and a V. Oh, I don't have an X. I can now take those guys and dupe them. You ready for the magic? Here's the magic. Now throw them under that thing. Down there. Now all I got to do is go into these guys. Reset their positions. And now I've got them all on the same grid as the initial dungeon room thing. So let me delete the stone, the cave part. So that's the thing I'm going to want to get synced up with that. These other guys I can move off a little bit. But the thing I want to do before I do any of that stuff is I want to move this guy up to be like a 2. 2. Can it hold up at 2? I'm going to have to jump in here and play to see if this will actually hold up at 2. Those are now all on zeros, so those are all in the right set. So now all I have to do is take this guy and scale it back out again so it now matches up. Wonder if we have this hallway without the sewer in it. I'm really not a fan of the sewer trench in the middle. Actually, now that I got that much done, I can make this doorway here a little bit more impressive. Do. And I think I'm going to make that move up a little bit more. Yeah, let me go select this guy and see if I can find a one that does not have the trench in it. I think they all have the trench, unfortunately. And this is, I mentioned earlier that this is an art set that we'd be happy to give some people. Trying to figure out who and how we give it to now. Yeah, see, I hate that there's the straight. That's the connection to the dungeon. The thing I really want is I want this straight piece, but without that little sewer trough in the middle. It's a deal breaker for me. Okay, it's probably not a deal breaker, but just not a big fan of that. Now what I could do, oh, and that's obviously not what I want. I'm going to widen these pieces here to help cover a little bit more. And by selecting them both at the same time, I know I get them both at the same level of scale. Let's see how we're doing. Better. I still just wish I had something on the floor there. Now, since this is going to be twice as big as a normal sewer, I guess I could do something slightly different with the floor in general. I was actually thinking of doing dropping a polygon down there into this prefab. Making a new prefab that just has a different floor that feels something more, you know, maybe using this material here, that texture there. Let's see. And again, the setup stuff is the part that takes time. Once I have this part done, then all this stuff here, like the actual building, is when it gets really fast. Like, bam! Got another thing in there. But let me see if I can figure out how to best get this guy. It's tough because if I put it on this guy, it's going to have to go into everything. But maybe I'll just leave it there for now. I think I'm going to not obsess about that detail for right now, even though it's always bothered me. And get to the other stuff. Yeah, really what I want is I just want, like, this whole thing, I just want to have a flat floor. Just give me a flat floor. Don't give me this stupid drain. And this is actually geometry cut out there, so it also gets frustrating to have fights in that section. So let's build out from there. I'm going to do a little bit of work on this, build out a little bit of space, and then I'm going to actually come in and play test it real quick. So as promised, I'm going to do the little bit of space here. There's what I'm looking for. Okay. So now I got that going down. A sewer drain that transitions the drain hallway. Okay, so now this will be come down here. So let's see how this feels in terms of size, in terms of scale, just because this is a much larger space. I'm going to go ahead and take that guy. Let's see, we're far enough down here below. Probably going to do a little more downage. Okay, but before I do any more of that down, let me go see, because I've scaled this stuff up. I want to make sure the scale feels like it still holds up and it feels cool. For those wondering who've used Unity and are wondering what's going on, this is what Unity feels like when you have it on a large project. You're probably used to, you hit play and it's playing 3 seconds later or something. When you do this, I've profiled it enough to know when you do hit play, it's going and doing like just a ton of looking over all the assets in the project, all the different stuff in the project, trying to rebuild some internal databases, allocating a ton of memory. But this is the type of stuff that Unity doesn't hold up as well when you get to a massive project scale. Still way faster iteration time than other things. All right, let's see, where am I? Oh, you guys can't see because I now have it on the wrong one. Pardon me, boys. There's entrance number 1. So this is what it'll feel like. Again, everything in here already has pretty vast scale. Oops, I got the camera culling too short. That you can see what the camera culling is doing there. See the blackness? Blackness. That's just left over from before when I was messing around with things. So, yeah, I don't know, this may feel a little too Land of the Giants. Yeah, this gutter, I hate it. Maybe 1.5. This is the space I just created. Yeah, imagine if you had gear that made you smaller. So it's not horrible, it just feels weird. Again, the sewer, if I just had the same sewer set minus this ditch in the middle. I dig the walls, I dig the geometry in this, I just hate this one stupid ditch. Well, that's part of the reason why I'm trying to make this bigger. We can make rooms where you have big stuff in it, but some of those larger or variations of the undead let's see. Put them in here for scale, all this stuff. Oh, look, here I am, little tiny dude. Ancient visuals. Let me get the guys you probably are used to seeing. So this is probably what you've been fighting. That dude is one of the larger, that's like the biggest of them all. He still barely fits. He's not been put in the game anywhere. He'll probably get scaled down. Damon was going to take a bit of an art pass. I did the idea was, let me throw in some more so you can actually see what the idea was. Yeah, I've got a little too much bloomy going on with their eyes and mouth and stuff like that. Was in addition to the other visual stuff that's still going to be added to them. They would have distinctive eye colors, but that was my eye color. I did that. Programmer art. Again, you have to imagine them in a dark space. A little too much. That's one of those things that if you use glow on things, it's always hard to tell what it looks like until you see it in game. And then also, some people, if you have bloom off, stuff like this looks totally different with the bloom on and off. In fact, because it's using an emissive, again, developer talk, because it's using an emissive, like it doesn't have a color unless you have a color in the thing. It's only emitting the color. And without the bloom, it's hardly visible. So again, they fit in here. I just hate the sewers. It's only in the hallways that it has this junk, so maybe I just deal with that for now. You need statues of those guys. Fill it with dirt. That's what I was just thinking about doing. Owlsley is, let me get out of here, out of play mode. Making a quick copy of that prefab and then putting dirt on the floor, on the bottom, so it's all sandy. So let me try that real quick. I can just use this sand. And for instance, take this piece right here. Make a new variation of it. Let's do a original. Again, another one of those things, if you're a Unity user and you're like, wow, why is it so laggy? Again, Unity just starts bogging down when you have a really large project. And its number one feature of rapid iteration turns into this type stuff. I think some of it's also their poor implementation of their revision control stuff. But if you go in profile, you'll see like large database rebuilds and queries and tons of memory being allocated behind the scenes in the Unity stuff, just due to the massive project size. They have a lot of things in the project that seem instantaneous to the average user. But when you get to a project our size, it's clear that a lot of that stuff is instantaneous, but it's linear. So now make the project 100 times bigger, and that instantaneous thing was what you just saw there. All right, so let me take that terrain. Oh, that's one of those silly things. Let's see. We just take that. Let me open that prefab. And then go something as simple as create plane. Hey, remember earlier I was talking about Z fighting? That is what Z fighting looks like. I was talking about that in relationship to the number of front call, back call stuff. Oh. Let me get this down to a size that is better. I'm going to say 0.8. 0.8 to get to line up with the ends, because these are 8 long. This is obviously a 10 by 10. Then pull that guy in. And then just give it a tiny nudge up. And then get that thing there. Doot 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 doot. See how horrible this looks. Got a new material. It's sewer sandy. All right, so there's what the sewer sandy material looks like right now. And now if we go over here, let's see. That's what that sand looks like. That's not good. That's Cliff. How about that? That is in the wrong texture there. Let's see. That could be getting closer. Yes, I just don't think that's going to work visually because of how sharp these cutouts are. Too much color contrast. So I think this is probably a bonehead idea. Without changing all of the textures on that thing, I think it's just going to be tough. No, not that. That. Maybe if we just had a dark... something dark. Well, that's weird. Yeah, it doesn't mesh cleanly with the walls. Life is hard as a world builder. Dr. L. Glad that a doctor's asking me. The back is good. I missed Friday. I forgot Thursday. My wife actually knew exactly what it was as soon as I woke up and it was in agony. So Thursday, someone, I won't name who, but someone knocked a glass bottle of fingernail polish off of a table in our kitchen, and fingernail polish, quick drying fingernail polish, splattered all over our kitchen tile in about a 20 square foot area. And by the time, no chance to even get, all you could do with paper towels or whatever was smear it around. So I spent 2 hours on Thursday crawling around on my hands and knees, scrubbing with little towelette things with acetone on them, getting all the fingernail polish off. Yes, I know it's a long story. All my stories are long. But 2 hours of 50-something-year-old dude without a great back anyways, who was already needed to stretch out his back, crawling around hands and knees, scrubbing hard, and that's what it resulted in. Is next morning I woke up and my back had just completely stiffened up, all the muscles. So guys, I'm not happy with the look of this. I think I'm going to have to abandon the sewer. It's not a huge deal though. Again, the big work was getting it on grid. And I've got everything on grid and ready to go now. I just have to go pick a different set. So I think I'm going to use the dungeon set. Let's see. Grab some of these pieces I know I need. Dupe them up. Drop them down there. And bam. Whoops, I didn't grab a hallway. I grabbed a four-way intersection hallway, but not the actual hallway. Not a straight hallway piece. Hey, Stymie, thank you very much. And again, sorry guys if this is not the most exciting content. That's a large shirt. Okay, so it does look like I have it. But I'm doing a little dev work here. And this is not everyone's cup of tea. But for those who are really interested in seeing stuff, how stuff gets put together, it can be interesting. Okay, so that still fits pretty tightly with that. The dirt and sand at the bottom fits pretty tightly with that. So now we'll see what this feels like, see if this feels like it's going to work for what we want. Rebuilding that same section. I put one extra one in there just for that guy who didn't want to run. Okay, so clearly I'll need another piece there, but we're gonna do the, need to find a corner piece, and then I think I'm probably good. Corner piece and an L piece. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay, there we go. Did I not dupe that? No, I did dupe it. Okay. So now I just need a corner piece, and I think I'm ready to start building. Doot, 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 doot. Bam, bam. All right. Okay, so we'll do that same little test again. Time to hit play and wait for a minute. I guess I can read my chat. Na 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 na. Sorry, trying to drill the Muppet song into their heads some more. I'm going to do a drawing here in just a minute. Let me see if Jack and Laz are streaming today. I know they don't do 100% of the time, but if they are, I'm going to give them the stream here. And I will come back to you guys at 1 o'clock. Actually, I'll see. Maybe, I know some people wanted me to keep going. I know some of you are really here for the prizes. I hate stomping on common audience, though. And that was going to be my lunch break. I'm kind of eating my lunch right now. I'm falling. Hit me, hit me. Hit me, hit me. I've been hypnotized. There's another one for the old timers out there. Oh. Letterman, good job, Owsley. Oh, where am I? Falling through the ether. Aha! Close one. Oh, looks like it didn't pull a piece out that I needed to pull out. Hey, there's your Z fighting. Yeah, so I got two pieces in the same spot there. Okay, we'll ignore that for now. Still a little Hall of Giants. Character looks small compared to the satyrs. Trying to think. Is that right? I think the fox is the right scale. I don't think I'm shrunk. Maybe I am. Ah! Yeah, it was one of those things I could tell something was off. Just wasn't quite sure. I was sitting here thinking it's something I created. Sorry, Fox. Okay, ignore that part. Ignore the Z fighting there. Okay, so this is what the scale will look like. Yeah, I was going to say, it just seems something was wrong the whole time because those undead shouldn't have been that tall. Cosmin11. Does RG have anything to do with the Shrouding Wars? RG checks in with a project. RG gives feedback. He was just on our chat the other day because we were just talking through some fiction stuff. He's still involved with the episode 2 story and some quest decisions. He's not officially an employee of the company. Does not own the company. But he's still involved. He's just involved at a slightly higher level. And a lot of that is just, realistically, he is got a million things that go on in his life. And if we stopped everything and waited for Richard on stuff, we would never get anything done. He's not in game retirement mode, but he's definitely in a little higher level advisement level of the project than he ever has been before. And if you've been paying attention to him, like he's been doing like one adventure after another and book after another and all sorts of stuff. So to say he's not involved with the project isn't really true, but he's not involved at the same level he was with like Ultima or an Ultima Online or Shroud in the early days. He is still involved with the story stuff. That's actually why we were talking to him yesterday. Is we had some story stuff and some names, and we wanted to make sure he approved the names. Okay. Let me go check up. You guys don't see that. 1 second. I don't think there's anything there. It's just my window. But let me check to see if Jack and Laz listening to NBNN news. So I'll give them a raid here in about 5 minutes. Jack and Laz, if you're watching, you'll be getting I'll be following you guys, giving you guys a raid in just a few minutes. And hopefully you're going to give them back to me in a bit. And I'm going to try to get some of this stuff cleaned up and come back to see you guys at 1 o'clock after I grab some lunch and they finish up their stream. Ooh, cycling vault items. I don't know. I think that's a similar but slightly different thing. Hold on, let me get display capture. That's back on. Okay, so this is what I'm going to go with. I'm going to grab some lunch, give Jack and Laz a raid. I'm going to do the drawing first, of course. And then when you come back, I magically will have a dungeon here, and then I'll continue creating it. I'm going to work through some of these kinks. I think this is a workable solution. This is actually the scale that Ravensmore is at 1.8, I think. It may be 1.75 or something, but it's pretty close to this scale on the same dungeon set. So, not that far off. And this will be the starting point for when we're going to finish up building the level. Nerd versus Jim, how's lore presented? It is presented through quests and NPC dialogue. In other words, it's presented in ways that largely, only the small hardcore audience will understand. But yeah, it is everywhere. There's books on it, like in-game books on it. There's NPCs who can tell you the dialogue. There's all that stuff. Sanyo does some streaming too, not as much as me. But he's kind of the story lore owner guy. So he's a good one to talk to on that stuff. But again, I'm going to do the drawing now. Drawing. Let's see. We will give away for this one. I'm going to give away let's see. What do we have now? Ooh, we have a village inn. Let's do a village Viking inn village home. You guys ready? And you guys are watching, so you know it's up there. Hold on, I'm going to pull up my task list here. Viking in village home. There we go, and this one is going to... You guys ready? Bam. Tanleal, as I said earlier, if I get a dupe because our random number generator is trash, I will be doing another one to the same person. And oh no, there you are, Tanleal Azurion. and Viking Inn. Well, that's perfect because I just gave you. You just want a village lot. Now you have a village Viking Inn home to go on it. Someone's living right. Viking Inn village. So you got the perfect set there. Ready to get started going to business as an innkeeper. Bam. All right. So guys, I'm going to turn this stream over to Jack and Laz, assuming they're live now. And then we will get back into our stream at 1 o'clock after I grab some lunch, and I will stream probably until I'm shooting for 4. At which point I will probably turn off all the sales. So again, I will remind you the sales, we're not very good at being sneaky. We will probably have some type of other sale for Christmas. It's the holiday season. Everybody does it. But again, can't guarantee which parts of the sale will be on, which parts will not be on. So now is the time. Urgent. Feel urgency. Now is the time to do any of the things you want to do. Spend your money to help support us. But anyways, guys, thanks for joining me on stream. I'm going to be back. Again, I'm just going to be giving Jack and Laz a raid, and hopefully they will be returning. Oh, great. They will be returning the favor and giving me a raid back here in a bit. Right, Jack and Laz? Right? Let's go give them a raid and just stay on with them, and then you'll magically end back up with me. And we'll be doing some more drawing, some more prizes. I'll try and give out a big drawing at the end. But let me find those guys. Twitch. Where's Jack and Laz? Doesn't look like they're quite live yet. Soon as they get live, I will be giving them NBN news. Yeah, I thought I had them on there. Wonder why they're not showing up. Oh, it does look like they're live. Maybe. All right, let's see if we can give them a raid. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works. All right, so anyways, guys, come back to me. I still owe you a couple of songs here. I probably should sing you out with a song because I owe John Marcus 2 songs now. I will get to those as soon as we get back. Here we go. I'll do the... This is one I was going to do. I'll sing you guys over to their stream. That'll make you go quicker. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And when the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. All right, guys, I'm going to raid you over to those guys. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, fish heads, fish heads. No, we're going to go over to those guys. All right, guys, see you in an hour. Bye. And now that I've raided them for the weirdos who decided to stay on my channel and refuse to go raid them, I'm going to leave my camera, leave this stuff on. I will turn on my fish cam mode, I think. And you guys can watch my fish. Fish, fish, fish. Display capture, still working on it. Oh, right. I got to do the other display capture. There we go. So for the people who are staying behind, you get to watch some fish for a while. I will be back in an hour or less to take the raid. All right, I'm gonna start streaming here instead of being distracted by the other stream. If people want to join back in, that's great. If not, no worries. I'm just building away here, trying to focus on the building rather than the talk. I now have the hallway coming down there. I think probably having another turn. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that. I think this will be the welcoming chamber. And you will not get a warm welcome by these guys. After all, they're undead. Thing I'm moving right now is actually two pieces. It's a floor piece and a ceiling piece. This is the wall piece to hook it all together. Hey, in case you're on my stream and you're wondering where everyone is, I actually raided over to Jack and Laz's stream so I could grab some lunch. Right now I'm just building out some room idea stuff. Again, this room will feel massive. This looks like your normal dungeon set, but it's actually on a 2x scale. I think I'll give this one a try. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Yeah. That prize will not go out until probably 2 o'clock. So don't leave out those people who are watching Jack and Laz and Jack. MBNN news. Do. Looks like we're slightly offset there. Fix that. Do. Just trying to get a feel for how big this room feels. I think I'm gonna make it just a 3x3. A lot of waiting. This is something most people do not see. Me want maple now. Do. Hurry up and wait. Oh, you can actually see my hair now and see that I have not even thought about combing it yet today. For those who missed it, I'm working on an expansion to Tartarus, gonna add, it'll probably be about 4 or 5 rooms. Just gonna drop a few named undead types in there. The new ancient undeads, just because those guys need to be scattered around. You can enter the raffle. It is open now, I believe. Verifying. Yep. Right there it is. You can see if your name's on the list, even. And again, I only have a few viewers because I raided over to Jack and Laz while I ate my lunch. Alright, so now I think I'm going to do... Okay, so now we got a 3x3 room. Okay, so got some light in there going on. So this is going to be the welcoming chamber. And by welcoming, I mean, of course, not welcoming. But that will come in here. This will have a taste to give you a taste of what you're going to be dealing with in terms of the creatures, the undead types that are going to be in there. And just so you can see some stuff, this will probably start off with... Mojito, you want to say hi to people? Apparently he does not. He said, "Ugh." So that's the main type. That's the size of the full-sized ones. See, look, they're still big enough that they just barely fit through that doorway. Once you get through the doorway, I think the hallway is a little bit taller, but they're going to have they may have a little trouble getting through those doorways. We will see. But that's kind of the size you can imagine walking in here. And there will be a small herd of these guys. Different types set up in here. What to do with the deco is next question. Yeah, I read it. I try to read stuff that goes across there. Sometimes I'm too much in the zone. But I try to read it. Actually, I'm going to redo this light right in here. Just to change up how the stuff looks on the floor, to get that shadow falling on the floor so it fills up the floor rather than being all up the walls. Just add a little variation here. I'm going to take that one and that one, turn them 180. I know that sounds silly, but the difference is now light on each side of the hallway rather than all four on the same side. I know it's small. I think we're going to do the T. Alright, so now to build out the fourth thing. So I think there's going to be 3 boss types in here. Trying to figure out what fun mechanic I want to put in there in terms of having the boss stuff like only work. Oh, my Pleco's out. That's this guy right here. Big Plecostomus. Poke, poke, poke. And again, in case the scale is not clear. It's not quite a foot long. Getting close though. So, game mechanics to make this more interesting, I think. Let's see. Kill something before... Kill everything in the room before something spawns. Kill everything in the room before a door unlocks. These undead or Incans are supposed to be cursed. Ancient undead, so they're kind of powerful, magical, but also unique. I think this is just going to be a small service room. And by small, I mean large. Hey, thank you very much, Torque. Now the question is, let's say do a 2-wide room. Okay, so that's a 3x2 room. Hi, little girl. What's up?
Mama gave me a banana.
Wow, what an awesome mom you have. Can I have a bite?
No.
Can you go get me a banana? Don't act like you're enjoying that without getting me a banana. Go get me a banana. Taught her well. Did you see her tease me there? Let's see. So this is going to be... Give me a banana. I just say logged in as the super user there. Could have it lead to another room like this. Oh, so many tough decisions. So I think this room down here is just going to be a room full of dead bodies and skeletons. And maybe one.
And mostly pretty pale.
Good job. My child's brought me a banana. I think this is going to be kind of a recycling room, and by recycling I mean recycling bodies. Oswald gave us a mistel too. Chamber. One second, I gotta check something here. Alright, so that's going to be the recycling the corpses chamber, where they're just going to have piles of undead piles of bodies, and there will be a nice stream of guys coming out of it. I think over here we're going to have the raiding back now. Yay, I'm going to get a raid. Is anyone back? Not quite rated back yet. Come home. I'm showing you all the things. You're not supposed to be seeing all the things. I think this is going to be, this is the recycle corpses chamber. This is going to be the trash chamber. Hey, thank you very much, NBN News. And you guys didn't miss that much. I had a lunch, ate a banana. Maxine brought me a banana. But welcome back, guys. Hopefully I'm not having buffering issues like poor Laz was. All right, let's see. So now I think I'm going to have a room that is similar to the zombie room. Except, you know, it's a sewer room. call these things? Raised platform. Okay, so let me go find the raised platform that I need for that. Raised platform and stairs freestanding. That's what I'm looking for. And I won't do this too long, by the way. I'll get these, I'm going to rough out the rooms so you can see that part of it. So we'll call it, I'll probably call it quits around a little before 2 o'clock, which is also when I'm doing my next big drawing. And then I'm going to move on to some new stuff and do some Q&A, show off some of the stuff I showed off this morning for the people who were not hardcore enough to be around all stinking day. But let's see, I think we do a select on that piece. I'm just going through the pieces I have available. All for my stream, so you can watch me fumble around with some map building stuff. Oh yeah, I remember that piece. That's a neat piece. I probably should use that. Be a lot better than some of this clunky stuff here. Now I think what I'm going to need is, there's a piece up here, wall straight, door frame, double. Oh, it's so tough. I'm sure you guys are having trouble seeing this, but I'm sorting through the pieces down here, trying to find what I want to use for the thing. So this room is going to be basically a trash, what's left over from the body's dumping ground. That's probably going to have undead and possibly new types of slime or black pudding. Maxine and I have been playing board games a lot lately. And she discovered she played some Carcassonne. She learned how to play checkers, some small world stuff. And we played Talisman. And we played a game called Dungeon. I guess TSR bought it and made it Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon. But she learned that black puddings are the most evil thing ever. One of them had her pinned. She demanded I come down and save her from the black pudding. Do 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 do. Stackable door. Aha, that's probably what I want right there. Yeah, I think we're gonna call that good. All right, getting close there. Mm-hmm. Hopefully there will be work for the tank. Do you mean for tanks for making them more effective? The big thing I have on the list is I'm going to be taking a pass at some shield stuff later this week. Not sure what other tank stuff you were looking for. That was mainly to adjust some aggro and deal with a few issues with those guys, like making a few small things work. Like, what's it called? Testudo or whatever? Tanky builds are off the charts tanky, he says. Yeah, I'm not planning on making them stronger. I'm planning on making them able to hold aggro better with shields. Skill to pass aggro to another party member. Not sure that your party members want that. Aha. I think that is what I want. That's the ticket. See how that looks. That goes in there, and then that comes out there. Perfect. I'm going to need a platform in there at some point. That does not look like it's going to match up exactly. All right, so now we need a platform to hang out in there. Let's see, so if I do this one bigger, this platform is going to be 16 by 16 as it is. Hold on, I got to cover up the dog. Hold on, little poochie dude. Ooh. All right. Yes, he is the boss, and he's going to be getting a friend soon. We don't know how soon it is, but we are on the list to get a friend for him. Kind of like that to be a little bit bigger. I think I'm going to go dupe that. So it's going to be a room filled with dark, murky water. And then I think it's going to be full of black puddings. Actually, now that I did that, I think I want to have, let me see, the platform Need to get the stairs down into it. Need to be the freestanding stairs. There we go. Let's see what these guys look like. Close. Yeah, I need to expand the room one more notch. No worries. Almost there. Let's see, I think we already have some murky water. I'll take that and modify that. I guess that was a child. Do. Come on, where'd it go? There it is. How the heck did it get up there? Oh, it's got its... Wow, that's crazy. Hey Maxine, are black puddings scary? What do you know about black puddings?
Yes. they can kill you.
I was telling people you had a kind of bad experience with black puddings once.
Oh, yeah, where you had to come save me?
Yeah, where I had to come save you.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing wizard. I had some fireballs left. Everybody knows black pudding's fireballs, right?
I don't know what you just did, but I guess.
Let's see.
What is that place, Daddy? What is that place, Daddy?
This is a dungeon I'm making for people. I know, right? Just trying to put this guy down so I can get a sample of scale. No, don't stand in the water.
But I wasn't here to ask you, when are you going to be done on the stream?
When am I going to be done with the stream? Like, if they don't want me to be done with the stream, because when I'm done with the stream, all the sales end. Do you want to be the one responsible for ending all the sales and making people unhappy?
No.
Yeah, you're right. Well, that's right. I could have one of the toilets. I could have a toilet drop. Where is the toilet room? Yeah, that's it. It's too much underneath the thing. I could do a pipe down where players fall down into a pipe and drop in.
That sounds pretty.
Maxine, you want to say hi to people?
But Dad, I wasn't here to tell you that another kilo ciglet has a white dot on it.
Okay, well, they're getting treatment. I've got to do another treatment today. You want to impress people with your intellect? How many books have you read today?
0 so far.
How many did you read yesterday?
I have no idea what intellect means.
Oh, I was just telling them you act intellect as your intelligence. You want to show them your big brain? Did you know that brain size has little to do with intelligence? I know it's weird. You would think a big brain would make you smarter. In the movies, they always have the guys that have the giant heads with the giant brain inside of them, and those are the smart ones. They're like the super intelligent guy, and that's how they show that he's intelligent, but brain size has little to do with intelligence. Oh, all right, little monkey. Why don't you get off? Oh. I just get sore necks, exactly. It's a poor plan. Okay, so I'm going to have that there. That's now set up. Oh, here's another style of water. That's not a very good one, though. So I'll need to come down and see what this really feels like. I may do a level of water. She did not demonstrate her intellect. I'll get her to come tell you some stuff about atoms and covalent bonds and all sorts of sciencey stuff, and do her math. Waiting for it. We're in the wait period. And she's 4'3", I think. There will be patrols up and down this hallway. Down here, this is just going to be the junk room. This one will be defined by the decos that go into it. But this is going to be a room full of corpses. And then a bunch of stuff. Bunch of undead type things. And then there'll be a few, not boss level, but a few higher level ancient undead guys in there kind of as the directors. But that's kind of we're trying to build our undead army up in there. Here's the one I just did. I really wanted to test out. See what this looks like. Yeah, see, even that seems really shallow, but it's actually too deep. Now what I can do though is I can pull that up. I guess I can pull up the floor for that. Just add a floor and then get that to the proper depth. That's what I'm doing. Let's see, so we will add in just add in down here, create a plane. Doesn't need to be a child of that, it can just be that. Drop that down. And then over here, I think we will, with this plane, I can do a that's no good. How about just a dirty stone? Let's see what that looks like. Probably gonna have to create my own material. Let's see. This is not supposed to be something you ever actually see. Let's see what this actually plays like, see if that's a good depth for it. Raffle. Oh, let's see, I said I'd do one at 2. So at 2 o'clock I'll give out something and decide if how much longer I'm gonna keep streaming. Maybe 3. We'll see. Oh yeah, I should make an announcement in game, I guess. Let me do that real quick while I wait for that to come up. Oh, you guys don't need to see this stuff. Shame on you for looking at my admin tool. And yes, if you grab the IP from internal, you'll see it's a local address, 192.168. So no, you're not going to be able to connect to it. Sorry. Ground sales end when Atos's stream finishes. Get them while they're hot. Doot, 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 doot. There we go. Let's see how this feels now. We want it to be like deep. We're gonna see how it's. I need to get a collider plane between that and the other. Either that or just make it like ankle deep. Maybe I'll just go for like ankle deep. Make it so it just covers that first step. How's that feel? That's not going to be deep enough to hide any baddies. Could do that, and then I could add in some black fog on top of it, I guess. Forget, do I have black fog? I think I do have some black fog down in the other stuff. Over in the zombie room. I'll go look at that. Dun 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 dun. How's my stream quality? Or my buffering like poor Jack or poor Laz was? Ooh, make it for fishing. Now there's an idea. Oh, that's genius. Who said that? Owsley, genius. I saw it. There it was. Genius. It's a room with fishing, with unique fish or unique rewards possibly, except the only problem with it is black puddings spawn out here that are super nasty slimes that will come kill you, and they spawn randomly every few minutes. What do you think? Are we getting there? Then there can be a fishing contest there. Oh no, I don't think of that stuff. That's why I need you guys. I was purely going to make this a hidden slime room. Getting killed is a bad thing. That's totally not true, Winfield. That's nonsense. Zombie fish, that's absolutely, we're gonna have some unique fishing stuff in here. Forget how this water looks if I double up on it. Hey, hello, Kosh. So I think this is going to be a fishing room here. In fact, if we're going to make it a fishing room, I could change up this architecture a bit. You don't really need stairs down into there. Well, I guess the blobs are going to need stairs down into it, or to get out of it. Unless I want to make it double. I guess I can make it double wide this. Make it feel more vast so you have more room for fishing. Doing it. Expanding it one more time. Wait a minute, what's going on there? Oh no, I guess that is right. Let's see. That looks good. That looks like that's filling everything. And now that I got that done, then I can do this, which is not that. Oh, I do need to do a little of that. Yeah, I was totally not thinking of this as fishing until you said that. I just don't think about fishing that much. Sorry, Winfield. I was thinking of this as like this is the where they dump the leftover stuff. The guys who don't make it as undead constructs. You know, the leftover body parts and stuff, and then it'd be filled with a bunch of slimes that would do the cleanup work. So there, now I got that part done. And now that I have that part done, then I can do this part, which is, no, not that. Move that. Move that. Move that. Is that enough room for fishing? That editor looks very Unity-like. That is because it is Unity. Lava snails is a nice rare catch. Let me get caught up on chat here. I think I'm mostly caught up. Piranha. Huh? Hope somebody's sharing somebody else's thing. If we can find the room as a blueprint and choose it if we want fishing or combat one in our dungeons. Huh? There we go. See? That is part of the reason for doing another set of dungeon-y spaces is to give you guys some other blueprints. That has always been part of the plan. All right, that looks like a decent little fishing space. All right, so now we got that in there, and again, this is the plan is to put some slimes in there. Is that water really that too deep for that guy to show? Okay, that one shows. Okay. That's the ochre slime that you find in the Rise. This is the metal slime that's found in Tartar. So that's perfect. Look at that height. Look at that. It's going to be perfect. Is that going to make you guys nervous while you're fishing there if there's slimes roaming? We'll see what this feels like while I catch up on chat real quick. Is it time to do a drawing? Not quite. Do. Have the room slowly flood the longer we're in. I've got some tech in there that'll have that has tides. The challenge with having tides or having the room slowly move up or down is just other players and updating that stuff. So let's see what this looks like in a second, and then I'm going to look at some more mechanics. And again, this is one of the I wanted to have a couple of dummy rooms. There's the welcome room. Welcome being you got to fight to. That's kind of when I say welcome, that's really you must be this tall to ride this ride. What do you think? Stand up here fishing off this little ledge to while these slimes crawl about out there. I think the idea would be that you aggro the slimes and you have to keep them cleaned out to do your fishing in here. That's the idea, at least. Yeah, that's good. They don't. I was worried the shader might clash with the water stuff. Let's see how. See, that's still too deep. I need to make that a little bit shallower. Right. I think I made it shallower a minute ago, but did not actually save it. Christ palette, 1.25 hours. I will say probably. My plan was to stream until right around 4, which is when my family does its daily walk. So we will see. But yeah, I'm planning on streaming till then. Can we make bait from slime ooze? Ooh, that's good. Make it so fishing actually would be another one to have the fishing actually create the things that spawn out there. So every 10th time you cast out, you end up catching or spawning a slime. How about that? Anyways, lots of options in here. As I mentioned, my real plan was to make this into the recycling bodies type room. I will almost certainly have this water stuff here have a massive damage field on it. I think I'll just raise these guys both up quite a bit. There we go, it feels a little better. So if you fall in the water, you're probably going to die pretty quick. Alright, so that's probably what it'll look like. So yeah, here you go. You got to sit up here, fish all day in the water. Every now and then it'll force a slime to spawn. Okay, so that's the room again. This is the... Let me label it. Oh, come on. Give me the letters. Fishing / slime recycle room. Okay, so we got the fishing room. It's gonna have blobs running around in it. We got the room over here. There's gonna be patrols going up and down these hallways. The welcome room over here, again, this is without any decos. But the welcome room is the make sure you're tough enough to be in this space. And then I think next up is we have just one or two more rooms here, so I'm trying to wrap things up. Do. Alright, so this will be... This room in here is supposed to be kind of where the action actually happens with the undead and imbuing the undead. This is going to be a large room. It'll have a pedestal. It'll have some of the like shriny type stuff on it. I think it's also going to have some electrically type elements and basically like a shocker thing. If you've been to the arena, something like that type of shocker, when you get near it, it shocks you. Probably have those, a few of those scattered around the rooms in what might be camping spots. Does Carol have some? I'm trying to remember. I was thinking of the arena in Arteris. That one has like kind of a PvP-ish type thing where it's basically just a shocking thing. But the Kobold type technology is the same type thing where they have... It's basically a spawn that doesn't move. It's just there and it's really hard to kill, but it has some negative effects around it. Has plates. So the idea in here, though, is going to be that it will be raised platform where you need to be up on raised platforms to be safe, but they're going to have shocker thingies in addition to lots of spawns in here. The next room will be the final throne room area. Let's see. So I think this is going to be one where you're going to race to get up to the higher ground because that's the only safe place in the room. I think I want to have like the full gap between it and the wall. Actually, I think we have it two and just make it a larger room. I could do 1.5, I guess. Let's see, is that going to be enough space? Hmm. That's flyover walkway. There we go. All right, already pretty close there. Trying to remember which one of these guys is what I want. I guess that one has a border to it. See how that looks. Yeah, I remember that fun. There we go. Okay, so we have something here in this room where it comes up to there. To get across, you have to go across there. Looks like I probably need to go one wider here. Let's see. Platform to platform. Oh, 2 o'clock, raffle time. Raffle coming up. Let's see, for this one I'm going to be giving away, if I can find my list. I already did the large Yule tree. I think I'll do something new and Christmassy in addition to a deed. Let's see, no more Christmas trees. Wall garlands. Let's give her a red-nosed reindeer mount. And then for the home, how about watermill can only go on a water lot. That's always problematic. Giving away things that only go in water lots. We'll do an ornate. Oh no, let's see. We'll do an elven Viking inn. Or elven inn. Village inn. Elven inn. Village home. There we go. All right, you guys ready? First one is for the red-nosed reindeer mount. Inns are for landlords. You don't like the inns? This will be the last one I do today. I'll tell you what, if you win it, I'll let you also choose a elven keep village. How about that? This is for the red-nosed reindeer. And go in 3, 2, 1, click. Marmbo. You, sir, are the proud owner of a red-nosed reindeer. Are you Marmbo in-game as well? Marmbo, Marmbo. All hail Marmbo. Come on, Marmbo. What's your name in game? And if you don't have a name in game, that's cool too. You can just message me when you get a name in game and go install the game. Marmbo number 5. I don't think that's his name. You think That sounds pretty suspicious. You need to play some more. Oh, I also do need to sing a song. Let's see. Next one. This is for the house, and I will give you the choice, as I mentioned, of either the Elven Inn or the Elven Keep. Ready? Here we go. Bam! Gwendolyn Obscuro. You can always use another house, right? And this is, I'll reset after the next one. So you don't have to re-raffle this time if you want to. I know who you are, Gwendolyn, but I still need to hear from you. Inns. You like inns. There you go. Take that, Coswald. Always use more inns. Because you were poo-pooing on the inn, saying that landlords, inns are for landlords. Oh, is that you, Owsley? Coswald, you have been falsely accused. My deepest apologies, good sir. All right, so this is where the real action takes place. The first couple are just warm-ups to get there. Again, you got to imagine this room is going to be it's going to have some dark smoke that'll probably start right in here. Fill up the whole bottom area. VFX-y style that does big damage. Up here there will be... Did I really put it that close to that wall? Should have just gone one wall wider. So again, some, whoops. Some VFX-y type stuff. Oh, a thing happened. What happened? Hey, thank you for the follow there, Gnome with the iron hands. There we go. Now we got a good gap between those two. So this will be set up. So the only way to get there is going to be to rush your booty over and get on this platform and then basically have to fight your way through it. So yes, these first guys you'll have to have some ranged guys in here. There'll be a obelisk thing to kill. Over here there's going to be at each corner there'll be a electric dealing bobber that probably will do things like lower your magic resistance. Scary. And then the ancient undead guys will be up here who will be doing some ranged stuff. This will probably be like a B15. So like boss of, that's like a high level troll or boss of like the Rise or something like that's a B15. And then the final guy is going to come in the next room. Final boss fight for this one. It's all off, isn't it? It's all off. Every little bit of it's off. Off, off, off. It's fine. I'll make it work. So now I just got to find that wall piece that has a door built into it. Oop. Correction. There we go, bammo. So again, no VFX here. So this won't look like much yet. But again, you have to imagine the play spaces. You're going to come in here, down the hallway. In here, there'll be some bright flickering lights from over there. There'll be a decent amount of fog down here that will damage you if you get into it. Bloop, 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 bloop. So you're not going to want to play down here too much. Get out of the fog, you have to come up here, and that'll be fog that there'll be like a little bit up on the platforms from, again, it's from the magic and the electrical stuff going on over here. There will be a dead, what appears to be a dead ancient undead guy here. Actually just be a corpse and some pieces and stuff around here. On some platforms, there'll be electrical stuff all around. There'll be a couple of B-15 type guys in here, maybe one B-15 and some T-12s or T-15s. But these will not be the final boss. The final boss lives in here. As you will clearly see in just a second. Hoping I can get that thing to work there. By the way, if this stuff is not your cup of tea and you're here for answers, you want answers, I will switch over to do some Q&A in just a few minutes. I did want to get this roughed in pretty quickly, though. Alright, so now it'll be that room. Coming over here to this one. I'm a little worried about that doorway. I may have to swap it out to the other doorway that's more like this one. This one will be elevated to there, and then this will kind of be of a throne room-ish type thing. I drop the ceiling in on this thing. Ceiling slash floor. Whoop. Ah, quit moving. Nightmare. Alright, so this needs a deco pass. That should handle for T15 guys. And then in here is going to be the final room. This will probably just be a modest. This is actually this is an expansion to Tartarus. So this is the maze area that you're familiar with. You probably don't know it like that. You probably know it's something like this. Whoops. Yeah, so that's on one side. You come in through that stuff into that. There's the tower in the middle. Then on the other side, there's going to be an exit down here. It'll take you to the welcome chamber. That's just going to be a small encounter space, which takes you to the recycling corpse center. That's going to be just where there's some bodies that didn't succeed and a few more magical guard type guys. And these are going to be the ancient undead themed guys. This down here is the fishy slime recycling. There's going to be some bodies floating in here. And then a number of black pudding type things in the water. It may just be the metallic slimes that exist elsewhere in the dungeon. But they'll spawn in here, but this is actually a fishing room where you will be able to fish and catch amazing fish. And then over here, this is going to be basically the reanimation chamber. Where there's going to be basically a fight up here to get to the reanimation area where they're actually doing the experiments and they're actually making ancient undeads. And then back here will just be a single boss's chamber. There's 8 different bosses for that ancient undead type. 8 different bosses that have been created for it. That are B20 type bosses. So think like something from like the top boss from the Breach or something like that would be a B20, would be a boss 20. But he'll be in here with some chamber guards that will have stuff, and he's going to have a rare drop, at least one rare drop that will be part of a set of items that are used to craft relics. Craft a relic or several types of relics, so he will have one piece of that. But anyways, that is the short version of it. Let me get... Get a few rooms in here. And of course, this is without the deco pass that actually gives things flavor. Which is why I'm describing things to you instead of just leaving them blank. Doot 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 doot. And this one to add a little interest to the room, because I know you guys are looking for dungeon rooms to make. Find recipes and make. Let's see. Okay, so now I need inside corners and outside corners. Well, I know there's one in there. Do. Where did you go, corner? Boo, I'm going to have to go find that one. There's a different type of corner that you can use for the inside versus the outside. Let me see if I can find it looking at this one. So are there people out there who would want to play with this set if I got them this dungeon set? Again, we used to give this out to any Dev Plus people. We haven't had any requests in a while. But I realize some of that is because players don't know. Kosh, you say yes. Merrick Dragon, you say yes. Wonder if this would be something worth having. Could just make this the last room. Now, you guys totally need this as like a dungeon room thing. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use this guy as the final room rather than making a new one. Wait a minute, how is that supposed to work? Okay, there, that works. Spider Room is not fixed. I'll get that in the next patch. Hopefully I can get that out tomorrow morning to you guys, because I have to put out a patch to disable deed upgrades. So the deed upgrade stuff will stay on until I get that patch live. So I'm working on getting that patch live. That is what I will start after I wrap up here. I'm getting close to wrapping up here. I think I'm going to do, whoops. I'm going to do there we go. Okay, so now this can be the finally boss type fight. Down here, this will be a T20 or a B20 boss type in here. Experiment room, science room where they bring actually reanimation room, and then this is the boss fight room. And does that collide with that? Yeah, it does. What is this crap? So the only way that room is going to work is if there's a turn right there at the last minute, or it goes directly in. Does that collide with it? Okay, that doesn't collide with it. Not a fan. But anyways, so this will be the final boss fight down here. And that is the expansion for it for now. Again, I'll probably do some offline too. Oh no, deed upgrades are working. Absolutely, do your upgrade. Get the upgrade done ASAP. Deed upgrades are working. The thing that will not work is if I try to turn off deed upgrades. It has a server component and a client component. If I turn off only the server version without doing a new build, then it will break the client. The client will basically come back and give you one of those couldn't complete the transaction things, because the client and server must agree on it. I know it's clunky that it's that style. It should just be one or the other. But anyways, that's how it works. I already went through that whole spiel earlier. Now that I've got this done, let me save this guy out. Redo and open an ID manager thing. Hold on. How's everyone doing? You upgraded a deed to tax-free city. Can I get a free Great Hall for doing it? Not live on stream. You're supposed to ask me on the side, buddy. If I tell you, and then everybody's going to be coming, well, where's mine? You can message me in game. I'll see if I can figure out something to hook you up. Okay, but tired. That is my whole life. Let's see. Fine, but busy, busy, busy. Again, also my whole life. Do. Gary, you upgrade before the sale? Yeah, we hadn't done a sale in a long time. I think that's part of why there was such a big response on the sale. Plot upgrades is we hadn't done a sale for a long time because we'd been doing the just making everything cheaper rather than it being a sale until we got it to a point where we felt it was more fair. I'm always online. I'm just usually AFK. Let's see, in terms of other stuff, let me show you a few other things here while I'm thinking about it. So we got that done and I can go look at other stuff. This is, again, for those who were not here for the early part of the stream. I'll try to run through this quick. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab a drink. My lips, I'm doing the lip thing. Uh-oh, small girl alert. What's up, small girl?
Will we be able to go on a hike?
Yes, I've already told people I have to get out of here by 4, because what do we do at 4?
Go on a hike?
What do we do at 5?
Play Minecraft?
What do we do at 6? Dad cooks. Dad cooks dinner. What do we do at 6:30?
Eat dinner?
Eat dinner and watch our shows.
Dad, we're not going to watch our show until Wednesday.
I don't know about that.
Because Hawkeye.
Oh, Hawkeye's the next show. That's right. We're watching Hawkeye as a family.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. I've enjoyed it so far.
Yeah, I did not enjoy having to stop it at a cliffhanger.
Every time. What's a cliffhanger? This is one of those little terms we kept using, and Maxine had no idea what it was, and we had to explain it. Cliffhanger. Jumping the shark. All right, get out of here. Let's see. So that's good there. Let me get the deco test. Yeah, Hawkeye, BJ Honeycutt, Klinger. I'm a MASH kid. I grew up on MASH. Watched it at our house pretty much religiously every day. Whenever it came out. My dad was actually in Vietnam, but he actually really enjoyed it too. 7 tours in Vietnam. All right, let me show you the thing I was going to show. Why is that not there? Where did it go? Oh, MASH was Korea, you're right. Guess I did not have it done yet. Hold on, let me go find one thing. I forgot to save the change I had over there. Give me 1 minute, Trev. All right, now I can do the thing. I'm just gonna throw down a few of these guys so you can see these are some of the guys coming out this next time around. All right, I'll just give this quick run through for those people who weren't on the stream 6 hours ago. When did I start? 8 hours ago? 8 hours ago when I started the stream. Hopefully that's not too many of you, although I'm sure there's a few of you out there who have been here since morning. Who was here for the morning stream? Me, twofold silence for most of it. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a bunch of new people out there. So this is for the next release coming out. Just showing off a few things. Just ignore the map that this is in. This is the Deco test bed. But this is actually the... there will be new big cats coming up for it. So yes, there are baby tigers. There are also baby lions. These are the visual variations starting from the baseline. I think that may be the tier, maybe a tier 5, tier 8 lion, or tiger. I know my animals. Tier 5, tier 8 tiger, up to probably what will turn into the T15 tamed tiger pet. Those are all, again, just size variations, although Damon is planning on getting a little more visual variation to them as well. And yes, and then over here we have the male lion, of course. Some of the size variations, female lion. And then the very most important thing you can get down here are of course, the babies, young. These guys will be in scenes as both a creature to fight, this release, unless something goes horribly. It will be in scene as something you can tame. These will be a new tame pet. They will probably be on par, maybe a little weaker in terms of DPS than gators. And then they may have a few different attacks that they can use that may add some variations to them to make them different from gators. And also they may have a roar effect that they do that for the tamed version that gives some type of buff to the party. Or things near it. The actual versions in game are going to have at least 4 attacks, probably 5. They'll probably have the base claw swipe. They'll have a double swipe that adds a rend effect to it. They will have a bite that will have a puncture effect that will do armor piercing damage. They will have a pounce that is they jump forward some distance, basically like this type of distance, that they'll be able to close that distance fast. That'll also have a knockdown that goes along with it, which of course that's a scary one because their range, they're intelligent in terms of the AI for the range. This is just built into our AI system, so they pick the best attack for range. So if you're someone who's trying to run away from them, if you get into the pounce attack range, then that's when they can pounce on you, which is going to have a knockdown. So you can imagine doing the pounce and then doing the attacks while you're on the ground. Then the roar effect they'll have will probably add a mez effect to everybody around it. So no lions and tigers together. No, but I'm sure there will be the odd player who will want to get together. Sabertooths are coming, actually, that will get together and want to have the lions fight the tigers. I'm not sure I'm going to have them differently. Have them be different creatures. I was trying to forget. Somebody that was very sure of lions being able to beat tigers, or was it the other way around? Tigers could beat lions. I forget which one it is. Tigers are the biggest ones I know. They're actually bigger than lions. Leopard. So again, these will be in for creatures. This release for fighting and taming. Next release should be Damon is hoping to get all the mounts done. Liger beats them all up. I've seen the Ligers before, the lion-tiger mix, that they're like bigger than either lions or tigers. Are crazy. That's a real thing. White tigers are coming. That's a variation that is going to be done. And that may be like a T15 version, basically this size guy. That guy feels like ridiculously large to me. I may be shrinking that guy down. These are the versions that Damon set up. But yes, there will be mounts. Again, January release is when we hope to have mounts for these guys and more. Don't shrink them down, leave him huge. So the thing behind me is the house we hope to get done. And laser beams too coming out of them. So the thing back here is the house that should be, we expect it to be done for this release. Again, Damon's got a lot on his plate, so we will see how it goes. But we expect them to be done for this release. This is the built from prefabs and hand cobbled together stuff and some artwork done by Travis version of a village house. This just barely fits on a village lot. Again, you can put it on village lot, town lot, whatever. So, but on a village lot, you can see it almost feels like somebody was saying it feels almost like a row house, where it'll be if you have like multiple of these together and the lots are close together, that it's going to feel, you know, where there's hardly space to walk between the two houses. It'll feel more row house like. But this is actually fits on a village lot. And Bridge Troll, I'm with you on the llama thing. Maxine and I go and we pet the alpacas and llamas at the zoo while she's wearing her Kipo and the Wonder Beast t-shirt that says pet all the animals. But we have a few llama haters on the team. I know, right? Who do not want llamas in the game. They say there's no point for a llama. They know nothing. Oh, this is the alternate version. If you saw the one this morning, I can put the other one, drop the other one in here. Oh, and you can also see this is actually cobbled together from hundreds of smaller objects. That's why the next pass for this is Damon takes this and turns it into a actual built prefab rather than it being a cobbled together thing like this. Here we go. This is one thing that still needs to be done, is there's a space out here that you can't quite reach yet. So that's one that Damon's going to be taking a pass on. But anyways, this will be coming up. This will be one of our first new houses in a long time. That is for village lots, at least. We've had the Lord of the Isle. This is also the same style house. The same set is going to be used to create at least a couple others, but it'll probably be used to create a town-sized version and a city-sized version at the very least. Now, if they're like this, where it fills the whole thing, those are big, and because really, I expect people to use this one on a town lot more often. Damon's going to be taking a pass on the windows as well to get those guys cleaned up. Pass on collision and a number of other stuff, so... But yeah, this whole set, we're going to use it to build probably 2 village types, 2 town types, but get a number of varieties out there for you. Town is where we really lack stuff, but again, I think this one is for a town-sized lot. This one will fit on a town-sized lot and be one of the larger town-sized versions as well. There may be a keep version as well, Sean Butts. Again, the city version of it will probably be so large that it'll look appropriate on a keep, at least if we follow this pattern. So anyways, that's another thing that's coming for this next release that I said I'd do. Let's see, I think I showed off the deco placement, the free placement of houses of, come on, editor. Free placement of deco houses. Oh, and right there you just actually saw one of the things why it is not going live this release. If you saw it pop in, this is actually a house that has been converted to a deco with has been converted to a deco so you can do free placement on it. But this is something, this will be in the January release. There's just too much data in addition to a few problems. But this will be in the January release of things. Probably not every single house will be convertible, but we'll have at least the ones that make sense convertible over. Oh, now I gotta read. No Mercy after sales from last week's spend more than 100K coat. Let's see. There's currently a bug with when we, just for a little history on this, since I've got a number of viewers there. We, about a month ago, maybe the last release, we turned our window of how long until you get evicted. We increased that. That was really intended to be a temporary increase from 14 days to I think 60 days, which was just because you may have noticed, actually I think it was 2 releases ago, there was a game that came on the scene that everybody in the world decided they would go play, and we didn't want those people who left and came back to find that their house had been evicted. Now they have to put everything down and redo everything. So we actually turned up the time for eviction on that. But that was really intended to be a temporary fix until we got the real fix in, which is making it so when you get evicted, it doesn't kick you out of the house, or it doesn't tear down your house and send it all to the bank, and instead it just picks up your house and puts it in the magic movers. So that change obviously is in now, so we will probably roll back the grace period for evictions, because if not, there's a number of bugs we're going to have to go deal with that are both in the client side, the server side, and also on the email scripts that run and all that type of stuff to send out warnings. So number of areas in Obsidian Panopticon and other newer areas that have flooring issues. Pets and AoE. You can tell me here. That's something I can go show. Let's see. I'm going to have to figure out what the name of that scene is exactly. Panopticon. Let's see. Let's go take a look at that. We'll go take a look at that bug you mentioned on the flooring. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Kosh Summers, if you have 10 homes and only 5 magic mover slot, yes, all 10 will get saved. Yes, we are aware that this could result in some players trying to abuse the system, but it's a pretty tedious way to try to abuse the system. And we're keeping an eye on it. We're logging that type of stuff. So if we see that come up, we'll deal with it. But until we see it being a problem, we don't want to punish everybody for fear that there may be a few people who might exploit something. Let's see, here's the Obsidian Panopticon. Now, my guess, you were saying something about the flooring. You were probably talking about the nav mesh. What you want to look for in the nav mesh is that it's all there and it's all the same color all around. So you can see how we have some bright green over here, and then we have some not so bright green over here. Then the other thing is showing surfaces. What's up with the wolves and bears? Area where pets get stuck. Yeah, the thing that would get pets stuck is what you're seeing right here, actually. The pets would come up to this door and not go through that door. Something is up with that door that is making it not cross over properly. So that is, there's a couple different grids here. Oh yeah, and you can see for this type, this is for the larger creature. I thought I had all the pets now on the smaller creature, but you can see for this type, if you have a large pet, and it's still doing the large pet thing, which it's not supposed to be doing anymore, that guy's he's gonna be having trouble. This is the nav mesh display for the large creatures in game. So they all have trouble getting through these doors. Not surprising, but that shouldn't be a problem. What type of pet do you guys have? Croc mainly. Okay, I can take a look at crocs to see how they do here. But you don't have many bugs inside of them. Irish eyes. I will actually tell you the cannot place animals in a red barn. That is because the red barn is not... Right now, when you put down any deco, we do not generate nav mesh inside of it. We do not generate this stuff inside of it. That is actually the thing I have to fix to make the deco houses work fully. If I don't do that, then your pets won't work inside your house, which I know would be super annoying. But let's see, if you come down here, you can see that even down here, this one looks better. This one may just need to be regenerated with a tighter mesh to fix a few of those gaps. But this one looks like this whole floor, oh no, never mind. You can see that one right over there. It's got the same thing where you can see it's a different color on the outside than it is on the inside. That's a sign that your pet would not be able to cross over that threshold. It looks like the same thing again. It gets up to the door, but can't quite get through it. Whereas the other ones have no problems getting through it. So this may just need to be regenerated at a higher resolution. A slightly finer grid. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Trying to remember. That may be all we really need for that one. Do I look smarter? All right, we'll try scanning that. And yes, it's like a greenhouse, the red barn. It's not due to there being no floor. When you put it down, it's actually just a deco. It doesn't generate, we don't generate nav meshes when you put down decos. What we do is we basically cut out. I showed this actually early this morning, which I know most of you are sane people who don't get up early in the morning. But when you put down a deco, it actually will do a cutout around the deco, whatever the thing is. It doesn't regenerate it in there. It basically just says, can't go here. So when you're putting down your barn or your greenhouse, it is doing a, oh, still got the problem right there. The color changed, but the problem stayed the same. So yeah, so I'll have to look into that a little bit more. I'm not sure why that one particular one there. But anyway, so it just cuts it out. It doesn't try to generate nav. The thing that has to happen for the houses, for me to put the houses down, is I've got to be able to regenerate that stuff on the fly. And that's the tech I'm working on. That's the main task that's remaining for it. Once that is done, that will not only fix your houses, but we'll be able to flag any type of deco that needs to regenerate nav mesh. We'll be able to flag that. So when you put down a red barn, it can, rather than just saying, cut a giant hole in here and nothing can get in, it can actually try to regenerate the nav mesh for it. This will, it is some performance issues involved with it. Again, on my machine, it wasn't bad, but my machine's got 12 cores. It's like an AMD 5900X or something. That is pretty fast. So it's going to need some testing before it can go live, but it's one that may be performance issue for some people. But unlike the terrain stuff that I've found in the past, it is all threaded, so it can run in the background. That's actually what we do for player dungeons. Is when you enter a player dungeons, we rebuild all the player stuff. So, nope, man, does not want to cross that threshold. I'll create a bug for. Let me try something here. Maybe it's just this door is set up wrong. Let's try that. Doors should be set so that they are they're colliders, but they're not nav blocking. They won't block a nav mesh. Ooh, Radicus, I think we do send an email normally. Our email server sending thing broke, which fortunately we still have not turned back the eviction stuff, and you're getting mailed before the 14 days was up, but your eviction time is like 60 days. But that broke again with the latest thing we did with the server, our web servers, where we were updating our web service to a version that was not a decade old. So we have clean web servers, but we've been going through and just here and there fixing up web server stuff as it breaks, things that have ties to the web server. The email was one of those things that broke along the way. Yeah, so that looks like that is, for whatever reason, it's just decided it's not going to get through there at all. So that's when I may have to turn back over to Sanyo to do it. And if you watch this thing that I'm doing right here where I'm scanning, this is actually the same type thing we have to do for generating a map. This is generating this time that it takes here, this 15 seconds or whatever. It's generating the entire scene around here. For you guys, we would only have to generate a lot, and then only have to generate that lot when you walked onto it. Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Banana, dun, 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 dun. Come on. Come on, baby. Almost there. So that fixed it. So the Something in that hinge parent, something in there's looks like there's probably a cylinder there that is intentionally blocking it. Come on, Unity. So I will have to ask Sanyo why he has those things there, because it looks like, so that if you saw, this now connects and is the same color across there. So something in this part, but not the actual door itself, but actually a cylinder or something, is the thing that is blocking it. Those are all sounds. Yeah, the metal bar was not what was doing it, not the, that wasn't doing, oh, maybe that's, let's see. Oh, by the way, I'm really mostly showing you guys this just because I know some of you like seeing behind the scenes. Sure, some of you don't, but... Okay, that's the one I just deleted. Trying to find one that works. Almost there, there we go. Let's see, so that should be flagged as a door. I think being flagged as a door is what makes it work. So if I come back over here, let's see what happens if I flag the whole thing as a door. Well, that's set to nav exclude. Maybe something underneath it got set to, did not get set to nav exclude. And what I'm looking at here is if you look up here, that is set to nav exclude. I'm wondering if something on there that should be set to nav exclude but did not. Aha! I bet that right there is what's blocking it. So let's try setting this whole thing to it. Yes, change children. And scan it. All right, let me catch up on what you guys are talking about. Doot, 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 doot. All doors there need key, but one is also tied closed and never opens. Not the panopticon itself. So yeah, so this one's probably a the one that is tied closed. That's good because I didn't remember how this stuff worked and now I know. Sanyu probably is in the background screaming no. Let's see. All right, let me go check the hills then. So what I look for is the different color nav meshes. This is good because the main nav mesh on this is that bright green. And this is looking all pretty good here. Again, if it's continuous bright green like that, continuous the same color, whatever color it is, that means that it's all connected somehow. And yes, turning this debug mode on and makes it really slow. So that looks all good. The only places where there's breaks are places I would expect breaks, like tops of rocks and stuff where you you shouldn't be able to get up there anyways. Let me turn this off for a second so I can actually have decent frame rate and go find things. All right, so that's one place I would think. Yeah, see, that's all bright green. That's all the same. There's like one little gap there. Oh, I see that joke coming up there. It's a hardware issue. Just a reminder, I was a computer science engineer major, as in chip engineer. Take that. Making chips is boring. Who wants to do that for a living? I was technically a computer science engineer rather than computer science because they didn't have computer science back in the mid-'80s at the school I was going to. They had like data processing or information systems, and computer science engineering and information systems was all. No one wants to do that stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure where you were seeing the problems, but they look good right now. But that may be because I rebuilt it at a different resolution. Yes, that was. You smoke test and you can do the finger test on the chips. See if you got it all wired up. Let the magic smoke out. I'll let the magic smoke out of a few chips. But anyways, I'm not sure exactly, again, up the mountain. Like maybe up in here. Can you even get up here? Well, there's spawns up here, so I guess you can get up here. Okay, so up here maybe. Let me look up here. That is not connected to the main grid, but it is all pretty consistent colors. It looks like there's gaps in here. Yeah, that all seems like it's the same bluish color. Surprised there's issues in there. I guess there's little pockets of different stuff in there. That's mostly just like on tops of rocks and stuff like that. Yeah, and just because you can jump somewhere does not mean creatures are going to be able to get up there. Or that your pets will be able. There should be collision, something up there so they can be summoned there, so they can be created up there, but they may not be able to cross down into it. And that, I'm not going to say it's by design, but it's not a bug in the nav mesh. It's a bug in the whole geometry of the map. Needs to be tuned to handle that 100% of the places. Oh, it's after 3 o'clock. Let me do a giveaway. And let's see. Is there anything else I want to do here? I'm trying to think. I guess I'm going to switch into some Q&A here for a minute. Let me check some stuff. Yeah, we are in the final. When I shut down the stream, I'll go ahead and turn off the Kodo sales. As for double experience, I'm still on the fence on that. I know some people say, turn it off, don't let us get used to it, but I think you're already used to it, and that's in the past, we've let it go through Christmas, so I will take a poll among the team members, but we may leave it on for a while. Let's see. Doot. Hold on, just catching up on some team chat stuff. Let's see, let's do some questions, again, give me a minute here. Also, if you want to upgrade your deed, again, reminder that I will be turning off the crown sale in a little while, but the deed upgrades will stay on until I put out a new patch, which will be sometime tomorrow. So, and also a reminder, if you see that patch come out and you're about to do the deed upgrade, in case you guys don't know how the deed upgrade or how the server stuff works, our technology for the server is we actually do server roles, which is if when that server thing comes out, we actually have 2 instances of our server set up. When we publish a new patch, basically rather than kill the current server, it spawns an entire new server, and it knows like who's on which one and who's been moved to the new one. But when you see that instance is closing in 60 minutes thing, that's it giving you the hint that, you know, the nudge to get over to the new server version. But when you see that, even if we've just put out like a server patch that changes something, if you stay on that server and don't move to the new one for that hour, you got like 1 hour to do stuff on the old server. The old version of the server is still around. So that is also why sometimes if we're pushing out a patch that is for an exploit or some, you know, imbalance thing, I'm sure you guys would never exploit, but we sometimes put out very unbalanced things or have like stuff in the loot bundle that shouldn't be in a loot bundle that we don't want you to get. But sometimes when that happens, we will do a forced patch where we will force you to upgrade and it'll kick you off like immediately. Not too often. But anyways, just mentioning that in case you're on tomorrow morning and you see there's a patch released and you get you haven't upgraded your client yet, but you get the, hey, new server, or you should move to a new instance of this scene. You can still upgrade at that point. But as soon as you move to that new scene, you're on the new server and you will not be able to upgrade. You know, it will not take the old stuff. So anyways, just in case you guys weren't completely clear on how that worked. Let's see. No 5x XPs. There will be some tuning going on to a couple of scenes this release as well that are kind of the crazy scenes. The troll, you guys can expect the troll room for player dungeons to get some work. They'll probably not get any work in terms of the creature rewards. The creatures will get tougher though, is probably where that's going to go. Effectively increasing the rewards or the difficulty. Effectively nerfing the experience because the trolls are going to be harder to kill. And then the other one, of course, is one of the Mist Render's extreme Spindle Skog or whatever it is. There's a couple of those extreme scenes where they just do not live up to the hype. Bridge Troll, I was trying to be creative on stuff. I don't think you guys really, you guys get tons of experience as it is. We of course have that kind of by design, is we want players to be able to catch up and get to whatever content they want and be able to play with other people. We don't want to force you to have to spend, you have 1 full week of playtime where you have to be in this set of scenes and then 1 full week in this set of scenes and 1 full week in that to force all of our content. That's, if you haven't really thought about how game design for level blocked content games works, I mean, that's a big part of it. Is they built all this content and they want to force you to go through all of that content. So they basically, you can't kill stuff that's 3 levels higher than you. You can only kill stuff that's your level or 3 levels lower than you. And if you kill something that's more than 3 levels lower than you, you don't get credit for it. You don't get any advantage for it. And they force you into those really tight, capped areas. So, but anyways, yeah, I was trying to think of some stuff, again, coming up with the 12 days of Christmas idea. I don't know if I can come up with 12 cool things to do for Christmas stuff. Some of it'll be sales, obviously, for our benefit and yours, but trying to think of other things to go in there, like double XP type stuff. The 100K experience per login, that'll probably go down to 10K, and then I'll turn that up back on Christmas, or 12 days of Christmas time. But still looking for other things to go in there. If you guys think of anything, throw them my way. You guys are obviously smarter than me on a lot of this stuff. All right, not a lot of that stuff, but you guys definitely know what you want more than I do usually. all the MMOs you play have walked away from level gating. Yeah, that's for a while that's EQ has level gating, and World of Warcraft is probably the most famous. It's not just level gated; it's actually content gated, and you can be max level and still not be qualified to play in a space because you do not have the perfect gear, and that's just the whole gearing up thing that they force. Gating and level gating, and then also the tier of your gear. So it's crazy. 12 ether witches, 11 white wyverns. That's good. Let's see. I'm going to do the drawing here, and then I'm going to answer questions for the next hour, and then call it a day at 4 o'clock. WoW has a lot of great stuff in it. Man, I'm so jealous again. Our art style is basically not an art style. For those who haven't really paid attention, I really wish we had Sally's art. So I will say, wow. I mean, they do a ton of things amazingly well, but again, love their art style. Love Crowfall, even though Crowfall didn't catch on the way I think a lot of people hoped it would. But absolutely love Crowfall in terms of the style. Doot. 5 golden rings. Oh, I think the other thing I meant to show you guys that was from this morning, you can ignore this. I explained what that is and how that is magenta, not pink. For the bug reporters out there, it is 255-0255 is the RGB color for it. This ruined one of my early games because everybody uses magenta for color keying, and some video cards were hard-coded to use magenta color keying. And I made a Barbie game where a lot of times there were colors in there that Barbie pink was more of a magenta than a pink. So I told that story early. But the thing I was going to show is also, this is on QA now. QA is live. Hey, look. Whee! That'll be in there for all of them, so... Prizes. What should I give away here? I didn't pick prizes yet, did I? So brain dead. Let's do another mount. I know we've got the holiday. I gave away a reindeer earlier. That's pretty good. Let's do a reindeer, and let's do a... I'll save a big lot for the end. We will do... I like giving away village because you guys have village. You guys have a village deed that you can get for free. Just play the game. Boop, boop, boop. I'm going to give away this one. I know it's a dumb looking tower, but again, this is one that'll probably be cooler when you could have a free placement. I'm not going to say it's going to ever be cool. Actually, you know what? That's still too stupid. I hate that thing. It's really tough to deco. Give away a Barbie game. I actually don't have the any of the Barbie games that I made. I don't have many of the copies of the early stuff that I did, sadly. I have a pirate ship, but that's about it. Let's do an ornate 3-story Viking crafting pavilion village home. That's one that people who have second lots can enjoy too. Hold on, getting out my list of things to give away. We are giving away another reindeer. Red-nosed reindeer mount. And then we're going to give away a ornate 3-story... Who is that on camera? Viking crafting pavilion. Wow, that's a mouthful. Here we go. You guys ready? You printed something? Yep, those are flowers. You gonna go color? You don't do any coloring these days. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. This is for the reindeer. Hold on, I lost my thing that has all the words on it. I need my words. Here's my words. 5 golden rings. Owlsley, the decoing in the spider room may be... That is one that Ravalox is supposed to be working on. He is back now, but I've not seen him on chat much, so I think he's still recovering and catching up on real-life stuff after getting back from his other real-life stuff. But let's do the pick the winner. This is for the reindeer, and then we'll do the one for the crafting pavilion. Yes to a pink. There's 3 people who want pink unicorns. I threatened the team to make the white unicorn dyeable. That was shot down immediately, and the discussion was not ever mentioned again. Here we go. Twofold silence. I kill Carrie with pink unicorn. Who are you, twofold silence? I'm just going to put twofold silence there until you speak up. All right, we're going to do the next one, which is the ornate 3-story Viking crafting pavilion. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go. HT Genie UK, all right. I know your name. Oh man, I'm trying to remember your name. HT Genie UK. It's like a normal name. It's not. Oh no, is it Genie? It's. I can't remember. What's your name, Genie? I know I've given you stuff 100 times. All right. Well, you're obviously playing the game or watching another stream. I think I can look you up. I'll find you if you don't show up. Hopefully, I'll be able to find both of you guys. Genie UK, that's what I thought. I'll search the username list, though, and see if I can find it. Not online, in-game. But he's winning. Speaking of which, I'm doing the reset now. And opening the giveaway. So now you guys need to redo it for the final one. For the final one, I'll give away some bigger stuff, I think. Ready for my afternoon hike with the family. Do 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 do. 5 golden rings. I still owe people one more song. I'll have to look up some Beatle lyrics to do here in a bit. Let me see. Oh, time for a nap. All right, doing an Ask a Dev stream now. Let's see. So, Crockheads, any plans on adding a new potion using them, like a scale skin potion, adding a bit of armor maybe? I would love to have some more defensive consumable type stuff that, again, just anything that consumes kind of all that stuff that you guys are angry that you pick up this junk. You know, it's only junk because we don't have recipes like that to use it in. So that rusty spoon, you wait, there's going to be a recipe that uses it. That stuff's going to have value. Rusty plate, done. Going to be the top thing in the market there, going for 500 gold a piece. Need to be able to stack on pillows too. Let's see. Oh, we get the pillows to rotate upright so they can be properly placed on sofas. Damon immediately chimed in and said, yes, we should do this. I expect that'll be, Rick will be jumping on that here soon. Doot. Can the compass not be so transparent as it disappears in light backgrounds. Looking at mine. Yeah, it's weird how the edges get super transparent when you get high, but the middle does not. Yeah, it's kind of an odd choice. I don't know why the edges of it get transparent like that. That's one we can look into. I'm just happy we can move it. And that. Here's my UPS again, scaring me. Bridge Troll has an important question. Need a bunny hop emote so I can dance with Bucky, my rabbit. That's a good name for a rabbit. But what about your fox? What are you going to name your fox? Is it going to be Roxy the Foxy and you got to have a little fox dance? I'm excited to see what dance Damon gave the fox. I've not checked yet. Let's see. Raven Wolf says, while you're adding non-horse-like mounts, please add wolf mounts, please. Raven Wolf, that will happen. That is should be for January. For those who don't know, we can't. It isn't as simple as saying, "Here's the horse model." Well, now add a wolf model. The animals are on different skeletons. Are you trying to hide? What are you trying to do?
I get it.
They're on different skeletons and different animation rigs and have different widths, so it actually has to be Damon has to do a different ride animation for the player. There's actually more to it than just even binding, like the player's point, pick a point in his crotch and stick that to the horse and run him around. That's like if you think about like if you've ever seen like somebody put a stuffed doll on a dog or like strapped on a dog, like one of those funny videos that are going around. That's what you would look like if we had that. There's actually animations that go for the player that match to make his, the legs a proper width and to move with the horse, so it's not just an attachment and you're being violently shaken around by the horse. So that is the big reason it hasn't happened. And yes, we could just say screw it and do it, but we got enough bugs. We don't want to create new bugs and reports on stuff like that. But yes, that will be happening. January is the current time frame. As in, the release coming up is on next Thursday, so the release after that. Let's see. A conversation broke out earlier, and this is one we've had a number of times, but we pulled up the list of stuff again. This is someone wanted Hinmu Lightbringer, can we please have higher subscription tiers for like $20 a month? This is something we've talked about for a while, that we have a lot of players who want and they want to support, at a higher level, and we would love to add that. We actually have the tech for it, and then their challenge always ends up being the coming up with what we can give you guys. But the current list of sub ideas for that you get for rewards is giving you bank slots monthly, giving you dungeon points monthly, giving you extra deck slots, +1 magic movers quarterly, +1 character slot per year maybe. Let's see. Hide online status in friends list and /whispers. Special nameplate colors, special nameplate symbols, being able to link gear and items in chat. We need to have that for everybody. I don't want to limit that to just sub people. It's a great idea, just not for the subs. Everybody needs to be able to do that. Let's see. Putting a special symbol next to your name in chat. That's one that is great, so we can show people who want to show that they're big supporters of the game, they can. Higher % in-game Kodo drops for each tier. Ooh, no. Just thinking about the implementation for that. And you're giving us money so we can give you more money. Need to think on that one. Greater EXP return for untraining skills on higher tier subs. That's one I've actually talked about. I worry a little bit about cannibalizing. One of our top 5 selling things always is Obsidian Books of Unlearning, or Greater Books, Obsidian Books of Unlearning. Like, both of those things are in our top 10 sales items. So I worry a little bit about that, but just having something. My question is, if you guys had, like, we made it so you get 90% back if you have a tier 1 sub, and then 95% of your experience back in tier 2 subs, would you guys still use Obsidian Books? I know some of you out there have used them. Christ Palette, we don't have a good way to transfer characters, I'm afraid. That's one of those we've looked at, and just, again, this is going back some to the history of things. If you recall the original design, Richard's original design for things, and again, it's not bad design on Richard's part or anything, it's just the game has evolved into something more than what it was when things started. But the original design and all tech built around it was that there would be 1 character per account. And so anytime we get into like character stuff, there's always, it feels, the code for it and feels a little, I don't want to say clunky, but it's something that needs love, and it's something we try to avoid touching. But having character transfers is something we've looked at, and just due to how the character stuff is set up, it's really tough. We would like to, but again, as we've seen from other games, that's one of the places where the dupes came in, is, hey, let's have some character transfer stuff, and then having the character transfer between things opens up some dupe opportunities. So we look at that stuff really carefully. We just don't have a good way to do it. We could possibly in the future, I could see it happening, but it's definitely not on our short list, to be perfectly honest. Sorry. Multiple recall points, yes. Primo Salty, is there plan to bring dynamic difficulty to old tier 3, tier 4 scenes? Yeah, there's a lot of them. We have a long list of scenes that we plan on refurbishing to be better scenes. We basically have gone and looked at the top 50 and lowest 50 scenes. Maybe that's something I can share with you guys, a little content. Let me see where that goes. Hold on. You have to pause the display capture for a second. Okay, so that's fine. Do 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 do. This is one I can pull up and show you guys. All right, so this is showing the list of maps. This is showing the list of maps least played in the last 7 days. Just so you know. And also, if you're thinking again that I'm exposing some IP address to you here that is some secret thing, it's an internal address. That's how most of our stuff works, is we have multiple VPN stuff that you have to do to get behind the scenes. So in terms of the last 7 days, let's see if this thing will handle. Let me do 30 days. Let my love open. This is one of the charts we look at in terms of looking to see what stuff we need to get in and figure out how to make it useful. if it's quality content that just isn't being used due to lacking something. Again, some of these are test maps, PvP arena stuff, spawning test. Those are dev, but stuff like Hidden Vale Plains Road 01 tier. So one thing is, you guys, you see a name like that, and that means nothing to you guys. Let me tell you what that scene is actually called. That scene is actually known as King's Road. How many of you go to King's Road? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Nobody? So yeah, so these are some examples. So King's Road. We'll see what that looks like. You have the map for King's Road? So this is what King's Road looks like. Actually, hold on. Let me instead pull that up there. Maximize that. There we go. So this is King's Road. This is obviously a small scene. There's King's Port, but this is King's Road. I'm not even sure what this is for. But this is, as you saw, one of the least played scenes out there. You know, it looks like a small scene that probably had some purpose. I don't know what that purpose is. Killed a lot of skellies there back in the day. Yep. So let's see. How about that map? This one is North Shattered Hills. Anybody play North Shattered Hills? Anybody? Bueller? Let's see what North Shattered Hills looks like. Oh, it's I remember this scene. I remember falling and dying in this thing a few times. Hey, thank you very much. Hey, a sub. Oh, and I just saw there's the Shot Glass resub, Anonymous gifted, new subscriber Maynard. The Maynard. Got new things going on there. Uh-oh, are you guys trying to get a hype train going? Is that what happened? Oh no, somebody just gifted. But yeah, so this is one that you guys, this one probably had like one person go into it in the last month. It's got some creatures in it. What are these guys? Spider egg spawners. Anybody remember this scene? But anyways, there's a lot of these scenes. These are the scenes we're going to try to go in, and the ones of those that feel decent. Did East Reach Gap really fall off the list that much? That was like the sweet spot for people for a while, but now no one has gone there in like a month. It's actually on the bottom of the list for stuff. No love for East Reach Gap? But anyways, there's a lot of these maps that... oh, Upper Tiers. That's another good one. Anybody go to Upper Tiers still? Let's see. I'll see if I can find it. Let me find the actual name for Upper Tiers. Hey, it's not in the bottom 50. Congratulations, upper tiers. Now this is actually this is a little bit deceiving in terms of what it is, what it lists, because it is showing the number of movement events logged. That mostly is tied to skeletons in East Reach Gap are too hard now. This is mostly a playtime thing, but if players just stand in one spot, like East Reach Gap, it probably won't show up there. Man, why is that not even showing up? Maybe maybe no one has been to East or to upper tiers. Let's see. Let me update the search. So you can see this map tops out at about 2,000. Okay, so actually it gets some playtime. 14,000. Upper tiers was balanced a number of times, but it should be decent. Yeah, upper tiers was killed by East Reach Gap, and then East Reach Gap was killed by skeleton archers, apparently. But you can see this bottom 100. The bottom 100 maps in the last month have had fewer than 1850 map updates. Now this equates to, I think, every 10 minutes you will log a map update for where you are, which is what this is tracking. But so upper tiers this is 1850 to be in the bottom 100, and upper tiers is 14,000. Are you just messing with me? Is there actually lower tiers? I don't remember personally. There's no lower tiers. Skeleton archers suck way OP. I can go in and lower some dexterity on those. Those again, it's kind of the challenge of trying to add danger to players who are just used to standing around, and that was one of the easier ways, is having range things be more powerful. Obviously, it was probably moved a little bit too far. Again, I have difficulty trying to find the right balance with some of you in terms of how things work. But and shields still just don't give enough defense for range, and few enough people use them that even if they did, it would still not be a good balance. But anyways, let's see. No upper tiers. I know we got a rise and a fall. Why don't we have an upper and a lower tiers? Uh-oh, there's a little girl here with a reindeer on her shirt. You want to show them the reindeer on your shirt? And the stain, the big stain that's on your shirt. Oh my goodness, you're so heavy. How did you get to be 70 pounds? Are you 80 pounds now? 100?
I'm only 57.
57. Oh. Why are you putting your tongue out? You have no idea how to be on camera, do you? Is that your puppy dog? Trying to be a puppy dog?
I'm not being a puppy dog.
Can you tell us what the factorial of 5 is? 5 factorial. Okay, can you tell us what factorials can be used for? All right, the puppy dog's not going to talk. That was our lesson. That was our lesson on last Friday or last Thursday, I think. Factorials. Remember, we use it to calculate chances of things happening. We were playing dice game. So, factorials used to benchmark calculators. No, we were using it to calculate the probability of rolling. We were playing Yahtzee. This is the type of math stuff we do. We're playing Yahtzee, and we were using factorials to calculate the probability of getting a full straight. If you just rolled one die after the other, rolled 5 dice, what your odds were to get 5 numbers that were in a row.
Not very likely.
Not very likely is right. It's not that unlikely, though.
What is it?
Remember, because it's 5 factorial is basically what you need to roll 5 numbers that are exactly in a row. or 6 factorial if you want to roll 6 long straight. All right, but anyways, so that's in terms. That was all a super long answer in regards to a Ask Dev thing on please make a scene, not be horrible anymore.
Right, it's 3, 4, 6. Should I get dressed?
Yeah, you should get dressed. We'll still go hike here in a minute. Let's see. Do. Yeah, these two gold Severums have been at each other for a while. They're both boys, and they're both after. Or I guess it's the orange one over there. That one's not a gold one. That is a. I'm trying to remember what they called it. It's like a speckled red fire Severum or something red, something weird like that. We thought that was a boy. His name is Vulcan. Vulcan is a girl, and these two gold ones here are the boys. So they've been at each other and fighting over Vulcan. Doot. Dun 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 dun. Just reading up. Can you please allow ceiling lighting to be placed in the stone dungeon room one by one? Again, Ravlox has a whole list of those type of things. He's going to be taking a pass on all the deco stuff for dungeons and everything. Trying to make sure those are actually, all the surfaces are covered. Doot. Oh, here's one. There's a question that I can go into history again, as this kind of turned into a history lesson today, history of Shroud lesson. Elliot Spencer asked a question: is there a chance that blunt weapons can be split into blunt and axe? This is one that Star and I were debating early on. Star and I largely did all the trees and the school stuff between the two of us. And just like the early design portion for it is what Star was involved with, obviously not implementing. But this is one that I let him decide some things on. But axes and bludgeon are in the same tree. Axes, for those who haven't paid attention, who haven't noticed, axes fall into the bludgeon tree. Now the reason for this is I think some LARPers got together and convinced Star that that's how it should be, because the way you swing a hammer and the way you swing an axe are the same. So that part is absolutely true. Or at least largely true. The way you swing an axe and the way you swing a hammer is true. The part where that falls apart, and it shouldn't have been like that, is we aren't looking at the styles in terms of how players swing it. We're looking for the results. So that is why we have things like, if you want to do a ground pound, you can use your axe to do a ground pound, because everybody thinks of swinging an axe when you're doing a ground pound. But anyways, that's the bit of history from there. Star regretted it almost immediately too, but we left it that way. So it'd be tough to split out axes. I don't think that's a big enough tree, big enough list of things to split those apart. And then there's also some people who've built, their builds around. We've got that set of rules. I crafted the perfect axe for their bludgeon stuff. Then what do we do with these axes that all have bludgeoned enchantment masterwork things on them? Whirlwind. They do have a whirlwind. Hold on. They have whirling blades. I'm trying to remember. There's a combo that goes with the whirling blades too. Oh, you're wanting the whirling blades to inflict a rend as well. Oh, not in the bludgeon tree. Yeah. Again, yeah, so if you want to do break armor, you use an axe. And knockdown, you use an axe. Again, some weird early decisions, but just so people know why there was at some point kind of some logic behind it a little bit. Let's see. I think I'm doing one more ask a question. And then I'm going to call it a day here pretty quick. Do the final drawing. Call it a day after only about a 10-hour stream. Azurian de Fresnay, why is there no possibility to subscribe for 3 or 6 months instead of having a full time? I'm not sure. It's a full-time ABO. I'm not sure what ABO is. Trying to think what ABO would stand for. What do you think ABO stands for? ABO.
I've never heard of it, so
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. I see one here. Goriakulas asks, can we get a small cast time multiplier, draw speed multiplier, and crafting time modifier to the shrine boost in Castle Atos? Would make it a premier training destination. If you haven't been there, it's already a pretty premier training spot. If I'm online, I'll usually go in there and turn the speed up to 1.5x, which is about where you can train faster. But if you go much higher than that, then you start getting into this wacky situation because you can't double click anymore, because you can't double click 2 times as fast as you're used to. People start reporting everything's broken. But it's already usually at 1.5x. And that's also where you start getting into Benny Hill looking territory when you get into the 2x speed. 1.5 is already bad enough, especially with how fast some of you guys run. But 1.5x, and then there's also the buff, and there's 100% application speed. But yeah, I'll be looking to ways to spice up those the buffs that are in there. The new one I saw yesterday, some people were getting the 30 person plus buff version of the Castle Atos buff. In case you didn't know, there's one of the shrines in there gives a buff based on how many people are in the scene at that time. Again, that's to encourage people to get together and hang out in the scene. So there were 30 plus in there yesterday. Haven't thought about Benny Hill in a while. All right, anyways, I think we're probably going to call it a day here. A little girl here needs to go hike. Maxine, are you excited about going on our 100-mile hike? You want to tell people about our 100-mile hike we're going to do? I keep threatening to take Maxine on the, I'm planning on doing the Lone Star Trail of Texas, the Lone Star hiking trail.
To go on our hike, right, Dad?
It's the LSHT, not great initials, but the Lone Star hiking trail. But it's a 100-mile hiking trail, a through hike here in Texas, that I keep threatening to take Maxine on.
I told him he has a friend.
What's your one requirement to go on the backpacking trip with me?
Bring Minecraft and make sure he has a friend at home.
Take Minecraft with her, so gotta make sure and have Minecraft
Last time
for
I
her,
was bored.
because that's what I want to carry. You were bored when we went camping?
Yes, bored to death. Oh, and I was.
What about the flies? Weren't those entertaining? Hundreds and hundreds of flies?
I got stuck in a fly trap.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you remember what our activity was last time we went camping?
Untangling me from the fly trap.
Well, untangling you from the fly trap, but also counting how many flies, keeping track of how many flies were caught on the sticky fly traps. All right, get your raffles in here, guys. We're gonna do something. We'll give away for this last one. I will give away a town deed and a town house, not to the same person. Well, unless you get really lucky. But a town deed and a town house. The town house will be, I'm going to pick one here. Maxine, tell me which house you like the best. Which of these houses? Actually, you know what? I'm going to do something mean here. I'm going to give away a town deed Sorry, the fish was distracting me.
I know.
We're going to do the town deed. That's Dilena, the Beesher. Town deed, and then we're going to do a city-sized house. So that way, cha-ching, makes us money because you're going to upgrade, right? Maybe. So which one of these houses do you like the most, Maxine? So there's like this one. That's a pretty cool one. That one. There's a pirate ship. Yar, matey. There's another pirate ship. There's a docked pirate ship. Viking Great Hall. Look at that one. Isn't that sweet? The bold 4-story. Can't do the airships. I'm trying to keep the airships exclusive.
What's exclusive mean?
Oh, exclusive means limited who can get it. Exclusive means exclusively people who want to buy it can get it. So exclusive to paying customers. They're all going to be paying customers, but what do you think? How about we do... You want to do that one? I see people yelling Obsidian Keep, Bridge Troll, yeah.
What's Obsidian?
We'll do, I'm trying to remember. I think this is what I did last time. Last time I gave people a choice. We'll give them a choice this time of an Obsidian Keep, or whoever wins, they can also choose a, how about the, I'll tell you what, you can choose an Obsidian Keep or any piece on there that is the same price or less than an Obsidian. We'll let you do that because we're nice. Okay, guys, let me get my list open here so I can capture the names. You will probably not get these items until the ones that were on the stream today, until tomorrow morning. Do not panic. I may get to them sooner, but as we just mentioned, Maxine is already dressed for the hike. So you will be getting them probably first thing in the morning when I get up and want to plow through that stuff. So we're giving away a town deed, and then we're giving away dealer's choice city house.
Dad, what's a town deed?
That is what you need to claim a lot in a town. That is the size, is a town size. Maxine really wants to play my game, and I won't let her. Okay, here we go, guys. You ready? The first one, this will be for the... we'll do the town deed first, and then we'll pick the city house, because that one requires some choosing. But the town goes to, even though it's probably the big winner, goes to Lovely Wivet. Trying to remember, that wasn't today. They won something on a recent stream. I'm trying to remember who it is. The town deed goes to Lovely Vivet. Wivet. Vivet, Livet, Wivet. Lovely, it is a funny name. Lovely Wivet. Zach Zaras, okay, got it. All right, and then the dealer's choice house that is 60, gotcha, already got you, Zach. That is 66,000 kodos or less. You guys ready? You guys ready?
I'm ready.
Who do you think's gonna win? You got any favorites?
Dad, you haven't let me play your game.
Oh, well, you're not gonna win then. Okay, let's see who wins. On your mark, get set, go. Sithel, yay, a name I haven't seen before. Sithel. Hopefully Sithel is going to be here to tell me what they want, or else they will be getting a rock in the mail. Oh, nope, Sithel is here. Sithel, did you have a favorite city house that was 6,000 kodos or less? Congrats to every winner here. And I've noticed I've missed, there's one large Yule tree that I don't know who got it. Trying to think when I did the drawings for that. It doesn't have a name by it. I have one by the Ring of Stones. I got Din Haru. Ziva Delgimos. Ian Tanil Azurion they get both a village and a village house.
Wow.
Oh, that looks like Sithel made the fatal mistake of asking the audience for feedback. You will get 100 different answers on that. We got Sasha Katan for the red-nosed reindeer. We got a Mimsy for large Yule tree. Aurelius Silverson for an elven tree. We got red-nosed reindeer to twofold silence I never got a name for. We got ornate three-story Viking for Genie UK. Obsidian Keep. No one said that. There you go. That's my choice too. All right, so we got Sithel gets Obsidian Keep. Bam. Guys, I'm going to wait until I get back from I'll give one more shout out on the in-game chat. I'll wait until we get back from our hiking. That needs a nap. We get back from our hiking. What?
You said that I could play Shroud of an Avatar.
Okay, not now. Don't be whiny in front of the audience. When we get back from our little hiking expedition, I will turn off these sails. So basically, you got like, how long does our hike take normally?
1 hour.
1 hour is how long it takes. Unless Mojito's being a problem child. Mojito, are you going to be a problem child today? What's the temperatures? Or is Mojito going to need a sweater?
I'll go check.
Okay. But guys, again, thank you so much for joining me today.
62 degrees Fahrenheit, so yeah.
Oh, he does need a sweater. Okay. Thanks so much for joining me today. I will get these prizes out tomorrow morning. Hopefully you enjoyed at least some of the stuff I talked about today with the history and the ongoing and the things coming forward for the next release and all that jazz. But should be a good release, even though, again, it's another short release. Really, it's kind of a 3-week release for us, so next Thursday. Yes, Cold Front just came in today, Elwyn Moon. That's what I was trying to remember, if it came through tonight or if it came through last night. So, came through already. Mimsy whispered me an in-game name. I will have to find that. Aha. No? Oh, I did want to mention one thing on the update, I guess one thing is during the Jack, somebody whispered to me about this, during the Jack and Last show, they were saying that there's no process on QA. We don't have a great process on QA. We do have a process on QA. The thing we don't have for QA is we still do not have a good way to get you guys a list of here's all the changes that are on QA for you to test. Just so you guys know, going forward, and this is how it's always been for years and years, our usual process is we do our release. We put stuff on QA and let it sit on QA for as long as we can until release time. Then we move QA over to release. For the first, through usually the Monday following the release, we take everything that anybody checks in, it goes over. But that is when what we call lockdown is we're on lockdown, which means no one is allowed to check in anything that is risky at all, or a new feature. So that's really just bug fixes and polish type stuff. So we take everything until the lockdown's lifted. After that first Monday, and sometime it can be later, like this last time, because it was Thanksgiving, it was basically the whole week of Thanksgiving. We took everything because nothing got done. But for new features, those usually will sit on QA. Those don't get checked in until after lockdown is lifted, and then after lockdown is lifted, I'm only piecemeal integrating stuff that is people tell me to. So like Sanyo, for instance, usually tells me a lot of integrate this pot upgrade, integrate this pot upgrade, integrate this pot change, because those are I can do those fairly piecemeal, and they're fairly safe in terms of what they touch. They don't have that many tendrils that stretch out and grab other things. But we do not do features usually sit on QA. Our problem with QA and features is not that we move them to QA and then we immediately move them over. That is not our problem. We do have problems. Our problem is usually that stuff gets checked in like the Friday or the Monday of release week, so it doesn't get to spend any time on QA. So we don't move stuff over. That part, false. False fake news there, NBNN News. The part that is true is that we are not great at doing QA stuff. So effectively the same result, but we do not move stuff over, features over until it's been on QA for a while. It's just usually it hasn't been on QA as long as it should be. So anyways, guys, again, thank you so much for joining me today. I am going to go find... I'm not seeing a Mimsy. Maybe they whispered me in game. Well, they couldn't have whispered me in game. Mimsy, you may have to contact me another way. You can usually mail Chompers or Atos, and that'll work.
Chompers?
Chompers.
Chompy.
I have a character in game. Yeah, that's named Chompers for Chompy.
Wait a second, Dad.
What? Are you sad that you're small?
No.
Oh, no, you're seeing that it's delayed. Yeah, so that's the delay. You can see there's about a 15-second delay. Oh, the things you're learning. Maxine, did you know that I didn't learn about streaming until I was in my 40s?
What?
Did you know that's because there wasn't such a thing as streaming until I was in my 40s? I know, it's crazy. Let's see if we can find another poor soul to raid here. Oh, this looks like this is a pretty easy one. This would have been an easy one anyways. Coswald is out there. He's got his stream ready. He knows what he's doing. He knows to be ready with that stream going. So we are raiding Coswald. Oh, you know what? I got to sing one quick song. Hopefully you guys do not abandon me before we get over there. Let me get in there, Maxine. I'm going to sing. Let's see. Do you have any favorite songs, Maxine?
No. Yes, I just don't know what they're called.
You don't know what they're called?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh. Ooh, Beals for Sale, Help, Rubber Soul, Revolver. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window, wearing the face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? I probably should have done this one octave higher now that I'm thinking about it. All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they... Nope, I just can't do it. I haven't got the range to do it. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. Maxine, do you have a song you want to sing for me before we go? Okay. Guys, thank you.
Daddy's birthday is it?
Yes, Daddy's birthday is coming up. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. Let's go raid Coswald. Again, thanks for listening to all my stories. Hopefully you heard some little bit of trivia today that you hadn't heard before or saw something that was interesting to you. Just did that on air. Anyways, guys, thanks so much. And see you next time. Release is next Thursday.